Chapter 11 of Through Russian Snows by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With the Russian Army. When Frank arrived at Canterbury, he found things in confusion and received the news that two troops had orders to march the next morning for Portsmouth, where they were to embark for Spain. "Why," the major said, "he would write," he exclaimed. "His letter must have missed me somehow. I shall have enough to do to get ready tonight." "You are not going, Wyatt," Wilmington, who was his informant, said. The order expressly stated that Cornet Wyatt was not to accompany his troop, as his services were required in another direction, and that another officer was to take his place. "And I am going with your troop. Lister has been grumbling desperately. What on earth can they want you for? However, there is a batch of letters for you in the anteroom, and I dare say you will learn something about it from them." Frank ran in. There were two letters. One was an official document. The direction of the other was in Sir Robert Wilson's handwriting. He opened this first. "My dear Wyatt, your letter enclosing Strelinski's certificate came in the nick of time. I had already made an application that you should be attached to me for service, on the ground that you belonged to my old regiment and knew something of Russian, but your age and short service was against you, and I doubt whether I should have succeeded, as the post is considered an important one. However, when I went and showed them the Pole's report as to your knowledge of Russian, and pointed out that this was a far more important matter in the present case than any question of age or service, the commander-in-chief at once agreed, and you will, no doubt, receive an intimation that you are appointed as my aide-de-camp. I have been made a brigadier general. It is not as yet settled when we shall start. I have only just received my official appointment, and there is no saying when I may get my final instructions, for it is to a certain extent a political affair, and this sort of thing always drags on for a long time before it comes to a head. It is lucky that your matter is arranged now, for I hear at the Horse Guards that your troop is ordered out to Spain. No doubt, just at the moment, you will be sorry that you are not going with it, but I can assure you that this business will be vastly more useful to you in your profession than anything you would be likely to meet with as a cavalry subaltern in Spain." For a moment, indeed, Frank did regret that he was not going to accompany his troop. He was so sure, however, that Sir Robert Wilson was acting for the best that he put aside this feeling. The official letter was a simple notification that he was appointed aide-de-camp to General Sir Robert Wilson, but that he was to remain at the depot and continue his ordinary duties until a further intimation reached him. The excitement of departure had, Frank was glad to find, quite thrown that caused by his duel into the background. All the officers who were to go were busy with their preparations, and Frank was occupied until a late hour that night in assisting them in packing not only the baggage that was to be taken, but the heavy cases that were to be stored away until their return. Many were the regrets expressed by the officers who were going out that Frank was not to accompany them, and much curiosity expressed as to the reason for which he was kept behind. He felt that, although Sir Robert Wilson had not specially enjoined silence, it would be undesirable that any information as to the probability of his proceeding to Russia should be given. He therefore said, "I only know that Sir Robert Wilson, who was a great friend of my father's, and who obtained my commission for me, is going to have a command somewhere, and has asked for me as one of his aides-de-camp, on the ground of his friendship for my father, and his former connection with our regiment." "Well, then, very likely we shall see you out there before long, Wyatt," Captain Lister said. "Of course, it is a compliment to the regiment, but I dare say you feel it as a nuisance at present. I should like to be going with you all, Lister, but I suppose this is best for me in the long run." "Of course it is. It's always a good thing for a fellow to serve on the staff. You have 10 times as good a chance of getting mentioned in the dispatches as have the men who do all the fighting. Still, I have no doubt you will deserve any credit you may get, which is more than is the case 9 times out of 10. How is Marshall getting along?" "He is going on all right. He has sent in his papers, and I suppose he will be gazetted out by the time he is able to travel. I can assure you that there was quite as much satisfaction in the Lancers at the turn of the affair took as there was with us." "Does the major go with you, Lister?" "No, he remains in command of the depot for the present. Of course he will go out if a vacancy occurs above him, but in any case he will go with the next draft, and the next 2 troops will be wound up to service pitch in another couple of months, so I expect by the spring he will be out of there. I should not have minded if we too had waited until then, for of course the army had gone into its winter quarters, and there would be nothing doing for the next 3 or 4 months, and I take it we should be a good deal more comfortable here than posted in some wretched little Spanish town till operations commence again. No doubt you will be out there long before the first shot is fired." Another 3 months passed, and on the 28th of March, 1812, Frank received an official order to join Sir Robert Wilson at once, and a letter from the general informing him that they were to sail on the 8th of April. The letter was written in haste, and gave no intimation whether as to their destination. During this 3 months Frank had worked almost incessantly at Russian. He had informed the major in confidence that he believed Sir Robert Wilson was going as British commissioner to the Russian army when the war broke out with France. "Ah, that accounts for your working so hard at Russian, Wyatt," the major said in reply. "I suppose you had received a hint from Sir Robert?" "Yes, Major. He told me that as he had been commissioner with the Russians in their last war, it was probable that, if the rumours that Napoleon intended to invade Russia proved correct, he might be appointed again, and said that if I could get up enough of the language to speak it pretty fluently, he would apply for me." "Well, you deserve it, Wyatt, for there is no doubt that you have worked hard indeed, and it will be a capital thing for you. Is there anything I can do?" "Yes, sir. I thought perhaps that when you knew what I am going to do, you would relieve me of some of the ordinary drills, as I would like to spend as much time as possible before I go in getting up Russian." "Certainly," the major said. "After the official information that you were not to proceed with the draft, as you would be required for special service, I have a right to consider you as a supernumerary here, and relieve you of all ordinary drills and parades. You must, of course, take your turn as officer of the day, and if there are any special parades ordered, or any field days with the Lancers, you will attend, but otherwise you will be free of all duty. The 2 next troops to go have their full complement of officers, so that really you are not wanted." As soon as Frank received Sir Robert Wilson's letter he went to Strelinski. "It has come," he said. "I have to go up to town tomorrow, as I embark on the 8th. I am awfully sorry that our lessons have come to an end. However, they have lasted over the year that we talked of at first." "I am sorry too, Mr. Wyatt, though really I feel that in no case need you have continued your studies any longer. Your last 3 months have made a great difference, for you have been talking Russian some 8 or 10 hours a day, and are now sufficiently acquainted with the language for any purpose whatever, except perhaps writing a book in it. If I had not known that you might leave at any time, I should myself have told you that I considered there was no advantage to be gained by your going on with me any longer. I shall, of course, go up to London with you tomorrow. I am sorry for your sake, as well as my own, that our lessons are over, Strelinski." "It cannot be helped," the Pole replied. "It has been a godsend to me when I first met you. I was well nigh hopeless. Now I shall begin the battle again with fresh courage. I have saved enough money to keep me with care for many months, and doubtless your recommendation that you have learned Russian from me will make matters more easy for me than they were before. On arriving in town, Frank went at once to Sir Robert Wilson's lodgings. He found the general in, and after the first greeting, learned from him that they were to accompany the newly appointed ambassador to Constantinople. "Our object there," Sir Robert said, "is to arrange, if possible, a peace between Russia and Turkey. There is no doubt whatever that Napoleon intends war. It is not declared yet, but it is absolutely certain, and it is of vital importance that Russia should have her hands free in other directions. As soon as this is arranged, and I have no doubt that it will be managed, for it is so necessary to Russia that she will grant any terms, in reason, and that Turkey can ask, I am to journey north and join the headquarters of the Russian army." This was delightful news to Frank. European travel in those days was rare, and to have the opportunity of visiting Constantinople, as well as being present at the tremendous encounter about to take place, was an unexpected pleasure indeed. "There is one thing I want to speak to you about, Sir Robert," he said presently. "It is about Strelinski. I have been thinking that perhaps, as war is about to break out between Russia and France, you might be kind enough to get a post for him as an interpreter at the War Office or Foreign Office." "I have already thought of that," the general said. "You wrote so highly of him in your letters that I felt I could thoroughly recommend him, and I spoke about it only the day before yesterday to the Marquis of Wellesley, and he said at once that they should be glad to have such a man, as it would enable me to send over official documents and other Russian statements without the trouble and loss of time in translating them, and as the man is from Russian Poland, he could give information concerning the country and the roads and other matters that would help them to understand what is going on, especially as, until my arrival there, they will have to depend upon Russian documents sent over by our ambassador at St. Petersburg. Tell him to be here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and be here yourself in uniform. I have an appointment with Lord Wellesley at 1:30. Frank had put up at the hotel where the coach stopped, and had invited Strelinski to stay with him until he started, and on his return he delighted the Pole by telling him that there was some chance of Sir Robert Wilson obtaining for him an appointment as interpreter. The next day Frank and Strelinski accompanied Sir Robert Wilson to the War Office. They remained in the antechamber while the general went into Lord Wellesley's apartment. In half an hour an officer came out and called Frank in. "Sir Robert Wilson has spoken very warmly in your favour, Mr. Wyatt," Lord Wellesley said, holding out his hand, as Sir Robert introduced him, "and his report is confirmed by your commanding officer, Major Triton, who gives an excellent account of you. But you must not deprive His Majesty's army of the services of any more of its officers, Mr. Wyatt. Of course I received full details of that affair, and am bound to say that it seems you behave admirably, and you must be a wonderful shot. You don't look like a fire eater either. It is a bad practice, Mr. Wyatt, a very bad practice. Well, well," he broke off, seeing a slight smile on Sir Robert's lips, "I suppose I have no right to say anything about it, having been an offender myself. However, from what I have learned, if ever a duel was justified, yours was. Well, sir, I hope that your future career will correspond with the reports that I have received of your past conduct. You are very fortunate in having been chosen for so important a service as that upon which you are now embarking, and I need hardly say that it will be of great value to you in your profession." Frank expressed his thanks and then retired. Strelinski was then called in, and in a few minutes returned radiant. "What do I not owe to you?" he said, "to you and General Wilson. I have been appointed interpreter on a salary of 200 a year. Think of it, my fortune is made." "I congratulate you indeed," Frank replied warmly. "I did not like to raise your hopes too high, but I felt sure, by what Sir Robert said, that it was as good as settled. I am almost as pleased as you are, for I shall have been awfully sorry to go away without knowing that you were comfortably settled here. What are you going to do, Wyatt, till you start?" General Wilson asked as they left the War Office. "It depends whether I can be useful here. If so, I am of course ready to do anything. But if you will not in any way want me, I shall start this evening by the coach for Weymouth and join you at Portsmouth. I will send my baggage at once by wagon." "Do so by all means, Wyatt. Directed care of General Wilson, His Majesty's ship Argo. You had better be there on the afternoon of the 7th and go on board at once. We shall be down that evening and shall sleep at the George, and go on board the first thing in the morning." Frank found his aunt in good health. He stayed there 3 days and then posted to Portsmouth. Getting there early in the morning of the 7th, the Argo was lying at Spithead. Taking a wherry, he went out to her at once. He found that all was in readiness, and that a small cabin had been assigned to him next to that of Sir Robert Wilson. His trunk was already there, and leaving his small portmanteau in his cabin, he went ashore and took up his quarters at the George. The ambassador, his secretary, and General Wilson arrived together in a post chaise in the evening, and at 8 o'clock next morning they all went on board. The voyage was long and tedious, but Frank was very glad of a stay for 2 or 3 days at Gibraltar and as long at Malta. The Argo arrived at Constantinople at the end of June, and they found that the treaty of peace between Turkey and Russia had already been arranged. A month was spent in vexatious delays, which were the most irritating, as it was known that Napoleon had arrived at the frontier and was on the point of crossing the Niemen, if he had not already done so. At last the British ambassador succeeded in overcoming the inertness of the Porte. On the 14th of July the treaty was finally ratified, and on the 27th Sir Robert Wilson was sent by our ambassador to Shumia to arrange details with the Grand Vizier. Thence he went to Congress at Bucharest, which was the headquarters of the Russian Admiral Tchigo, who commanded their army on the Danube. After having finally arranged these matters, he started north with Frank, furnished with an order to postmasters on the road to supply them instantly with relays of horses, travelling night and day without a stop. They arrived at Smolensk on the day before the French attack took place. Sir Robert had expected to find the Emperor here, but learnt that he was still at St. Petersburg. Being personally acquainted with all the Russian generals, he was received with the greatest courtesy, and at once placed himself at the disposal of the commander-in-chief, while Frank was introduced to the members of the staff. Sir Robert Wilson found that a very grave state of things was prevailing. The generals were in open dissension with Barclay for having suffered the enemy to overrun so many provinces, and for not making any dispositions to defend the line of the Dnieper. Next morning the Englishmen were awakened by a roar of musketry. They had been furnished with horses, and dressing hastily, mounted and joined the commander-in-chief's staff, which was taking up its position on the hill, whence a general view could be obtained of what was passing on the other side of the river. An aide-de-camp was on the point of starting as they rode up to ascertain the exact position of things in the town, and Sir Robert ordered Frank to accompany him. Frank had been introduced to the aide-de-camp on the previous day, and as they dashed down towards the bridge he said, "The fighting seems very heavy." "It will be heavier before they take Smolensk," the Russian said. "There are 20,000 men in the town, and reinforcements can be sent across as required. At present the fighting is in the suburbs, but they won't drive us out of them as quickly as they expect." After crossing the bridge they made their way to the headquarters of General Doctorow, and were at once shown in. The Russian saluted. "The commander-in-chief sends his compliments to you, General, and wishes to know how things are going on, and whether you need reinforcements. He desires that you should send messages every 10 minutes, acquainting him with the progress of affairs. All goes well at present. The troops are everywhere doing their duty. As yet we need no reinforcements. They are making but little way in any of the suburbs, but of course their attack is not yet fully developed. Allow me to introduce to your Excellency this British officer, Mr. Wyatt, aide-de-camp to General Wilson, who arrived in our camp yesterday afternoon as British Commissioner. You have come at an opportune moment, sir, to see fighting. If you had come sooner, you would have seen nothing but running away. If you would like to make a tour of the walls to see what is going on, an officer shall accompany you." Frank accepted the invitation with thanks. He had nothing at present to report more than the aide-de-camp would take back, and he knew that Sir Robert would be glad of further particulars. He therefore asked him to tell Sir Robert why he had stayed, and at once proceeded to the walls, accompanied by an officer of Dr. Rowe's staff. From there little could be seen of the fighting. The musketry fire indeed had almost ceased, and the French could be seen retiring up the hill, where dense masses of troops were drawn up. Returning to the general's quarters, he mounted and rode back to the commander-in-chief's staff. "The affair has scarcely begun yet," he said to Sir Robert, "but the whole of the French army is drawn up in a line of battle, and I should say is about to assault the town in full force." For some hours there was a lull, but about midday heavy masses of troops were seen descending from the French positions, and as they approached the suburbs a roar of musketry broke out. Twice in the course of the next 2 hours Frank was sent down into the town. He reported that, although resisting with the greatest obstinacy, the Russians were being driven out of the suburbs. Just as he returned the second time, Sir Robert Wilson, who was examining the enemy's position with a telescope, observed that 10 batteries of artillery were making their way up the steep hill on the other side of the river. He at once reported this to the general, adding, "They will very speedily knock the bridges into pieces and isolate the garrison altogether. But I think, sir," he added, "if you place some batteries on a hill on this side, you will take them in a flank. The two hills are both about the same height, and they will be completely exposed to your fire." "Very well," General Barclay replied. "I will order 8 batteries up there at once, and you will oblige me if you will accompany them and indicate the best position for them to take up. Colonel Stellitz, you will at once carry the order to the artillery, and request the officer in command of the batteries to post them as General Wilson may advise." So Robert and the colonel, followed by Frank, at once rode off. Just as they reached the artillery, the French battery opened fire. Exclamations of rage burst from the soldiers as the shots splashed into the water round the bridges, and the shell burst over them. The general in command of the artillery, on receiving the order, directed 8 batteries to follow General Wilson. At a gallop they dashed up the hill, and in 10 minutes had unlimited open fire upon the French. The effect was visible at once. Much confusion was observed among the artillerymen, and in a short time several of the guns were dismounted, and 4 or 5 powder wagons blown up. Then a loud cheer burst from the Russian artillerymen as they saw the French bring up the horses from behind the shelter of the crest, limber up and drive off with the guns. But from other points of vantage 150 guns were now pouring their fire into the town, and as the flames broke out from several quarters, exclamations of grief and fury were heard from the Russian soldiers. Smolensk was, like Moscow, considered a sacred city, and the soldiers were affected rather by the impiety of the act than by the actual destruction that was being wrought. As General Wilson and Frank rode back to the spot where General Barclay was stationed, a mass of Russian infantry moved down the hill towards the bridges, and at once began to cross. "Whose division is that?" Sir Robert asked an officer as they joined the staff. "It is Prince Eugene's," he replied. "They are pressing us hard now, having driven Dr. Rowe's men out of the covered way, and are massing for an assault on one of the gates." The fire continued unabated until 7 o'clock. Then a messenger came across with news that the French were drawing off, and that the covered way was being reoccupied. General Wilson was warmly thanked by the Russian commander-in-chief for having silenced the batteries that had threatened the bridges. That evening, when he issued the order for the evacuation of Smolensk, the disaffection with Barclay de Tolly broke out with renewed force, and during the night a body of generals came to Sir Robert Wilson's tent. He was at the time occupied in dictating a dispatch to Frank, whom he requested to retire directly he saw the rank of his visitors. As soon as they were alone, they said that it had been resolved to send the emperor not only the request of the army for a new chief, but a declaration in their own name and that of the troops that if any order came from St. Petersburg to suspend hostilities and greet the invaders as friends, for it had all along been believed that the retrograde movements were the result of the advice of the minister, Count Romanzow, such an order would be regarded as one that did not express his Imperial Majesty's real sentiments and wishes, but had been extracted from His Majesty under false representations or external control, and that the army would continue to maintain its pledge and to pursue the contest till the invader was driven beyond the frontier. "We are here, General Wilson," one of the generals said, "to beg you to undertake the delivery of this message to the Emperor. It would mean death to any Russian officer who undertook the commission, but knowing your attachment to the Emperor and his equally well-known feelings towards yourself, no person is so well qualified to lay the expression of our sentiments before him. Your motives in doing so cannot be suspected, coming from you. The Emperor's self-respect would not suffer in the same way it would do were the message conveyed to him by one of his own subjects." One after another the generals urged the request. Sir Robert listened to their arguments and then said, "This is altogether too grave a matter for me to decide upon hastily. I know thoroughly well that there is no thought of disloyalty in the mind of any of you towards the will of the Emperor, but the act is one of the gravest insubordinations, and it is indeed a threat that you will disobey His Majesty's commands in the event of his ordering a suspension of hostilities. As to the conduct of the commander-in-chief, I am not competent to express any opinion whatever, but as a soldier I can understand that this long-continued retreat and the abandonment of so many provinces to the enemy, without striking a single blow in their defence, is trying in the extreme, both to yourselves and your brave soldiers. I shall not leave the army until I see it fairly on the march again, but before I start I will give you my reply." The generals thanked Sir Robert warmly and then withdrew. "I shall write no more tonight, Wyatt," the general said when Frank entered the tent. "I have other grave matters to think about. You had best lie down at once and get a few hours' sleep. Tomorrow is likely to be an eventful day, for the operation of withdrawing the army from this position and getting on to the main road again will be full of peril, and may indeed end in a terrible disaster." As soon as the Russian army had repulsed the attacks of the French and resumed its march towards Moscow, Sir Robert Wilson left it and proceeded to St. Petersburg, where he had promised the Russian generals to inform the Tsar of the opinion and disposition of the army, their dissatisfaction with the general, and their determination to continue the combat, and to refuse to recognize any negotiations or armistice that might be made with the enemy. "I shall leave you here, Wyatt," the general said on the morning after the desperate defence of Loubino had saved the army. "There is little chance of the French pressing the Russians any further. I think it probable that they may go into winter quarters where they now are, but in any case they cannot hope to outmarch us, and if they follow, the battle will be in the position the Russians may choose. Even were there more fighting imminent, I should still start today for St. Petersburg. I only came round by Smolensk, as you know, because I thought that the Emperor would be found there. My first duty is to see him, and to report to him the arrangements that have been made on the Danube with the Grand Vizier and his people. by which the whole of the Russian army there will be able to join in the defence against the French. As soon as I have done so, and explained to His Majesty the position here, I shall rejoin, and I hope the Tsar will also be coming down here, for his presence would be most useful, not in a military way, for no men in the world could fight better than the Russians are doing, but the army fears above all things that peace will be made before it has an opportunity of wiping out what it considers its disgrace, in allowing the French to overrun so many rich provinces without striking a blow. In point of fact, the defence of Smolensk, and the way in which some 20,000 men yesterday withstood for hours the assault of 3 or 4 times their number, would be sufficient to prove to the world their fighting qualities. In my own mind, I consider that Barclay has acted wisely in declining to hazard the whole fortune of the war upon a single battle against an enemy which, from the first, has outnumbered him nearly threefold. But he should never have taken up his position on the frontier if he did not mean to defend it. Any other army than this would have become a disorganized rabble long ago. There is nothing so trying to troops as to march for weeks hotly chased by an enemy. 3 times in the peninsula we have seen what a British army becomes under far less trying circumstances. If the Russians did not know it, this retreat of theirs, and the admirable manner in which they have maintained their discipline, is as credible as winning a great victory would be. Still, one can understand that the sight of this flying population, the deserted fields, this surrender of provinces to an enemy, is mortifying in the highest degree to their pride. Nevertheless, Barclay's policy, though I think it has been carried a great deal too far, for with troops who will fight as ours did yesterday, he may have fought a dozen battles like that of Lubino, and would have compelled the French to advance slowly instead of in hot pursuit, has been justified to a great extent. From all I hear, the invading army has already suffered very great losses from fever and hardship, the effect of the weather, and from the number of stragglers who have been cut off and killed by the peasantry. Their transport has especially suffered, vast numbers of their horses having died, and in a campaign like this, transport is everything. In the various fights that have taken place since they entered Russia, they have probably suffered a heavier loss than the Russians, as the latter have always fought on the defensive, and the French loss has fallen on Napoleon's best troops, while the Russian army is all equally good. Lastly, although the Russians are discontented at their continued retreat, their morale does not seem to have suffered in any way, and it is probable that the long marches, the inability to bring on a general engagement, the distance from home, and the uncertainty about the future has told heavily upon that of the French, who are vastly more susceptible to matters of this kind than are the Russians. You will remain with the headquarters staff, and I wish you, while I am away, to obtain accurate details of the movements of the various columns, and to write a full report every evening of the march and of all matters of interest. I do not want you to forward these to me, but to keep them for future reference. I hope to rejoin you before any further fighting takes place. Sir Robert reached St. Petersburg on the 24th of August, but it was not until 10 days later that he saw the Emperor, who had gone with Lord Cathcart, the British ambassador, to meet the King of Sweden and to conclude the negotiations that secured his cooperation. The information that General Wilson had brought of the admirable behaviour of the army did much to allay the alarm that prevailed in St. Petersburg, and after dining with the Emperor on the evening of the arrival of the latter at his capital, he had a long private interview with him. The Emperor had already been made acquainted with the dissatisfaction in the army, and Marshal Kutusow had been sent to replace General Barclay, and he asked Sir Robert whether he thought the new commander would be able to restore subordination and confidence in the army. Sir Robert replied that he had met the Marshal and had informed him of the exact state of things here, that the latter had conjured him to acquaint the emperor with the fullest details. In accordance with that request, and in order to prevent his majesty having the pain of hearing it from the lips of one of his own subjects, who perhaps would be less able to convince him of the intense feeling of loyalty to himself that still prevailed, he had consented to be the mouthpiece of the generals of the army. He then reported to him the interviews that he had had with the general officers, suppressing the names of those present, and the message that they had desired him to deliver. The emperor was greatly moved. However, the manner in which the general fulfilled the mission with which he was charged, and his assurances that the act of seeming insubordination and defiance of the imperial authority was in no way directed against him, but against his advisers, whom they believed to be acting in the interest of Napoleon, had their effect, and the emperor promised to give the matter every consideration and to answer him definitely on the following day. At the next meeting he gave Sir Robert his authority to assure the army of his determination to continue the war against Napoleon while the Frenchmen remained in arms on Russian soil, and that if the worst came to worst, he would remove his family far into the interior and make any sacrifice rather than break that engagement. At the same time, while he could not submit to dictation in the matter of his ministers, he could assure them that these should in no way influence him to break his promise. During Sir Robert's stay in St. Petersburg, the emperor took every occasion to show him marked favour, as if anxious to assure that those views Sir Robert had represented, that he was in no way displeased with them for the attitude they had assumed, and upon his leaving to rejoin the army, the emperor directed him to repeat in the most formal manner his declaration that he would not enter into or permit any negotiations with Napoleon, and added that he would sooner let his beard grow to his waist and eat potatoes in Siberia. Frank had been active during the Battle of Loubino. Sir Robert Wilson had taken up his post with Touchkoff during the action which was so desperately fought to cover the retreat of the main army, and Frank had acted as aide-de-camp, and, having carried orders to various parts of the field, had excellent opportunities of seeing the whole of the battle, and the Russian general, in making his report of the engagement, had mentioned his name among those who had rendered distinguished services. His horse had been shot under him, his cap had been carried away by a bullet, and he had received a slight flesh wound in his leg. Although this was of small consequence, it had caused the insertion of his name among those of the officers wounded in battle. He was to see no more fighting for a time, for although the army of Wittgenstein fought 2 or 3 severe actions with the divisions of St. Cyr and Oudinot, the main army fell back without again fighting until it took up the position that Marshal Kutzow had selected for giving battle. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Through Russian Snows by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Borodino. Barbarously as the French army behaved on its advance to Smolensk, things were even worse as they left the ruined town behind them and resumed their journey towards Moscow. It seemed that the hatred with which they were regarded by the Russian peasantry was now even more than reciprocated. The destruction they committed was wanton and wholesale. The villages and even the towns were burnt down and the whole country made desolate. It was nothing to them that by so doing they added enormously to the difficulties of their own commissariat, noting that they were destroying the places where they might otherwise have found shelter on their return. They seemed to destroy simply for the sake of destruction, and to be animated by a burning feeling of hatred for the country they had invaded. Since the days of the 30 Years' War in Germany, never had war been carried on in Europe so mercilessly and so destructively. As he saw the ruined homes or passed the bodies of peasants wantonly shot down, Julian Wyatt regretted bitterly that he had not been content to remain a prisoner at Verdun. Battles he had expected, but this destruction of property, this warring upon peaceful inhabitants, filled him with horror. His high spirits left him, and he no longer laughed and jested on the march, but kept on the way in the same gloomy silence that reigned among the greater part of his companions. When halfway to Moscow a fresh cause of uneasiness manifested itself. The Russians no longer left their towns and villages for the French to plunder and burn, but, as they retreated, themselves applied fire to all the houses, with a thoroughness and method which showed that this was not the work of stragglers or camp followers, but that it was the result of a settled plan. At last news came that the Russians had resolved to fight a pitched battle at Borodino, and the spirits of the army at once rose. Napoleon halted them for 2 days in order that they might rest and receive provisions from the baggage trains following. On the 4th of September they marched forward as before in 3 columns, preceded by Murat's cavalry, which brushed aside the hordes of Cossack horse. Halfway to Gratz, a Russian division stoutly held for some time a height up which the road wound, but after some sharp fighting was forced to retreat. The Russian position at Borodino was a strong one. The right was covered by the rivulet of Koloska, which was everywhere fordable, but ran through a deep ravine. Borodino, a village on the banks of this rivulet, formed their centre, and their left was posted upon steeply rising ground, almost at right angles with their right. Borodino itself, which lay on the northern side of the Koloska, was not intended to be held in force. The rivulet fell into the river Moskwa, half a mile beyond Borodino. Field works had been thrown up at several points, and near the centre were 2 strong redoubts commanding Borodino and the high road. Other strong works that had been erected at important points. Considerably in advance of the general line of the position, a strong work had been erected. This it was necessary to take before the main position could be attacked, and at 2 in the afternoon of the 5th, Napoleon directed an assault to be made upon this redoubt. It was obstinately held by the Russians. They were several times driven out, but as often reinforcements came up and it was captured by them. And finally, after holding it until nightfall, they fell back to their main position, the loss having been heavy on both sides. The next day was spent by Napoleon in reconnoitring the Russian position and deciding the plan of attack. Finally, he determined to make a strong demonstration against the village of Borodino, and under cover of this, to launch his whole army into the Russian left wing. On the morning of the 7th, Napoleon posted himself on an eminence near the village of Chuwadino. Near the spot, earthworks were thrown up during the night for the protection of 3 batteries, each of 24 guns. Davoust and Ney were to make a direct attack on the enemy's left. Poniatowski was to endeavour to march through the woods and gain the rear of the Russian position. The rest of the force were to keep the Russians' centre and right in check. The Imperial Guard formed the reserve. On the Russian side, Bagration's army formed the left, Benningsen's the centre, and Barclay's the right. The French force numbered about 150,000, the Russian from 80,000 to 90,000. The French had 1,000 guns, the Russians 640. At 6 in the morning of the 7th of September, the French batteries opened fire along the whole line, and the Russians at once replied. The roar of artillery was incessant, and ere long The rattle of musketry swelled the din. As Davoust launched the division of Dessex and Ney that of Campions against three small redoubts in front of the Russian position, impetuous as was the assault, the Russians received it with unflinching courage. Two of the Russian generals were wounded, but the assault was repulsed. Ney moved up another division, and after severe fighting the redoubts were carried. They were held, however, but a short time, for Woronzow led forward his grenadiers in solid squares, and, supporting the advance by a charge of cavalry, recaptured them and drove the French back across the ravine in front of them. There was now a short pause in the attack, but the roar of artillery and musketry continued unbroken. Poniatowski now emerged from the wood and fell upon the Russian left rear, capturing the village of Altitska. Touchkoff, a brother of the general who had been captured at Lubino, who commanded here, fell back to a height that dominated the village and the ground beyond it, and maintained himself until midday. On the French left, where the Viceroy Beauharnois commanded, the advance was stubbornly opposed, and the French artillery was several times silenced by the guns on the eminence. At last, however, the Russians were driven across the rivulet, and the French occupied Borodino. Leaving a division of infantry to protect his rear, the Viceroy crossed the stream and advanced against a great battery in front of the village of Gorky. Davoust and Ney remained motionless until 9 o'clock, as Napoleon would not forward the reinforcements they had asked for until he learned that Poniatowski had come into action and that the Viceroy had crossed the stream and was moving to the attack of the Russian centre. Now, reinforcements by the division of Friant, they moved forward. For an hour the Russians held their advanced works, and then were forced to fall back, and the French, following up their advantage, crossed the ravine and occupied the village of Semenovsky, which had been partially destroyed on the previous day by the Russians, so that if captured it would afford no cover for the French. It was but for a short time that the latter held it. Coming up at the head of his grenadiers, Touchkoff drove them out, recrossed the ravine, and recaptured the advanced works they had before so obstinately contested. In turn, the French retook the three redoubts, but again a Russian division coming up wrested the position from them and replanted their flag there. Napoleon, seeing that no impression could be made on the Russians' left, now sent orders to the Viceroy to carry the great redoubt before Gorky. In spite of the difficulties presented by the broken ground, the three French divisions pressed forward with the greatest gallantry, and, heedless of the storm of grape poured upon them, stormed the redoubt. But its late defenders, reinforced by some battalions from Doctorow's corps, dashed forward to recover the position, and fell with such fury upon the French that the regiment that had entered the redoubt was all but annihilated, and the position regained, while at the same moment 2 regiments of Russian cavalry fell upon the reinforcements, pressing forward to aid the defenders, and threw them into disorder. The Viceroy now opened fire on the redoubt with all his artillery, inflicting such loss upon the defenders that it was soon necessary to relieve them with a fresh division. Ney, finding it impossible to carry and hold the 3 redoubts in front of him, directed Junot to endeavour to force his way between the main Russian left and Touchkoff's division. But he was met by Prince Eugene's Russian corps, which brought his advance to a standstill. Junot's presence there, however, acted as a support to Poniatowski, who, covered by the fire of 40 pieces of cannon, advanced against Touchkoff's division. For a time he gained ground, but the Russian general, bringing up all his troops, assumed the offensive, and, driving Poniatowski back, recovered the lost ground. The brave Russian leader, however, was mortally wounded in the fight. It was now 12 o'clock, and so far the French had gained no advantage. Napoleon felt the necessity for a decisive effort, and concentrating his whole force and posting 400 guns to cover the advance, sent it forward against the Russian left. The Russians, perceiving the magnitude of the movement, dispatched large reinforcements to the defenders, and at the same time, to effect a diversion, sent the greater portion of their cavalry round to menace the French rear at Borodino. 300 Russian guns opposed the 400 of the French, and amidst the tremendous roar of the guns, the great mass of French infantry hurled themselves upon the Russians. For a time no impression could be made, so sternly and fiercely did the Russians fight, but Bagration, their commander, with several other generals, were badly wounded and forced to retire. Kanalskin assumed the command, but the loss of the general, in whom they placed implicit confidence, told upon the spirits of his troops, and Kanalskin was forced to abandon the three redoubts, and to take up new positions behind Semenowski, where he re-established his batteries and checked the progress of his enemy. A portion of the French cavalry now made a desperate attempt to break through the Russian left, but two regiments of the Imperial Guard, throwing themselves into squares, maintained their position until 5 regiments of Russian cuirassiers came up and forced their assailants back. At this critical moment the great mass of Russian cavalry that had been sent round to attack the Viceroy fell upon his rear, drove his cavalry into the village with great loss, and pressed the infantry so hard that the Viceroy himself had to take refuge in one of his squares. Having thus succeeded in distracting the enemy's attention, arresting his tide of battle, and giving time to the Russians to reform and plant their batteries afresh, the Russian cavalry withdrew. The Viceroy recrossed the stream again, and prepared to make another attack upon the great bastion he had before captured, and the whole line again advanced. While the Viceroy attacked the great redoubt in front, Murat sent a division of his cavalry round to fall upon its rear, and, although swept by artillery and infantry fire, the brave horsemen carried out their object, though almost annihilated by the fire of the defenders of the redoubt. The French infantry took advantage of the attention of the defenders being diverted by this attack, and with a rush stormed the work. The 4 Russian regiments who held it fought to the last, refusing all offers of quarter and maintaining a hand-to-hand conflict until annihilated. The Russian artillery in the works around Gorky swept the redoubt with their fire, and under its cover the infantry made repeated but vain attacks to recapture it, for their desperate bravery was unavailing against the tremendous artillery fire concentrated upon them, while the French on their part were unable to take advantage of the position they had gained. Napoleon indeed would have launched his troops against the works round Gorky, but his generals represented to him that the losses had already been so enormous that it was doubtful whether he could possibly succeed, and if he did so it can only be with such further loss as would cripple the army altogether. At 3 o'clock Napoleon, whose army, with the exception of the Imperial Guard, had been engaged, felt that nothing further could be done that day, and ordered the battle to cease. He had gained the 3 redoubts of the Russians' left, and the great redoubt captured by the Viceroy, but these were really only advanced works, and the main position of the Russians still remained entirely intact. At night the French retired from the positions they had won to those they had occupied before the battle began, retaining possession only of the village of Borodino. The loss of the combatants during the 2 days' fighting had been nearly equal, no less than 40,000 men having been killed on each side, a number exceeding that of any battle in modern times. Napoleon expected that the Russians would again give battle next morning, but Kutuzov, contrary to the opinion of most of his generals, decided on falling back. Benningsen, one of his best officers, strongly urged him to take up a position at Kaluga, some 70 miles to the south of Moscow. The position was a very strong one. Napoleon could not advance against Moscow, which was in position to offer a long and determined resistance until he had driven off the Russian army. At Kaluga they could at any moment advance on to his line of communication, cut off all his supplies, and isolate him from France. The advice was excellent, but Kutuzov, who was even more unfitted than Barclay for the post of commander-in-chief, refused to adopt this course, and fell back towards Moscow, followed by the French. The sufferings of the latter had already become severe. The nights were getting very cold. The scarcity of food was considerable. The greater part of the army was already subsisting on horseflesh. The warm clothing, which was becoming more and more necessary, was far in the rear. Their shoes were worn out, and it was only the thought that they would have a long period of rest and comfort in Moscow that animated them to press forward along the 50 miles of road between Borodino and that city. Julian had passed through the terrible battle unscathed. It seemed to him, when fighting had ceased for the day, that it was almost miraculous a single man should have survived that storm of fire. While the fight had actually been going on, the excitement and the ardour of battle had rendered him almost insensible to the danger. With the soldiers, as with their generals, the capture of the 3 small redoubts became, as the day went on, a matter on which every thought was bent, every energy concentrated. It was no longer a battle between French and Russians, but a struggle in which each man felt that his personal honour was concerned. Each time that, with the loud cheering, they stormed the blood-stained works, they felt the pride of victory. Each time that, foot by foot, they were again forced backwards, there was rage in every heart and a fierce determination to return and conquer. In such a struggle as this, when man's passions are once involved, death loses its terror. Thickly as comrades may fall around, those who are still erect heed not the gaps, but with eyes fixed on the enemy in front of him, with lips set tightly together, with head bent somewhat down as men who struggle through a storm of rain, each man presses on until a shot strikes him, or he reaches the goal he aims. At such a time the fire slackens, for each man strives to decide the struggle with bayonet or club musket. 4 times did Julian's regiment climb the side of the ravine in front of the redoubts. 4 lines were then hurled back again with ever-decreasing numbers, and when at last they found themselves, as the fire slackened, masters of the position, the men looked at each other as if waking up from some terrible dream, filled with surprise that they were still alive and breathing, and faint and trembling, now that the exertion was over and the tremendous strain relaxed. When they had time to look around, they saw but 1/4 of those who had, some hours before, advanced to the attack of the redoubt, and Chewardino remained. The ground around the little earthworks was piled thickly with dead Frenchmen and Russians, and ploughed up by the iron storm that had for 8 hours swept across it. Dismounted guns, ammunition boxes, muskets, and accoutrements were scattered everywhere. Even the veterans of 100 battles had never witnessed such a scene, had never gone through so prolonged and terrible a struggle. Men were differently affected. Some shook a comrade's hand with silent pressure. Some stood gazing sternly and fixedly at the lines where the enemy still stood unconquered, and tears fell down many a bronzed and battle-worn face. Some sobbed like children, exhausted by their emotions rather than their labours. The loss of the officers had been prodigious. 8 generals were killed, and 30 wounded, and nearly 2,000 officers. The colonel and majors of Julian's regiment had fallen, and a captain, who was but 6th on the list when the battle began, now commanded. Between 3 o'clock and dusk the men were engaged in binding up each other's wounds, eating what food they carried in their haversacks, and searching for more in those of the fallen. Few words were spoken. And even when the order came to evacuate the position and retire to the ground they had left that morning, there was not a murmur. For the time no one seemed to care what happened, what became of him. Once on the ground where they were to bivouac, fresh life was infused into their veins. The chill evening air braced up their nerves. Great fires were lighted with brushwood, broken cartridge boxes, and the fragments of gun carriages and wagons, and water was brought up from the stream. Horse flesh was soon being roasted, and as hunger and thirst were appeased, the buzz of conversation rose round the fires in the mines, as well as the tongues of men seemed to thaw from their torpor. "Well, comrades, so you two have gone through it without a scratch," Julian's friend, the sergeant, said to him. "Well, you will never see such a fight again if you grow grey in the service. Where are those who scoffed at the Russians now? They can fight, these men. It was a battle of giants. No one could have done more than we did, and yet they did as much. But tomorrow we shall win." "What? Do you think we shall fight again tomorrow?" "That is for the Russians to say, not for us. If they stand, we must fight them again. It is a matter of life and death for us to get to Moscow. We shall win tomorrow, for Napoleon will have brung up the Imperial Guard, 20,000 of his best troops, and the Russians put their last man into the line of battle today. And never fear, we shall win. But I own I have had enough of it. Never before have I hoped that the enemy in front of us would go off without a battle, but I do so now. We want rest and quiet. When spring comes we will fight them again, as often as they like, but until then I, for one, do not wish to hear a gun fired." "I am sure I do not, Sergeant," Julian agreed, "and I only hope that we shall get peace and quiet when we reach Moscow." "Oh, the Russians will be sure to send in to ask for terms of peace as soon as we get there," the sergeant said confidently. "I hope so, but I have great doubts, Sergeant. When people are ready to burn their homes rather than that we should occupy them, to desert all that they have, and to wander away they know not where, when they will fight as they fought today, I have great doubts whether they will talk of surrender. They can bring up fresh troops long before we can. They will have no lack of provisions. Their country is so vast that they know that at most we can hold but a small portion of it. It seems to me that it is not of surrender they will be thinking, but of bringing up fresh troops from every part of their empire, of drilling and organizing and preparing for the next campaign. I cannot help thinking of what would happen to us if they burnt Moscow, as they have burned half a dozen towns already. No people ever made such a sacrifice. What, burn the city they consider sacred? The old capital every Russian thinks of with pride? It never can be, but if they should do so, all I can say is God help us all. Few of us would ever go back to France." "So it seems to me, Sergeant. I have been thinking of it lately, and after the way in which the Russians came on, careless of life, under the fire of our cannon today, I can believe them to be capable of anything." The next morning it was found that the Russian lines were deserted. So the French army set forward again on its march, and on the morning of the 14th arrived within sight of Moscow. Kutusow had at one time seemed disposed to fight another battle in front of the city, and had given a solemn promise to its governor that he should have 3 days' notice of any change in his determination, and so allow time for him to carry out his intentions to evacuate the town, when the municipal authorities were methodically and officially to proceed to destroy the whole city by fire. The promise Kutusow broke without giving any notice whatsoever. On the 13th, at a council of war, he overruled the objections of his generals and determined to retreat, his arguments being that the ground was unsuited for defensive operations, that the defeat of one disciplined army would endanger the final success of the war, and that it was for Russia, not for any one city, that they were fighting. The argument was not without reason, but if he had resolved not to fight again, he should have accepted the advice to take up a position on Napoleon's flank. Had he done this, the French could have made no advance, and Moscow would have been saved from destruction. As the army began its passage through the capital, the exodus of the inhabitants commenced. Already the wealthier classes had removed their effects, and the merchants the greater part of their goods. Now the whole population poured out into the streets, and thousands of carts and vehicles of all descriptions, packed closely with household furniture, goods, and effects of all kinds, moved towards the gates. Out of the 200,000 inhabitants, 180,000 left the city, with 65,000 vehicles of every kind. In addition to these were enormous quantities of fugitives from every town and village west of Smolensk, who had hitherto accompanied the army, moving through the fields and lanes so as to leave the roads unencumbered for the passage of the guns and trains. Every Russian peasant possesses a roughly made cart on 2 or 4 wheels, and as their belongings were very scanty, these as a rule sufficed to hold all of their property. The great portion of the fugitives had passed out of the city at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and shortly afterwards Murat with his cavalry passed across the river by a ford and entered the town. A few desperate men left behind opened fire, but were speedily overpowered and killed. But a number of citizens, mad with fury, rushed so furiously upon Murat and his staff that he was obliged to open fire upon them with a couple of light guns. At 3 o'clock Napoleon arrived with his guards, expecting to be met on his arrival by the authorities of the city with assurances of their submission and prayers for clemency for the population. He was astounded with the silence that reigned everywhere, and at hearing that Moscow had been evacuated by the population, full of gloomy anticipations, he proceeded to the house Murat had selected for him. Strict orders were issued against pillage, and the army bivouacked outside the city. The troops, however, were not to be restrained, and as soon as it was dark stole away and entered the town in large numbers and began the work of pillage. Scarcely had they entered when in various quarters fires broke out suddenly. The bazaar with its 10,000 shops, the crown magazines of forage, wines, brandy, military stores, and gunpowder were speedily wrapped in flames. There were no means of combating the fire, for every bucket in town had been removed by the orders of the governor. Many a tale of strange experience in all parts of Europe were told around the campfires of the grenadiers of the Rhone that evening. Several of the younger men had been among those who had gone into Moscow in search of plunder. They had returned laden with goods of all sorts, but few without a keg of spirits. The colonel had foreseen this and had called the sergeants together. "My braves," he said, "I am not going to punish anyone for breaking orders tonight. If I had been carrying a musket myself, I have no doubt that I should have been one of those to have gone into town. After such a march as we have had here, it is only natural that men should think that they are entitled to some fun. But there must be no drunkenness. I myself shall be at the quarter guard, and 6 of you will be there with me. Every bottle of spirits brought in is to be confiscated. You will take it in your charge, and serve out a good ration to every man in the regiment, so that those who have done their duty and remained in camp shall fare as well as those who have broken out. I have no doubt there will be sufficient brought in for all. What remains over you can serve out as a ration tomorrow. It is good to be merry, but it is not good to be drunk. The grenadiers have done their share of fighting and deserve their share of plunder, but do not let pleasure go beyond the line of duty. Give a good ration to each man, enough to enjoy the evening and to celebrate our capture of Moscow, but not enough to make them noisy. It is like enough that the general will be round tonight to see how things are going on, and I should wish him to see us enjoying ourselves reasonably. Anything else that is brought in, with the exception of spirits, can be kept by the men, unless, of course, there is a general order issued that all plunder is to be given up." As fully half the regiment were away, and as every man brought back 1 or more bottles or kegs of spirits, The amount collected at the quarter guard was very considerable. Those of the men who, on coming back, showed any sign of intoxication were not allowed a share, but half a litre of spirits was served out to every other man in the regiment, and although a few of those who had brought it in grumbled, the colonel's decision gave general satisfaction, and there were merry groups round the bivouac fires. "I have marched into a good many capitals," the old sergeant said. "I was with the first company that entered Madrid. I could never make out the Spaniards. At one time they are ready to wave their hats and shout 'Viva!' till they are hoarse. At another, cutting your throat is too good for you. One town will open its gate and treat you as their dearest friends. The next will fight like fiends and not give in till you have carried the last house at the point of the bayonet. I was fond of a glass in those days. I am fond of it now, but I have gained wit enough to know when it is good to drink. I had a sharp lesson, and I took it to heart." "Tell us about it, comrade," Julian said. "Well, it was after Talavera. We had fought a hard battle there with the English, and found them rough customers. The Spaniards bolted like sheep. As soldiers they are the most contemptible curs in the world. They fought well enough in the mountains under their own leaders, but as soldiers, why, our regiment would thrash an army of 15,000 of them. The English were on top of the hill. At least at the beginning there were a few of them up there, and we thought that it would be an easy job to drive them off. But more came up, and do what we would, we could not manage it, so it ended with something like a drawn battle. We claimed the victory because they fell back the next morning, and they claimed it because they had repulsed all our attacks. However, we reaped the benefit. They really fell back because those rascally Spaniards they were fighting for starved them, and beside that we had two other divisions marching to interpose between them and Portugal, and that old fox Wellington saw that unless he went off as fast as he could, he would be caught in a trap. They got a good start on us, but we followed, and 3 nights after Talavera 2 companies of us were quartered for the night in the village right out on the flank of the line we were following. Well, I got hold of a skin of as good wine as I ever drank. 2 or 3 of us stole out to enjoy it quietly and comfortably, and so thoroughly did we do it that I suppose I somehow mistook my way back to my quarters, wandered aside, and then lay down to sleep. I must have slept soundly, for I heard neither bugle nor drum. When I awoke, the sun was high, and there was a group of ugly-looking Spaniards standing near me. I tried to jump up to my feet, but found that my arms and legs were both tied. However, I managed to sit up and look round. Not a sign of our uniform was there to be seen, but a cloud of dust rising from the plain, maybe 10 miles away, showed where the army had gone. Well, I gave it up at once. A single French soldier had never found mercy at the hands of the Spaniards, and I only wondered that they had not cut my throat at once, instead of taking the trouble to fasten me up. I knew enough of their language to get along with, and putting as bold a face as I could on it, I asked them what they had tied me up for. They laughed in an unpleasant sort of way, and then went away. "Let me have a drink of water," I said, for my throat was nearly as dry as a furnace. They paid no attention, and till sunset left me there in the full heat of the sun. By the time they came back, I was half mad with thirst. I supposed then, as I have supposed ever since, that they did not cut my throat at once because they were afraid that some other detachments might come along, and that if they found my body or a pool of blood they would, as like as not, burn the village over their heads. Anyhow, at sunset 4 men came, cut the ropes from my feet, and told me to follow them. I said I would follow willingly enough if they would give me a drink of water first, but that if they didn't they might shoot me if they were liked, but not a step would I walk. They tried kicking and punching me with their guns, but finding that I was obstinate, one of them called to a woman down by the village, "Bring some water." I drank pretty near a bucketful, and then I said I was ready to go on. We went up the hill and then on some 10 miles to a village standing in the heart of a wild country. Here I was tied to a post. Two of them went away and returned in a few minutes with a man they call El Chico. I felt before that I had not much chance, but I knew now that I had none at all, for the name was well enough known to us as that of one of the most savage of the guerrilla leaders. He abused me for 10 minutes and told me that I should be burnt alive next morning, in revenge for some misconduct or other of a scouting party of ours. I pointed out that I was not one of that scouting party. It was unfair that I should be punished for their misdeeds, but of course it was of no use arguing with a ruffian like that. So he went away, leaving me to my reflections. I stood all night with my back to that post. Two fellows with muskets kept guard over me, but even if they hadn't done so, I could not have gotten away, for I was so tightly bound that my limbs were numbed, and the cords felt as if they were red hot. In the morning, a number of women brought up faggots. El Chico himself superintended their arrangement, taking care that they were placed in a large enough circle around me that the flames would not touch me, so that, in fact, I should be slowly roasted instead of burned. I looked about in the vague hope one always has that something might occur to save me, and my heart gave a jump when I saw a large body of men coming rapidly down a slope on the other side of the village. They were not our men, I was sure, but I could not see who they were. Anyhow, there might be someone among them who would interpose to save me from this villain. Everyone round me was too interested in what was going on to notice anything else, and you may be sure that I did not look that way again, for I knew well enough that if the guerrilla had noticed them, he would shoot me at once rather than run any risk of being balked of his vengeance. So it was not until they began to enter the village that anyone noticed the new arrivals. A mounted officer, followed by 4 troopers, dashed down ahead and rode up to us, scattering the crowd right and left. I saw at once by the uniform that he was an English officer, and knew that I was saved. I fancy I must have been weak, for I had had nothing to eat the day before, and had been tied up all night. For a time I think I really fainted. When I recovered, some soldiers had cut my bonds, and one was pouring some spirits down my throat. The English officer was giving it hot to El Chico. "You dog," he said, "it is you and the fellows like you who bring discredit on your country. You run like sheep when you see a French force under arms. You behave like inhuman monsters when, by chance, a single man falls into your power. I have half a mind to put you up against that wall there and have you shot, or what would meet your deserts better, hang you by yonder tree. Don't finger that pistol, you scoundrel, or I will blow your brains out. Be off with you, and thank your stars I did not arrive 2 minutes later, for if I had come too late to save this poor fellow's life, I swear to you that I would have hung you like a dog." "Who is the head man of the village?" A man stepped forward. "What do you mean, sir," said the line officer sternly, "by permitting this villain to use your village for his atrocities? As far as I can see, you are all as bad as he is, and I have a good mind to burn the whole place over your ears. As it is, I find the village 800 gallons of wine and 4,000 pounds of flour and 10 bullocks. See that it is all forthcoming in a quarter of an hour, or I shall set my men to help themselves. Not a word. Do as you are ordered." Then he dismounted and was coming to me when his eyes fell on El Chico. "Sergeant," he said to an uncommissioned officer, "take 4 men and march that fellow well outside the village, and then stand and watch him and see that he goes on, and if he doesn't, shoot him." Then he came over to me. "It is well that I arrived in time, my lad," he said in French. "How did you get into this scrape?" "It was wine did it, sir. I drank too much at our bivouac in a village down the plain, and did not hear the bugles in the morning, and got left behind. When I awoke they had tied me up, and they kept me lying in the sun all day, not giving me as much as a drop of water. At sunset they marched me up here, tied me to the post, and El Chico told me that I should be roasted in the morning, and so it certainly would have been if you had not come up." I learned that he was a Colonel Trant. He commanded a force of Portuguese and was a daring partisan leader, and gave us a great deal of trouble. I was never more pleased than I was at seeing the disgust of those villagers as they paid the fine imposed on them. And I should imagine that when El Chico paid his next visit there, his reception would not be a cordial one. The brigade had been marching all night and halted for 6 hours, and the bullocks, flour, and wine furnished them with a good meal all around. It was an hour or two before I was able to stand, but after a while the circulation got right, and I was able to accompany them when they marched. They did not know until I told them that our force had passed on ahead of them in pursuit of Wellington. I made no secret of that, for they would have heard it from the first peasant they met. When we started, the colonel asked me what I meant to do. "I don't want to keep you prisoner, my man," he said. "In the first place, I don't wish to be troubled with looking after you, and in the second, you cannot be considered as a prisoner of war, for you were unarmed and helpless when we found you. Now we are going to march all night. I am not going to tell you where we are going, but I think it likely that we shall pass within sight of your campfires, and in that case I will leave you to make your way down to them, and will hand you back your musket and pouch, which you may want if you happen to fall in with a stray peasant or two." I had noticed that they had taken along my musket and pouch, which had been brought up by the fellows that guarded me. They were strapped on to a mule's pack, of which they had about a couple of dozen with them, but I little thought the gun was going to be given me again. "Monsieur le Colonel," I said, "I thank you from my heart. I should have felt disgraced forever if I were to go into camp unarmed. Now I shall be able to go in with my head erect, and take my punishment for having got drunk, and failing to fall in at the assembly like a man. On the honor of a French soldier, I swear that I shall forever regard the English as the most generous of foes." It was noon when we started, and at 9 o'clock at night, as we were keeping along high up on the hills, I saw our bivouac fires. A minute or two later, the colonel rode up. "There are your fires, lad," he said. "I don't fancy there is any village between us and the spot where your people are encamped. However, as there is a moon, you will be able to avoid one if you come upon it, and seeing you are armed, any peasants you may meet will scarcely venture to attack you within musket shot of your own lines. Here is a note I have written to the colonel of your regiment, telling him of the plight I found you in, and expressing a hope that what you have gone through may be considered a sufficient punishment for your indulgence in too much wine. Good night." Well, I got down safely enough, of course. When I got to our line of pickets, I was challenged and sent in a prisoner. In the morning I was taken before the colonel. He rated me soundly, I can tell you. When he had finished, I saluted, handed him the note. He read it through and handed it to the major. "A letter from the enemy," he said. "It is from Trant, who must be a good fellow as well as a brave soldier, as we know to our cost. Tell me more about this, Rignold." I told him. "I agree with the Englishmen," he said. "You have had a lesson that will last you all of your life. I wish I had means of sending an answer back to the English colonel, thanking him for his generous treatment. If he ever falls into our hands, I will take care that this action of his shall be brought to the general's notice. You can go." Well, you see, the lesson has lasted all my life, and I am certainly not likely to forget it here, where the peasants are every bit as savage as the Spaniards. But as for the English, though I have fought with them half a dozen times since, and have been beaten by them too, I have always had a liking for them. That was one reason why I took to you, youngster, from the first. They fight well, do they?" one of the other sergeants asked. "I never was in Spain, but I thought from the bulletins that we generally beat them." "Bulletins," growled Rignold. "Who can believe bulletins? We have got so accustomed to writing bulletins of victory that when we do get thrashed we can't write in any other strain. Why, I'll tell you that we who have fought and conquered in Italy and Austria, in Prussia and on the Rhine, have learned to acknowledge among ourselves that even our best troops were none too good when it came to fighting the English. I fought a dozen battles against them, and in not one of them could I honestly say that we got the best of it. Talavera was the nearest thing. but we were fairly thrashed at Busaco and Salamanca. Albuera we claimed as a drawn fight, but such a drawn fight I never wish to share in again. The day had been going well. The Spaniards, of course, bolted, horse and foot. But at last matters cleared up, and we advanced against them in heavy columns. Soult called up all the reserves. We had captured 6 of their guns. Our columns had crowned the hill they held, and we cheered loudly, believing that the battle was won, when an English brigade in line fell upon us. Our guns swept them with grape, and that so terribly that for a time they fell into confusion. But to our astonishment they rallied and came down on us. We were 4-1, but we were in columns and strove in vain to form into line to meet them. Volley after volley swept away the head of our formation. Soult exposed himself recklessly. Officers and men ran forward, and we kept up a fire that seemed as if it must destroy them, and yet on they came, cheering incessantly. Never did I see such a thing. Never did any other man there see such a thing. They came down upon us with the bayonet. We strove, we fought like madmen, but it was in vain, and we were hurled down that hill in utter confusion. We heard afterwards that of the 6,000 British soldiers who began the day, but 1,800 stood unwounded at the end. They had with them 24,000 Spaniards, but of course we never counted them as anything, and they did their allies more harm than good by throwing them into confusion in their flight. We had 19,000 infantry, all veteran troops, mind you, and yet we could not storm that hill and drive those 6,000 Englishmen off it. We lost over 8,000 men, and that in a battle that lasted only 4 hours. Our regiment suffered so that it was reduced to 1/3 of its number. We fought them again at Salamanca and got thrashed there. Soon after that we were sent back to France to fill up our ranks again, and I for one was glad indeed when we were sent to the Rhine and not back to Spain. For I tell you, I never want to meet the English again in battle. Borodino was bad enough, and for stubborn, hard fighting the Russians have proved themselves as tough customers as one can want to meet. But the English have more dash and quickness. They maneuver much more rapidly than do the Russians, and when they charge you have either got to destroy them or to go. You are right there, comrade, another said. I was with my regiment, the 5th, at Badajoz. It was a strong place. Philipson, who was in command, was a thoroughly good officer. He had strengthened the defences in every way, and the garrison was 5,000 strong. We reckoned we could hold out for 3 months, anyhow. 15,000 men sat down before us on the 17th of March and began to open trenches against a strong outlying fort. We made several sorties and did all we could to hinder them, but on the 25th they stormed the fort. It was defended desperately, but in an hour it was all over. Still, that was only an outlying work. Soult was known to be advancing to our relief, but he waited to gather as large a force as possible, believing, reasonably enough, that we could hold out a month, while we still calculated on holding out for 3. The English worked like demons, and on the 6th of April they had made 2 breaches. We had prepared everything for them. We had planted mines all over the breaches. We had scores of powder barrels and hundreds of shells ready to roll down. We had guns placed to sweep them on both flanks and along the top. We had a stockade of massive beams in which were fixed sword blades, while in front of this the breach was covered with loose planks studded with sharp iron points. Every man behind the stockade had half a dozen spare muskets. A legion of devils could not have taken the place. They did not take it, but never did mortal men try harder. Even when they felt that it was absolutely impossible, they stood there amid that storm of shot and shell, exploding powder barrels, and bursting mines. 2,000 men were killed in that breach, and yet they still stood there. Our own triumph was but a short one, for another British division had carried the castle. While we were exulting in victory, the town was lost. Thus, you see, they had in 20 days captured the fortress that we and everyone else made sure we could defend for at least 3 months. Fortunately, we were exchanged a short time afterwards, and so I escaped being sent to an English prison. I agree with you, Rignold. I am ready to do my share of fighting, but I would rather do it against anyone, even against these Russians, than against the English, and I think you will find that every man who has served in Spain would say the same. After all, comrades, another veteran said, it seems to me that it does not make much difference who you have got to fight against, for you see the generals make things about even. If one of our generals finds there are, say, 50,000 Spaniards marching against him, while his force is only 10,000, he gives battle. Well, he won't give battle to 50,000 Austrians unless he has got something like 35,000. I should say that after Borodino, he would like to have 40,000, at least, against 50,000 Russians. No doubt the English calculate the same way, and in Spain we must admit that we always found them ready to fight when, as far as our numbers went, we outmatched them. So I take it that the difference between the fighting powers of armies is not felt so much as you would think by each soldier, because allowance for that is made by the generals on both sides, and the soldiers find themselves always handicapped just in proportion to their fighting powers. So you see there is a big element of luck in it. The question of ground comes in, and climate, and so on. Now, taking Spain through 10,000 against 50,000 would be fair enough odds in a fight in the open. If 100 of us were attacked by 500 Spaniards among the mountains, it would go very hard with us. And again, though 1,000 Frenchmen might repulse 3,000 of those Mamelukes if they attacked us in the cool of the morning or in the evening, yet if we were caught in the middle of the day with the sun blazing down and parched with thirst, we might succumb. Then, of course, the question of generals counts for a great deal. So you see that even supposing both sides agree, as it were, as to the fighting powers of their troops, the element of luck counts for a lot, and before you begin the fight, you can never feel sure that you are going to win. Well, but we do win almost everywhere, Brizon. Yes, because we have Napoleon, and Ney, and Soult, and the rest of them. We have had to fight hard many and many a time, and if the battle had been fought between the same armies, with a change of general, things would have gone quite differently to what they did. You were with Napoleon in Egypt, were you not? Julian asked. Yes, I was there, and bad as this desolate country is, I would anyhow rather campaign here than in Egypt. The sun seems to scorch into your very brain, and you are suffocated by dust. Drink as much as you will, you are always tormented by thirst. It is a level plain, for the most part treeless, and with nothing to break the view but the mud villages, which are the same colour as the soil. Bah! We loathe them. And yet I ought not to say anything against the villages, for if it had not been for one of them, I should not be here now. I will tell you the tale. 200 of us had been dispatched to seize some of the leading sheiks, who were said to be holding a meeting in some place 15 miles away from where we were encamped. We had a squadron of horses and 100 of our men. We afterwards found that the whole story was a lie, invented to get us into a trap. We were guided by a villainous-looking rogue on a camel, and beyond the fact that we were marching southeast, we had no idea where we were going. Half the cavalry kept ahead. We had marched 4 hours when, on coming on to the crest of one of the sand hills, we saw about half a mile away a little clump of mud huts. Near the foot of some high hills to the right were some tents. There it is, the guide said, pointing to the tents, and the cavalry set off at a gallop, followed by the guide, who soon fell far into their rear. Just as the cavalry reached the tents, we saw 2 great masses of horsemen appear from behind the sand hills on either flank, and with loud yells ride down upon them. With a shout of fury we were about to break into a run, but the major who was in command said, "It is useless, comrades. There is but one hope. Make for that village. We can hold that, and there, if any of our comrades escape, they will find shelter. Double, march." Off we went. But it was against the grain. We could hear the cracking of pistols, the shouts of our brave fellows, the yells of the Arabs, and our hearts were there. But we felt that the major was right. There must have been fully a couple of thousand of the Arabs, and we should have but thrown away our lives. It was a terrible run. The heat was stifling. The dust rose in clouds under our feet. We could scarcely breathe, but we knew that we were running for life. As we neared the village, we heard yells behind us. "100 yards further, lads," the major shouted. We did it, and when we reached the first house, we halted. 300 yards away were a dozen of our troopers, followed by a mob of Arabs. The major faced 20 men about and ordered the rest of us to divide ourselves among the huts. There were but 9 of these. The villagers who had seen us coming had bolted, and we had just got into the houses when we heard the rear guard open fire. There was a young lieutenant with the troopers, and as they rode in he ordered them to dismount and to lead their horses into the huts. A moment later the rear guard ran in. We felt for a moment like rats caught in a trap, for in the hut I was in there were but 2 rooms. One had no light but what came in at the door, and the other had an opening of about 9 inches square that was not looking into the street. In a moment, however, we saw that there was a ladder leading up to the flat roof, and we swarmed up. These houses are all built with flat roofs made of clay like the walls. Some of them have parapet about a foot high, some of them none at all. In better class villages some of the parapets are a good deal higher, so that the women can sit there unobserved from the other roofs. The hut we were in had a low parapet, and we threw ourselves down behind it. The street was full of horsemen, yelling and discharging their guns at the door, but when almost at the same moment a rattling fire broke out from every roof, the scene in the streets changed as if by magic. Men fell from their horses in all directions. The horses plunged and struggled, and so terrible was the melee that, had the houses stood touching each other, I doubt whether a man of those who entered would have got out alive. As it was, they rode out through the openings, leaving some 60 or 70 of their number dead in the street. We had breathing time now. The whole of the Arab horsemen presently surrounded us, but the lesson had been so severe that they hesitated to make another charge into the village. The major's orders that we were not to throw away a shot lest they charged down in force were passed from roof to roof round the village. We were ordered to barricade the doors with anything we could find, and if there was nothing else, we were, with our bayonets, to bring down part of the partition walls and pile the earth against the door. Each hut was to report what supply of water there was in it. This was to be in charge of the non-commissioned officers, or the oldest soldier if there was not one, and he was to see that it was not touched at night. It was to be divided equally among the huts. "You will understand, men," he shouted from his roof, "that our lives depend more upon the water than upon your arms. We could defend this place against that horde for a year, but if water fails altogether, there will be nothing to do but to sally out and sell our lives as dearly as we can." Fortunately, we had still water with us, for it was not known whether we should find any on the march, and we had been ordered to leave our kits behind, and to carry, in addition to the water bottles, a skin holding about a gallon. In our hut we found 8 porous jars, each of which would hold about a couple of gallons. 6 of them were full. The empty ones were filled up from our skins, for these jars kept the water wonderfully cool. In none of the other huts had they found so good a supply as ours, but all had more or less water, and on totaling them up, it was found that there was an average of 4 jars in each hut, without, of course, counting that which we had brought. As there were 110 of us, this gave us a total supply of 182 gallons, rather better than a gallon a half a man. The major ordered that the allowance was to be a pint night and morning for the first 4 days. If help did not come at the end of that time, it was to be reduced by half. We could see where the water came from. There was a well-worn path from the village to a hollow about 300 yards away, and we could see that there was a great hole, and it was down this that the women went to fill their water jars. It was a consolation to us that it was so close, for if the worst came to the worst, half of us could go down at night and refill the jars. No doubt they would have to fight their way, but as the rest could cover them by their fire, we felt that we should be able to manage it. For the next 4 days we held the place. We slept during the day. The Arabs did not come near us then, but as soon as it got dusk and they began to crawl up, and flashes of fire would break out all around us. Unfortunately, there was no moon, and as they came up pretty nearly naked, their bodies were so much the color of the sand that they could not be made out 20 yards away. They were plucky enough, for they would come right in among the houses and fire through the doors. Sometimes a number of them would make a rush against one, but nothing short of bursting the doors into splinters would have given them an entry. So firmly did the piles of earth hold them in their places. In the middle of the 5th day, a cloud of dust was seen across the plain from the direction in which we came. No one had a doubt that it was a party sent to our relief, and every man sprang to his feet and swarmed up onto the roof as soon as the man on watch above us told us the news. Directly afterward the major shouted, "Each man can have a ration of water." In a few minutes we saw the Arabs mount and ride off, and it was not long before 500 of our cavalry rode into the village. We had only lost 5 men. All had been shot through the head as they were firing over the parapet. We had each night buried those who fell, and in 5 minutes after the arrival of the cavalry we were ready to start on our march back. If it had not been for that village, and for the quickness with which the major saw what was the only thing to be done, not a single man would ever have got back to camp to tell what had happened. They were brave fellows, those Arabs, and if well drilled by our officers, would have been grand troops on such an expedition as this, and would have taught the Cossacks a good many things at their own game. The Egyptian infantry was contemptible, but the Arabs are grand horsemen. I don't say that in a charge, however well drilled, they can stand against one of our cuirassiers' regiments. Men and horses would be rolled over, but for skirmishing, vedette duty, and foraging, no European cavalry would be in it with them. They are tireless, both horses and men, and will go for days on a little water and a handful of dates, and if the horses can get nothing else, they will eat the dates just as contentedly as their masters. Several times as these stories had been told, the group had risen to their feet to watch the fires that were burning in various parts of the town, and just as the sergeant brought his story to a close, the assembly sounded. "I have been expecting that for some time," Brison said, "as our division is nearest to the city. I thought they would be sure to turn us out before long to put out those fires. They must be the work of some of our rascally campfires, or of some of the ruffians of the town, who have been breaking into deserted houses and plundering them. Well, the liquor is finished, and there is always interest in fighting a fire." 5 minutes later the Grenadiers of the Rhone and 6 other regiments of their division marched into Moscow to extinguish the flames. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Through Russian Snows by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. With the rear guard. Napoleon had as yet no idea that the fires were other than accidental, and the next morning removed his headquarters to the imperial palace, the Kremlin, from which he fondly hoped to dictate terms of peace to Russia. But it was not long before the truth became evident. Every hour fresh fires broke out, and spreading rapidly, by nightfall the whole city was in flames. On the following day the Kremlin itself became so uninhabitable from the heat that the emperor was forced to withdraw from it and could not return till the 20th, when heavy rains extinguished the flames, which had already consumed 9/10 of the city. Of 48,000 houses, only 700 escaped. Of 1,600 churches, 800 were destroyed and 700 damaged. Of 24,000 wounded French and Russians in the hospital, more than 20,000 perished in the flames. In the meantime, Kutuzov had tardily adopted the advice he had before rejected, had moved round with his army and taken up his position on the Oka river near Kulonga, where he menaced the French line of communication. Already the Cossack cavalry was hovering round Moscow, intercepting convoys and cutting up small detachments, while the horses of the French cavalry were so worn out by fatigue and famine that in several affairs with the Russian cavalry the latter gained decisive advantages. "You are right again, comrade," the old sergeant said to Julian, who had been promoted to the rank of sergeant after the battle of Borodino, as they stood together on the night of the 15th, gazing at the terrible spectacle of the city enveloped in flames. "Peste! These Russians are terrible fellows. Who could have thought of such a thing? It is a bad lookout for us." "A terrible lookout, there is no denying it," Julian agreed. "It is impossible for the army to stay here without food, without forage, and without shelter, with our communications threatened, and the Russian army on our flank. I see nothing for it but to retreat, and the sooner we are out of it the better. Were I the emperor, I would issue orders for the march to begin at daylight. In another month winter will be on us, and none can say what disasters may befall the army." Had the order been given that day, the French army might have made its way back to the frontier, with heavy losses doubtless, but without disaster. But Napoleon could not bring himself to believe that the Russians would refuse to enter into negotiations. He tried through various sources to send proposals to Alexander, even opened secret negotiations with Kutuzov, and had arranged for a private meeting with him, when the matter was stopped by Sir Robert Wilson, who had received specific instructions from the Emperor Alexander to interpose in his name to prevent any negotiations whatever being carried on. Thus week after week of precious time passed, and then a portion of the army moved against the Russians. Several engagements took place, the advantage generally resting with the Russians, especially in an engagement with Murat, who suffered a decisive repulse. Julian had, as soon as the fire in Moscow burnt itself out, employed himself in endeavouring to buy some warm garments. Money was plentiful, for there had been no means of spending it since they entered Russia, and he was fortunate in being able to buy some very warm tinder garments that had been looted by the plunderers on the night of their first arrival before Moscow. He also purchased a peasant's sheepskin caftan with a hood, and sewed this into his military cloak so as to form a lining, the hood being for the time turned inside. From another sheepskin he manufactured a couple of bags to be used as mittens without fingers or thumbs. Many of his comrades laughed at him as he did this work, but as the days grew colder most of them endeavoured to follow his example, and the skins of sheep brought in occasionally by the cavalry were eagerly bought up. Encouraged by his success, Julian next manufactured a pair of sheepskin leggings with the wool inside. They were sewn up at the bottom so that they could be worn over his boots. The shape left much to be desired, but by cutting up a blanket he had made two long bands, each 3 inches wide and some 20 feet long. These he intended to wrap tightly round the leggings when in use. The leggings, gloves, and bands were stowed away in his knapsack, almost everything else being discarded to make room for them, for he felt sure that there would be no inspection of kits until the frontier had been crossed. Still, Napoleon could not bring himself to issue a general order for a retreat, but corps after corps were moved along the western road. Mortier's division remained last in Moscow and marched on the 23rd of October, after having, by Napoleon's orders, blown up the Kremlin, the Church of St. Nicholas, and the adjoining buildings. The safest line of retreat would have been through Witebsk, but Napoleon took the more southern road, and the army believed that it was intended to fight another great battle with the Russians. The weather at first was fine. On the 24th, the vanguard, under the Viceroy, came in contact with Dr. Rowe's division, and a fierce fight took place near Malo-Juroslavets. The French were checked, and Kutusow coming up with the main army, it was apparent to all that the French vanguard could be overwhelmed and Napoleon's retreat brought to a standstill. But just as the generals were all expecting the order to attack Kutusow, whose previous conduct in entering into secret negotiations with Napoleon had excited strong suspicions of his good faith, announced that he had changed his mind and ordered the Russian army to draw off, thus for a time saving the French from complete disaster. The battle, however, had been a sanguinary one, no less than 10,000 being killed on each side. After the retirement of the Russians, the retreat was continued. Davoust commanded the advance. Ney's division was to cover the rear. The French army at first moved very slowly, for it was not until the 29th that Napoleon reached Borodino. He himself had long been in ill health. Bodily pain had sapped his energy. He had for a long time been unable to sit on a horse, and had travelled in a closed carriage. Consequently, he seemed to have lost for a time all his energy and quickness of decision, and after 5 weeks thrown away at Moscow, another was wasted in slow movements when haste was of the greatest importance. The French suffered too from the disadvantage that, while their every movement was discovered and reported by the ubiquitous Cossacks, they themselves were in absolute ignorance of the strength and movements of the enemy. On the 6th of November a bitter frost set in, and the soldiers awoke chilled to the bone, and with gloomy anticipations of what would happen when the full rigour of a Russian winter was upon them. In some respects the frost was an advantage, for it hardened the roads, that were before almost impassable from the amount of heavy traffic that had passed over them. But upon the other hand, floating masses of ice speedily covered the rivers, rendering the work of fording them painful and difficult in the extreme. A Russian division had, on the 3rd, pressed hotly on the retreating column just as they reached the Vyazma River. A sanguinary conflict took place. The corps of the Viceroy passed through the town on its banks and crossed the river in fair order, but that of Davoust broke and crossed in great confusion, covered by Ney's division, which retreated steadily, facing about from time to time and repulsing the infantry attacks, but suffering heavily from the artillery. Ney set the town on fire to cover his retreat, crossed the bridges, and then stemmed the further advance of the Russians. The French loss in the engagement was 6,000 killed and wounded and 2,000 prisoners. The Viceroy was directed to march on Witebsk, but he was overtaken by the enemy when endeavouring to throw a bridge over the half-frozen little river called the Vop. The bridge, hastily made, gave way. The banks were extremely steep. The grenadiers waded through the water full of floating ice, came up to their breasts, but the artillery following was unable to climb the bank, and the guns were soon frozen fast in the river, and they and the whole of the baggage had to be left behind. A similar misfortune befell another of the Viceroy's divisions, which had remained behind to cover the retreat, And of the 14,000 soldiers who commenced the march, but 6,000 remained with their colours, and but 12 of the 92 guns that accompanied them. The condition of the French army rapidly deteriorated. The cold had already become intense, and the soldiers, being weak with hunger, were less able to support it. The horses died in great numbers, and the flesh was the principal food upon which the troops had to rely. No one dared straggle to forage, for the Cossacks were ever hovering around, and the peasants, emerging from their hiding places in the forest, murdered for the most part with atrocious tortures everyone who fell out of the ranks from wounds, exhaustion, or frostbite. Julian had, since their retreat began, again recovered his spirits. He was now not fighting to conquer a country of which he had no animosity, but for his own life and that of thousands of sick and wounded. "I am glad that we are in the rear guard," he said to a number of non-commissioned officers who were, one evening, when they were fortunate enough to be camped in a wood, gathered around a huge fire. "Why so, Jules? It seems to me that we have the hardest work, and beside, there is not a day that we have not to fight." "That is the thing that does us good," Julian replied. "The columns ahead have nothing to do but to think of the cold and hunger and misery. They straggle along. They no longer march. With us it is otherwise. We are still soldiers. We keep our order. We are proud to know that the safety of the army depends on us, and if we do get knocked over with a bullet, surely that is a better fate than dropping from exhaustion and falling into the hands of the peasants." "You are right, Jules," several of them exclaimed. "It is better 1,000 times." "We have a bad prospect before us," Julia went on. "There is no denying that, but it will make all the difference how we face it. Above all things we have got to keep up our spirits. I have heard that the captains of the whalers in the northern seas do everything in their power to interest and amuse their crews. They sing, they dance, they tell stories of adventures, and the great thing is to keep them from brooding over the present. I am but a young sergeant, and most of you have gone through many a campaign, and it is not for me to give advice, but I should say that above all things we ought to try to keep up the spirits of our men. If we could but start the marching songs we used to sing as we tramped through Germany, it would set men's feet going in time. We would make them forget the cold and hunger, and they would march along erect instead of with their eyes fixed on the ground and stumbling as if they could not drag their feet along. We should tell them why we sing, or they might think it was a mockery. Tell them that the Grenadiers of the Rhone mean to show that, come what may, they intend to be soldiers to the last, and to face death, whether from Russians or from the winter. Heads erect and courage high. Let us show them that, as we have ever done our duty, so we shall do it to the end, and that it will be a matter of pride that throughout the division it should be said, when they hear our songs, 'There go the Grenadiers of Rhone, brave fellows and good comrades. See how they bear themselves.'" "Bravo, bravo, Jules! Bravo, Englishmen!" the whole of the party shouted. "So it shall be. We swear it. The Grenadiers of Rhone shall set an example." Suddenly the voices hushed, and Julian was about to look round to see the cause of their silence, when a hand was laid on his shoulder, and turning he saw Ney standing beside him with 3 or 4 of his staff. They had come up unobserved, and had stopped a few paces away just as Julian began to speak. "Bravo, comrade," the marshal said, "spoken in the true spirit of a soldier. Were there a dozen men like you in every regiment, I should have no fear for the future. Did they call you Englishmen?" "Yes, General. I was a prisoner of Verdun, though neither an English soldier or sailor, and when a call came for volunteers, and I was promised that I should not be called upon to fight against my own countrymen, I thought it better to carry a French musket than to rot in a French prison." "And you have carried it well," the marshal said. "Had you not done so, you would not have won your stripes among the men of the Grenadiers of the Rhone, where every man has again and again shown that he is a hero. Carry out your brave comrades' idea, lads. We all want comforting, and my own heart will beat quicker tomorrow as I ride along and hear your marching song, and I shall say to myself, God bless the brave Grenadiers of the Rhone. I trust that others will follow your example. What is your name, Sergeant? Julian Wyatt, General. Put it down in my notebook, Ney said to one of his staff. Good night, comrades. You have done me good. By the way, 100 yards to your left I marked a dead horse as I came along. It might help your suppers. Then, amid a cheer from the soldiers, Ney moved on with his staff. It was not many minutes before portions of the horse were cooking over the fire. I feel another man already, one of the younger sergeants laughed, as they ate their meal. Jules is right. Good spirits are everything. Bear in mind tomorrow, Antoine, another said, it is easy enough to be cheerful when one is warm and has got some meat, even though it be only horse flesh, and mighty tough at that, between your teeth. But it is harder to be so after 16 hours of marching and fighting. Well, we will try anyway, Jock. Another quarter of an hour and the circle broke up, the non-commissioned officers going off to the companies to which they belonged. Wood being plentiful, great fires were kept blazing all night, and round each was told what Julian had said, the commendation they had given the regiment, and his warm approval of the plan. As soon as the order was given to march in the morning, and Julian started one of their old marching songs, it was taken up from end to end of the column, to the astonishment of the officers and of the men of the other regiments within hearing. The effect upon the men themselves was electrical. The dogged look of determination with which they had before plodding along was supplanted by an air of gaiety. They marched along in time to the music, with a step that was most elastic. Not since they had crossed the Niemen had the song been heard. Occasionally a singer was silent for a minute or two and passed his hand across his eyes as he thought of the many voices of comrades, now hushed forever, that had then joined in the chorus. Half an hour later, Ney, followed by his staff, rode along past the column. As he reached its head he spoke to the colonel, and the order was at once given for the regiment to form up in hollow squares. When they had done so, the colonel shouted attention. Ney took off his plumed hat and said, in a voice loud enough to be heard by all, Grenadiers of the Rhone, I salute you. All honour to the regiment that has set an example to the army of cheerfulness under hardships. You will be placed in the order of the day with the thanks of your marshal for the spirit you have shown. Maintain it, my friends. It will warm you more thoroughly than any food or fire, and will carry you triumphantly through whatever fate may have in store for us. A deep cheer burst from the regiment as the gallant soldier bowed to his horse's mane and then rode on with his staff, while the regiment, again breaking into a song, continued its march. Late in the afternoon they were again engaged. The long columns ahead were delayed by crossing a narrow bridge over a river, and for 2 hours the rear guard had to stand firm against constant attacks by the Russians. At one time a heavy column of Russian infantry moved down upon them, but Ney, riding up to the grenadiers, said, I give you the post of honour, comrades. Drive back that column. The colonel gave the order to charge, and the regiment rushed forward with such ardour to the attack that the Russians were compelled to fall back with heavy loss, and shortly afterwards news came that the bridge was clear, and the rear guard followed the rest of the army. 40 of the grenadiers had fallen, among them their colonel and 2 other officers. The next morning, before the regiment marched, the major, as usual, read out to it the order of the day. The marshal expressed his approbation of the spirit which the Grenadiers of Rhone had manifested. "This fine regiment," he said, "has merited eulogium for the manner in which it has sustained the honour of its flag in every engagement in which it has taken part. The Marshal considers, however, that even higher praise is due to it for its bearing in the present stress of circumstances. Good spirits and the resolution to look at things in a cheerful light is the best method of encountering them, and it cheered the hearts of all near them to hear them singing their marching songs. The marshal, in passing them, was struck with the renewal of their martial appearance as they marched, head erect, in time to their songs, and he hopes that this example will be followed by the other regiments of the corps, and it is sure that not only will it be to the advantage of the discipline and efficiency of the troops, but it will greatly conduce to their own well-being, and the manner in which they will be able to support cold, hunger, and fatigue." The marshal had brought the conduct and fine bearing of the Grenadiers of the Rhone under the attention of the Emperor, in spite of the fact that the soldiers of Ney's corps had to endure a larger amount of hardship than that of the rest of the army, from the necessity of constant vigilance, and from the long hours they were upon the road. Their health suffered less than that of other troops. In the first place, they had an absolute faith in their commander. In the next, they were in the post of honour, and on them the safety of the whole army depended. Thus the constant skirmishing and occasionally hard fighting that went on braced them up and saved them from the moody depression that weighed upon the rest of the army. They had, too, some material advantage from the broken down wagons and vehicles of all sorts that fell behind. Every day they obtained a certain amount of stores, while from the bodies of those who had dropped from exhaustion, sickness, or cold, they obtained a supply of extra clothing. The morning after the reading of Ney's orders of the day, commending the regiment, an order from Napoleon himself was read at the head of the regiment, Ney taking his place by the side of the newly promoted colonel. The Emperor said that he had received the report of Marshal Ney of the conduct and bearing of the Grenadiers of the Rhone, together with a copy of his order of the day, and that this was fully endorsed by the Emperor, who felt that the spirit they were showing was even more creditable to them than the valour they had so often exhibited in battle, and that he desired personally to thank them. The marshal had also brought before his notice the conduct of Sergeant Wyatt of that regiment, who had, he was informed, been the moving spirit in the change that he so much commended, and as a mark of his approbation he had requested the marshal himself, as his representative, to affix to his breast the ribbon of the Cross of the Legion of Honour. The colonel called upon Sergeant Wyatt to come forward. Julian did so, saluted, and stood to attention, while the marshal dismounted and pinned to his breast the insignia of the order, while the regiment saluted, and, as Julian returned to his place in the ranks, burst into a hearty cheer. As soon as the marshal had ridden off and the regiment fell out, the officers gathered round Julian and congratulated him upon the honour he had received, and at the same time thanked him heartily for the credit that the regiment had gained through his means, while the enthusiasm of the soldiers knew no bounds. A word of praise from the Emperor was the distinction that French soldiers and French regiments most coveted, and to have been named not only by their marshal in his orders, but by the Emperor in a general order to the army, was an honour that filled every heart with pride. Julian had been a favourite before, but henceforth his popularity was unbounded. Many of the other regiments followed the example of the Grenadiers, and in spite of the ever-increasing cold and the constantly augmenting hardships, Ney's corps retained their discipline and efficiency. Their appearance, indeed, was no longer soldierly. Their garments were in rags. Many wore 3 or 4 coats. Their legs were encased in hay bands, strips of blankets, or sheepskins. Julian now took out, for the first time, from his knapsack the leggings that he had manufactured, and with the strips of blankets that he wound round them, they differed in appearance in no degree from the leggings of some of his comrades, except that they enveloped the feet also. On the day following the reading of Napoleon's order, the grenadier came upon an overturned caloche. It had been ransacked by a regiment that had preceded them. The driver and a woman lay dead beside it, and they would have passed on without paying any attention to it, had it not been for a faint cry that met the ears of Julian as his company passed close by it. He dropped back a few paces to an officer and asked leave to fall out for a minute. Going to the carriage, he found lying there among the cushions a little girl some 5 or 6 years old. Her cloak had been stripped off her, and she was blue with cold. Julian hesitated. "I will try anyway," he muttered to himself. He first ripped open one of the cushions, pulled out the woolen stuffing, and wrapped it round the child's arms and legs, binding it there with strips of the velvet covering the cushions. Then he took off his cloak and raised her on to his back, having first cut off one of the reins. With this he strapped her securely in that position, put on his warm cloak again, and then, hurrying forward, soon overtook the rear of the regiment. "Bravo, Jules!" many of the comrades said, as he passed along the column, while others asked, "Why do you encumber yourself with that child? It is enough now for every man to look to himself, and you cannot carry her far." "I will do what I can," he replied. "She is not so heavy as my knapsack when it is full, and it is empty now. I am only keeping it because it is useful as a pillow. I can't say how far I can carry her, but as long as I can go she shall. We have taken lives enough, heaven knows. It is as well to save one if one gets the opportunity." In half an hour Julian felt a movement on the part of his little burden, whose hands he had been chafing with his own occupied one. Presently something was said in Russian. He did not reply, and there was a little struggle, and the voice said in French, "Nurse, where am I? Where are you taking me? Where is the carriage?" "Do not fret, little one," Julian replied in the same language. "I am a friend and will take care of you. Your carriage broke down, so I am carrying you until we can get you another. Are you warm?" "Yes," the child said, "I am quite warm, but I want my nurse." "Nurse can't come to you now, my dear, but I will try to be a good nurse to you. I want to see what you are like." "You shall see presently," he said. "It would be very cold if you were to put your head outside. The best thing you can do is try to get some sleep." The warmth doubtless did more than Julian's exhortation, for the child said no more, and Julian felt certain after a short time that she had gone off to sleep. He was now in his place with his company again, and joined in the song that they were singing, softly at first, but as he felt no movement, louder and louder, until, as usual, his voice rose high above the chorus. Nevertheless, his thoughts were with the child. What was he to do with her? How was she to be fed? He could only hope for the best. So far Providence had assuredly made him the means of preserving her life, and to Providence he must leave the rest. It might be all for the best. The weight was little to him, and there was a sense of warmth and comfort in the little body that lay so close to his back. What troubled him most was the thought of what he should do with her when he was engaged with the Russians. He decided that she must stay then in one of the carts that carried the spare ammunition of the regiment, and accompanied it everywhere. "At any rate, if I should fall," he said, "and she be left behind, she has only to speak in Russian when the enemy comes up, and no doubt they will take care of her. Her father must be a man of some importance. The carriage was a very handsome one. If she can make them understand who she is, there is no doubt they will restore her to her parents. There was but little fighting that day, and when the regiment fell out, fortunately halting again in a wood, Julian waited until the fires were lighted, and then unloosened the straps and shifted the child round in front of him. She opened her eyes as he did so. "Well, little one, here we are at our journey's end," he said cheerfully. "You have had a nice sleep, and you look as warm as a toast." She was indeed changed. A rosy flush had taken the place of the bluish-grey tint on her cheeks. Her eyes were bright, and she looked round at the strange scene with a face devoid of all fear. "Are you my new nurse?" she asked. "Yes, dear." "You look nice," she said calmly, "but I should like Claire too. She can't come at present, little one, so you must put up with me." "Are you one of those wicked Frenchmen?" she asked. "I am an Englishman. Some of them are Frenchmen, but all Frenchmen are not wicked. You will see that all my friends here will be very kind to you, and will do everything they can to make you comfortable till we can send you to your friends again." The child was silent for some time. "There was a great noise," she said gravely, "and guns fired, and a coachman fell off the box, and then the nurse called out and opened the door and jumped out, and then the horses plunged and the carriage fell over, and I don't know any more." "There was an accident," Julian said. "Don't think about that now. I will tell you about it some day." "I am hungry," the child said imperiously. "Get me something to eat. We are going to cook our suppers directly, dear. Now let us go and sit by that fire. I am afraid you won't find the supper very nice, but it is the best we have got. What is your name?" "I am the Countess Stephanie Woronski," the little maid said. "And what is your name?" "My name is Julian Wyatt." "It is a funny name," the child said, "but I think I like it." Julian carried her to the fire and seated her with her feet before it. "Where is my cloak?" she asked, as on setting her down she perceived the deficiency. "And what are those ugly things?" and she looked at the swathing round her arms and legs. "Some bad men took your cloak," he said. "None of these men here did it, and you were very cold when I found you. So I put some of the stuffing from the cushions round you to keep you warm, and you must wear them till I get you another cloak. Comrades," he went on to the soldiers who had gathered round to look at the little figure, "this is Countess Stephanie Woronski, and I have told her that you will all be very kind to her and make her as comfortable as you can as long as she is with us." There was a general hum of assent, and when the child went gravely among them, shaking hands with each, many an eye was moistened as the men's thoughts went back to their own homes and to little sisters or nieces whom they had played with there. Soon afterwards the colonel came by, and Julian, stepping forward, saluted him and said, "I have picked up a little girl today, Colonel." "So I have been told, Sergeant. I think it was a mistake, but that is your business. Everyone is getting weaker, and you are not likely to be able to carry her for long. However, of course, you can take her if you like, and as long as there are horses to drag the ammunition carts, you can put her in them when you choose. It is only when we are fighting that I should want to stow her away." "She does not weigh more than a knapsack, Colonel." "Well, just as you like, Sergeant. If you wanted to take along 10 children, I could not say no to you. She is a pretty little thing," he added as he went nearer to her. "Yes, Colonel, she says she is a countess." "Poor little countess," the colonel said tenderly. "She will want something warmer than she has got on now." "We will manage that, Colonel. We will be warm enough as long as she is on the march with me. But as even before that fire she had not enough on her feet, we will contrive something. In the first broken down baggage wagon that we come across, we are pretty sure to find something that we can fit her out in." As yet the pressure of hunger had not come severely upon the Grenadiers. In the fights with the Russians, some of the horses of their own cavalry and artillery, and those of the enemy, were daily killed. Besides, the animals which dropped from fatigue were at once shot and cut up. Moreover, a small ration of flour was still served out, and the supper that night, if rough, was ample. Julian sat facing the fire with his cloak open and the child nesting up close to him. As soon as supper was over, half a dozen of the soldiers started off. "We will bring back a fit out, Jules, never fear. It will be strange if there is not something to be picked up in the snow between us and the next corps." In half an hour they came in again, one of them carrying a bundle. By this time the child was fast asleep, and taking off his cloak and wrapping it around her, Julian went across to them on the other side of the fire. "What have you got?" "A good find, Jules. It was a young officer. He was evidently coming back with an order, but his horse fell dead under him. The lad had lost an arm at Borodino, I expect, and was only just strong enough to sit his horse. We think that the fall on the hard snow stunned him, and the frost soon finished the work. He had been well fitted out, and some of his things will do for the little one. He had a fur-lined jacket which will wrap her up grandly from head to foot. Here are a pair of thick flannel drawers. If we cut them off at the knee you can tuck all her little clothes inside it, and they will button up under her arms and come down over her feet. She will look queer, but it will keep her warm. This pair of stockings will pull up her arms to her shoulders, and here is another pair that was in his valise. They are knitted, and one will pull down over her ears. You see they are blue. If you cut the foot off and tie up the hole, it will look like a fisherman's cap, and the other will go over her head and tie up under the chin." "Splendid, comrade. This is a first-rate fit-out. I am obliged to you indeed." "You need not talk of little things like that, Sergeant. There is not a man in the regiment who would not do a good deal more than that for you. Besides, we have all taken to the child. She will be quite the pet of the regiment." Moreover, the lad's valise was well filled. "We have tossed up for choice, and each of us has got something. Henry got the cloak, and a good one it is. I had the next choice, and I took his blanket, which is a double one. Jax had a horse rug. Ferron had another pair of drawers and his gloves, and Pierre, who has got a small foot, took his boots. So we have all done well." As Julian lay down with his hood over his head and the child held closely in his arms under his cloak, he felt strangely warm and comfortable, and breathed a prayer that he might be spared to carry the little waif he had rescued in safety across the frontier. "I will keep her with me," he said, "until she gets a bit bigger. By that time the war may be all over, and I will send her to my aunt. If I dare not go home myself, she will take care of her, and if she should have gone, I know Frank will do the best he can for the child, and may be able, through the Russian embassy, to send her back to her friends." The cold was so intense in the morning that the child offered no objection to her novel habiliments. Some inches had to be cut from the bottom of the jacket to keep it off the ground, and the strip served as a band to keep it close around her waist. "It is too big," she said a little fretfully. "It is large, Stephanie," Julian said, "but then you see there is the advantage that when you like you can slip your arms altogether out of the sleeves and keep them as warm as a toast inside. Now you get on my back and we will fasten you more comfortably than I could do yesterday." This, with the assistance of a couple of soldiers, was done. Then, putting on his cloak again, Julian fell in with his comrades, and, as usual, striking up a merry song, in which the rest at once joined, continued his march. Day passed after day. The Russians pressed hotly on the rear, and many times Ney's corps had to face about and repel their attacks. Sometimes, when the fighting was likely to be serious, Julian handed his charge over to the care of the driver of one of the ammunition carts, but as a rule he carried her with him, for she objected strongly to leaving him. On the march he often chose to be carried on his shoulder, a strange little figure with a high fur collar of the jacket standing up level with the top of her head, and a yellow curl or two making its way through the opening in front. She soon picked up the songs that were most often sung, and her shrill little voice joined in. She was now a prime favourite with all the men. Food became scarcer every day. The cavalry was now almost wholly dismounted, the horses still available being taken for the guns. Among the divisions in front the disorganization was great indeed. It was a mob rather than an army, and only when attacked did they form up and with sullen fury drive off the foe. At other times they tramped along silently, ragged and often shoeless, their feet wrapped in rough bandages. Whenever one fell from weakness he lay there unnoticed, save that sometimes a comrade would, in answer to his entreaties to kill him rather than to leave him to the mercy of the peasants, put his musket to his head and finished him at once. No one straggled, except to search a deserted cottage on the line, for all who fell into the hands of the peasants, who followed the army like wolves after a wounded stag, were either put to death by atrocious tortures or stripped and left to perish by cold. All the sufferings inflicted by the army in its advance upon the peasantry were now repaid an hundredfold, and the atrocities perpetrated upon all who fell into their hands were so terrible that Sir Robert Wilson wrote to the Tsar, imploring him for the honour of the country to put a stop to them. Alexander at once issued a proclamation offering the reward of a gold piece for every French prisoner brought in, and so saved the lives of many hundreds of these unfortunates. In the French army itself all feeling of humanity were also obliterated. The men fought furiously among themselves for any scrap of food, and the dead horse was often the centre of a desperate struggle. Those who fell were at once stripped of their garments, and death came all the sooner to put an end to their sufferings. The authority of the officers was altogether unheeded. Day by day the numbers dwindled away. The safety of the French army thus far was chiefly due to the vacillation, if not the absolute treachery, of Kutusow. Moving on by roads well supplied with provisions, and perfectly acquainted with the movements of the enemy, he was able to outmarch them, and several times had it absolutely in his power to completely overwhelm the broken remains of Napoleon's army. But in spite of the entreaties of the generals and the indignation of the army, he obstinately refused to give the order. The French army no longer travelled by a single road. Sometimes the corps was separated from each other by great masses of Russian troops. Numerous detached battles were fought, but in each of these the French troops, although suffering heavily, displayed their old courage, and either by hard fighting cut their way through obstacles, or managed by long and circuitous marches to evade them. Napoleon's plans, which, if carried out, would have saved the army, were brought to naught by the incapacity of the generals charged with the duty. The vast depots and stores that had been formed at various points fell successively into the hands of the various Russian armies now operating against the French. Bridges of vital importance on the line of retreat were captured and destroyed, and repeated defeats inflicted upon the armies that should have joined Napoleon as he fell back. Everywhere fatal blunders were made by the French commanders, and it seemed as if Heaven had determined to overthrow every combination formed by Napoleon's sagacity, in order that the destruction of his army should be complete. The army of MacDonald that should have joined him was itself warmly pressed by the forces of Wittgenstein and the garrison of Riga, which had been greatly reinforced. Schwarzenberg with the Austrian army fell back without striking a blow, for the Austrians, in the view of the misfortunes that had befallen Napoleon, were preparing to cast off their alliance with him and to aid in his discomfiture. Wittgenstein was ordered by Alexander to withdraw at once from his operations against MacDonald and to march upon Borisov on the Berezina, the point towards which Napoleon was making, while Admiral Tchichagow, with the army of the Danube that had been engaged in watching the Austrians, was to march in the same direction and also interpose to cut off the French retreat. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Through the Russian Snows by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Ney's retreat. Ney's corps, as usual, had remained at Smolensk as the rear guard of the army. The rest and abundance of food did much to restore their morale. Ney had utilized the time they remained there to see that the arms were examined and new ones served out from the magazines, in place of those found to be defective. A certain amount of clothing was also served out to the troops, and discipline restored. The numerous stragglers belonging to the divisions that had gone on were incorporated with his regiments, and all prepared for the toilsome and dangerous march before them. They believed that Krasnoy they should come up with the main body of the army, but Krasnoy had already fallen, and the enemy were mustering thickly along the road. "We have a rough time before us, Jules," one of the veterans said. "I should not say as much to any of the youngsters, but your spirits seem proof against trouble. You see, in the first place, we know really nothing of what is going on. For the last 4 days we have heard the sound of cannon in the air. It is a long way off, and one feels it rather than hears it, but there has certainly been heavy and almost constant fighting. Well, that shows that there are Russians ahead of us. Never was I in a country before where we can get no news. It is all guesswork. There may be 50,000 Russians already between us and Davout's division, and there may only be a handful of Cossacks. It is a toss-up. Nothing seems to go as one would expect in this country. We are at a big disadvantage, for the skill of our generals is thrown away when they are working all together in the dark. Do you know, this reminds me a good deal of our pursuit of your army to Corunna. Only there I was one of the hunters, while here we are the hunted. When we entered the towns they had quitted, we heard that they were altogether disorganized, a mere rabble of fugitives. But whenever we came up to them they turned around and fought like their own bulldogs, and never did they make a stronger stand than they did when we came up at last and caught them at Corunna. There was the army we had been told was a disorganized mass, standing in as good order and with as firm a front as if they had but just landed from their ships. And it was not in appearance only. They had 16,000 men, we had 20. They had only 6 or 8 cannon, having embarked the remainder on board their ships. We had over 50 guns, and with Soult in command of us, there was not a man but regarded the affair as being as good as over, but considered that the whole of them would fall into our hands. Well, it wasn't so. We were on a higher ground than they were, and soon silenced their little guns, and the village of Elvira, in front of their position, was carried without difficulty. Suddenly their reserve marched round, fell on our flank, and threatened our great battery that was in position there. They drove us out of Elvira, and for a time held us in check altogether. The fight round there became very hot, but as they pushed forward and continued to attack us so desperately that they partly rolled our left up, and if it had not been that night set in, the fight had not begun until 2 o'clock, things would have gone very badly with us, for we were falling back in a great deal of confusion. There was a river behind us, with but a single bridge by which we could retreat, and I can tell you we were glad indeed when the English ceased to press us and the firing stopped. All night their picket fires burned, and we were expecting to renew the battle in the morning, when we found that their position was deserted and that they were embarking on board their ships. That shows that although troops may be greatly disorganized in a retreat, they do not fight any the worse when you come up to them. The English had practically no guns. They had no cavalry. They were inferior numbers, and yet they beat us off. Their back was against the wall, you see. They knew that if they didn't do it there was nothing but a French prison before us. It is the same thing with us, lad. We don't want to fight. We want to get away if we can. But if we have got to fight, we shall do it better than ever, for defeat would mean death, and if a soldier has got to die, he would 1,000 times rather die by a musket ball or a bayonet thrust than by cold and hunger. There is one thing in our favour. The country we have to cross now is for the most part forest, so we shall have wood for our bivouacs, and if we have to leave the road it will cover our movements and give us a chance of making our way round the enemy. You will find that child a heavy burden, Jules. I do not blame you for bringing her along with you, but when things come to such a pass as this, a man needs every ounce of his strength." "I am aware of that," Jules said, looking at Stephanie as she stood laughing and talking with some of the soldiers at a fire close by, "but I believe that I shall save her. I cannot help thinking she would never have given that little cry which met my ears as I passed by the broken carriage, if it had not been meant that she should be saved. To all appearances she was well nigh insensible, and she would have suffered no more pain. It would have been a cruel instead of a kind of action to save her, when she was already well nigh dead. I firmly believe that whoever falls during the struggle that may be before us, that child will get through safely and be restored to her parents. I don't say that I think that I myself shall go through it, but my death does not necessarily mean hers. If she falls into the hands of the peasants and tells them who she is, they may take care of her for the sake of getting a reward, and she may in time be restored to her friends. At any rate, as long as I have enough strength to carry her, I shall assuredly do so. When I cannot, I shall wrap her in my cloak and shall lie down to die, bidding her sit wrapped up in it till she sees some Russians approaching. She will then speak to them in their own language and tell them who she is, and that they will get a great reward from her parents if they take care of her and send her to them. You are a good fellow, comrade, a man with a heart. I trust that whoever gets out of this alive, you may be one of them. To most of us it matters little one way or the other. We have had our share of good luck, and cannot expect that the bullets will always avoid us. Now let us turn in, for we march at daybreak. At any rate, we may think ourselves lucky to have had 5 days' rest here, with no more trouble than was needed to keep the Russians from occupying that place across the river. Julian called Stephanie to him, lay down by the side of his comrade near the fire, and was soon fast asleep. They were under arms before daylight broke, and in a few minutes were on their way. They had marched but half a mile when a series of tremendous explosions were heard. The magazines left behind at Smolensk had been blown up, together with such buildings as the fire had before spared. 112 guns had been left behind, there being only sufficient horses remaining to draw 12. The fighting force was reduced to 7,000 combatants, but there was almost as many stragglers more or less armed with them. The march led by the side of the Dnieper, and they bivouacked that night at Korodina. The next day they arrived at a point within 4 miles of Krasnoy, where, on a hill fronted by a steep ravine, 12,000 Russians with 40 guns had taken up their positions. A thick mist covered the lower ground, and the advance of the French was not perceived by the enemy until they were within a short distance of its crest. Then the 40 guns poured a storm of grape into the leading regiment. The survivors, cheering loudly, rushed forward at the batteries, and had almost reached them when a heavy mass of Russian artillery flung themselves upon them with the bayonet, and after a short but desperate struggle, hurled them down the hill again. The Russian cavalry charged them on the slope and swept through their shattered ranks. Ney, ignorant that Napoleon had already left Krasnoi and that the whole Russian army barred his way, made another effort to force a passage. He planted his 12 guns on a height above the ravines, and sent forward several companies of sappers and miners to endeavour to carry the battery again. Gallantly they made their way up the hill through a storm of fire, but the Russians again fell upon them in great force, and a few indeed were enabled to make the descent of the hill and rejoin their comrades. Darkness had set in now, and Ney, finding it impossible to make his way further, and feeling sure that had the Emperor been still at Krasnoi he would have sent a force to his assistance, fell back into the forest. His position was a desperate one. The scanty supply of provisions with which they had started were exhausted, and they were in an unknown country, surrounded by foes, without a guide, without carriage for the wounded, without an idea of the direction in which to march. The Russian general sent in 2 flags of truce, offering him terms of capitulation which would save the life of himself and of his brave soldiers. Ney, however, was not yet conquered. He detained the messenger with the flags of truce, lest they might take news to their general of the position of his force, and then, with all capable of the exertion, continued his march. They passed in silence within half a mile of the Cossack fires, and reached a village on the Dnieper, attempted the passage, but the ice broke under the first gun, and it was necessary to abandon the whole of the artillery and every vehicle. Before the entire body had passed, the Cossacks, attracted by the sound made by the troops marching across the ice, arrived and captured several hundred prisoners, for the most part stragglers. In a village further on they found temporary rest, surprising a few Cossacks and capturing their horses, which afforded a ration to the troops. But on the next morning a great swarm of Cossacks appeared on the plain and opened a heavy artillery fire. Unable to advance in that direction, the column turned towards a wood on its left, but as it was about to enter the refuge, a battery concealed there poured a volume of grape into them. The column hesitated, but Ney dashed to the front, and they rushed forward and drove the battery from the wood. All day they continued their march through the forest, until, coming upon a village, they obtained a few hours' rest and shelter and some food. It had been a terribly heavy day, for the snow here was not, as on the road, trampled down, and the marching was very heavy. Julian had carried the child the greater part of the day. The grenadiers had not been actively engaged, as they formed the rear guard, and several times his friend the sergeant relieved him of Stephanie's weight. "This is better luck than I looked for, comrade," he said as they cooked the food they had found in the village, filled their pipes, and sat down by a blazing fire. "Peste! I was frightened as we crossed the river last night. We knew the ice was not strong, and if it had given way as we crossed, not a man upon it would have reached the other side. However, it turned out for the best, and here we are again, and I believe we shall somehow get through after all. Ney always has good luck. There is never any hesitation about him. He sees what has to be done and does it. That is the sort of man for a leader. I would rather serve under a man who does what he thinks best at once, even if it turns out wrong, than one who hesitates and wants time to consider. Ney has been called the child of victory, and I believe in his star. Anyone else would have surrendered after that fight yesterday, and yet you see how he has got out of the scrape so far. I believe that Ney will cross the frontier safe, even if he carries with him only a corporal's guard." Julian was too exhausted to talk, and every moment of rest was precious. Therefore, after smoking for a short time, he lay down to sleep. At daybreak the next morning the march through the forest continued. When from time to time they approached its edge, the Cossacks could be seen hovering thickly on the plain, but they dared not venture into the wood, which was so close that their horses would be worse than useless to them. At 3 o'clock, when within 20 miles of Orza, 2 Polish officers volunteered to push ahead to that town on some peasants' horses that had been brought from the village where they had slept, to acquaint the commander of any French force that might be there with their situation and to pray for assistance. After a halt of an hour, the column pushed on again. When they had marched another 12 miles, the forest ceased. Night had long since fallen, and a thick fog hung over the ground. This served to hide their movements, but rendered it difficult in the extreme for them to maintain the right direction. Their way led over a steep hill, which was climbed with great difficulty by the exhausted troops. But on reaching the summit, they saw to their horror a long line of bivouac fires illuminating the plain in front of them. Even the most sanguine felt despair for a moment. Ney himself stood for a few minutes speechless. Then he turned to his men. "There is but one thing to do, comrades," he said. "It is death to stay here. Better 1,000 times meet it as soldiers. Let us advance in absolute silence, and then rush upon the enemies and strive to burst our way through. They cannot know that we are so near, and, aided by the surprise, we may force a passage. If we fail, we will, before we die, sell our lives so dearly that our enemies will long bear us in remembrance." In silence the column marched down the hill. No sound proclaimed that the enemy had taken the alarm. When within charging distance, the line levelled its bayonets and rushed forward to the fires. To their stupefaction and relief, they found no foe to oppose them. The fires had been lighted by the order of the Cossack general, to make them believe that an army lay between them and Orza, and so caused them to arrest their march. Half an hour was given to the men to warm themselves by the fires, then the march was resumed. 3 miles further the sound of a large body of men was heard. Then came a challenge in French. "Que vive!" A hoarse shout of delight burst from the weary force, and a minute later they were shaking hands with their comrades of Davoust's division. The Polish messengers had, in spite of the numerous Cossacks on the plains, succeeded in reaching Orza safely. The most poignant anxiety reigned there as to the safety of Ney's command, and Davoust, on hearing the welcome news, instantly called his men under arms and advanced to meet them. The delight on both sides was extreme, and Ney's soldiers were supplied with food that Davoust had ordered his men to put in their haversacks. A halt of 3 or 4 hours was ordered, for the column had been marching for 18 hours and could go no further. At daybreak they completed the remaining 8 miles into Orza. Napoleon himself was there. Here they rested for 5 days. Food was abundant, and arms were distributed to those who needed them. Ammunition was served out, and Napoleon employed himself with great energy in reorganizing his forces and in distributing the stragglers, who were almost as numerous as those with the standards among them. Ney's corps was now too small for separate service, and henceforth was united to that of Davoust. The halt did wonders for the men. They were billeted among the houses of the town, and warmth and abundant food revived their strength. They looked forward with some confidence to reaching the spot where great magazines had been prepared, and where they would take up their quarters until the campaign recommenced in the spring. Napoleon's plans, however, were all frustrated by the inconceivable blunders and follies of the generals, to whom were entrusted the task of carrying them out. Everywhere, in turn, they suffered themselves to be deceived and caught napping. The important positions entrusted to them were wrested from their hands. Minsk, where there were supplies for the whole army for months, had been captured, and now Borizow, where the passage of the Berezina was to be made, was captured almost without resistance. Well might Napoleon, when he heard the news, exclaim in despair, "Will there never be an end to this blundering?" Great as the cold had been before, it increased day by day in severity. Happily for the French, Kutusow, with the main Russian army, was far in their rear, and they might well hope, when joined by Victor, who was to meet them near the Berezina with his division, to be able to defeat the two Russian armies that barred their way, either force being inferior to their own. Stephanie had borne the march wonderfully well. Since leaving Smolensk she had had no walking to do. The cold was so great that she was glad to remain during the day snuggled up beneath Julian's cloak. The marching songs had ceased. Hunted as they were, silence was imperative, and indeed the distances traversed and the hardships endured were so great that even Julian felt that he had no longer strength to raise his voice. Few words indeed were spoken on the march, for the bitter cold seemed to render talking almost impossible. Being in ignorance of the forces concentrating to cut him off, Napoleon ordered Oudenau's corps to march forward to secure the passage to Borizow, and Victor that at Studenski, but Tchechkow arrived at Borizow before Oudent, and began to cross the bridge there. Oudinot, however, fell upon him fiercely before his whole army had passed over, and the Russians drew back across the bridge, destroying it behind him. Napoleon, on his arrival, found the Russian army of the Danube drawn up on the opposite bank, ready to dispute his passage. He at once sent bodies of troops up and down the river to deceive the Russian admiral as to the point at which he intended to force a passage. Victor had already come in contact with Wittgenstein, and had fought a drawn battle with him, and now he moved to join Napoleon at the spot decided upon for the passage of the Berezina near Studenski. On the evening of the 25th of November, Napoleon arrived there with Oudenau's corps. The engineers immediately commenced the construction of two bridges, and the cavalry and light infantry crossed the river to reconnoitre the enemy, and some batteries were established to cover the work. Material was very scarce, and it was not until noon on the following day that the bridges were reported practicable. Oudenau's corps crossed at once, but the rest of the troop passed over in great confusion, which was increased by the frequent breaking down of the bridges. Victor took up a position to cover the rear, but one of his divisions was cut off by Wittgenstein, and 8,000 men forced to surrender. The main body of the French army, completely panic-stricken by the thunder of guns in their rear, crowded down in a confused mass. The passage was frequently arrested by fresh breakages in the bridge. Hundreds were pushed off into the river by the pressure from behind. Others attempted to swim across, but a few of these succeeded in gaining the opposite bank, the rest being overpowered by the cold or overwhelmed by the floating masses of ice. Thousands perished by drowning. By the 28th, the greater part of the French army had crossed, Victor's corps covering the passage and repulsing the efforts of Wittgenstein up to that time. Then, being unable to hold the Russians at bay any longer, he marched down to the bridge, forcing a way through the helpless crowd that still blocked the approaches. Altogether, the loss of the French amounted to 28,000 men, of whom 16,000 were taken prisoner. On the same day, Tchechkow attacked in front with his army, but, animated by Napoleon's presence and by despair, the French fought so fiercely that he was repulsed with much loss, and the way lay open to Wilna. The intensity of the cold increased daily, and the suffering of the army was proportionately great. On the 5th of December, Napoleon handed over the wreck of the army, now reduced to 45,000 men, to Murat, while the Viceroy was to have the chief command of the infantry. By the time they reached Bereznia, Davoust's corps had been diminished to a few thousand men, and on Victor taking the post of rear guard, they were relieved from that arduous task, and were among the first to cross the fatal bridge. From there to Wilna there was comparatively little fighting. Kutusow's army was still far behind, and although Wittgenstein and the admiral hung on their rear, the French army still inspired sufficient respect to deter them from attacking it in force. As the army approached the Berezina, scarce 100 men of the grenadiers of the Rhone still hung together, and these were so feeble that they staggered rather than marched along. Rations had ceased to be issued, and the troops depended solely upon the flesh of the horses of the wagons conveying the military chests, treasure, and artillery, and from what they could gather in the deserted villages. So desperate were they now that even the fear of falling into the hands of the peasants was insufficient to deter them from turning off whenever a village appeared in sight, in the hope of finding food or, if that failed, at least a few hours' shelter. Not one of them was in such good condition as Julian, who had been sustained not only by his naturally high spirits, but by the prattle of the child and by the added warmth of her sleeping close to him at night. She now, for the most part, trotted beside him, and it was only when very tired that the child would allow him to take her up. She herself had never been short of food, for however small the portion obtained, enough for her was always set aside before it was touched. One day Julian had, with some of his comrades, entered a village. The others had insisted on lying down for a sleep after devouring a little food they were fortunate enough to find in one of the houses. Julian's efforts to induce them to continue the march was in vain. They lighted a huge fire on a hearth with wood obtained by breaking up some of the doors, and declared that they would be warm for once, whatever came of it. The column was already some distance off, and night was closing in. Julian therefore started alone. He was carrying the child now, and for half an hour he kept on his way. Still there were no signs of a road, and he at last became convinced that he must have gone in the wrong direction. He walked for half an hour longer, and then, coming upon a small hut, he at once determined to pass the night there. Laying the sleeping child down, he covered her over with his cloak. Then he broke up some woodwork, cut a portion of it into small pieces, mixed the contents of a cartridge with a little snow and placed it among them, and then drew the charge from his musket, put a little powder into it, and discharged it into the heat. In a few minutes a bright fire was blazing, and taking the child in his arms, he lay down before it and was soon asleep. He was awakened some time afterwards by a strange noise. He sprang up at once, threw some fresh wood on the embers, and grasping his musket stood listening. In a minute the noise was renewed. Something was scratching at the door, and a moment later he heard a pattering of feet overhead. Then came a low whimper and a snarl, and the truth at once rushed upon him. He was surrounded by wolves. For a long time the march of the army had been accompanied by these creatures, driven from the forest by cold and hunger, and scenting blood from afar. They had hung upon the skirts of the army, feasting on the bones of the horses and the bodies of the dead. Julian examined the door. It was a strong one, and there was no fear of their making an entry there. The roof, too, seemed solid, and the window, which was without glass, had a heavy wooden shutter. Hoping that by morning the wolves, finding that they could not enter, would make off, Julian lay down by the fire again and slept for some hours. When he woke, daylight was streaming in through the crack in the shutter. On looking through this and through the chinks of the door, he saw to his dismay that the wolves were still there. Some were sitting watching the house, others were prowling about. It was clear that they had no intention whatever of leaving. The child had been roused by his movements. "Stephanie wants breakfast," she said decidedly as he broke up some more wood and rekindled the fire. "I am afraid, dear, you will have to wait. I have not got any to give you." "Let us go and get some," she said, standing up. "I would, Stephanie, but there are some wolves outside, and we can't go until they move. Wolves are bad beasts. Stephanie was out riding in the sleigh with Papa when they came out from a wood and ran after us, and they would have killed us if the horses had not been very fast. Papa shot some of them, but the others did not seem to mind, and were close behind when we got home, when the men came out with forks and axes, and then they ran away. Stephanie will wait for her breakfast." Julian thought for some time, and then going to the window opened the shutters and began to fire at the wolves. Several were killed. They were at once torn to pieces by their companion, who then withdrew to a safe distance and sat down to watch. Julian had not even hoped that it would be otherwise. Had he waited, it was possible they would at last leave the hut and go off in the track of the army. But even in that case he would not, he felt, be able to overtake it alone, for weak as he was, he felt unequal to any great exertion. He and his charge might be devoured by these or other wolves long before he came up with the column, or they might be killed by Cossacks or by peasants. The last were the most merciless enemies, for death at their hands would be slower and more painful than at the hands of wolves. But at least the child might be saved, and it was in hopes of attracting attention that he opened fire. He continued, therefore, to discharge his gun at intervals, and to his great satisfaction saw in the afternoon a number of peasants approaching. The wolves at once made off. "Stephanie," he said, "there are some of your people coming. They will soon be here, and you must tell them who you are, and ask them to send you to your father, and tell them he will give them lots of money for bringing you back to him." "Yes," the child said, "and he will thank you very, very much for having been so good to me. I am afraid, Stephanie, that I shall not go back with you. The people kill the French whenever they take them." "But you are not French, you are English," she said indignantly. "Besides, the French are not at all bad. They were very good to me." "I am afraid, dear, that it will make very little difference to them, my being an Englishman. They will see that I am in French uniform, and will regard me as an enemy, just as if I were French. I will not let them hurt you," she said sturdily. "They are serfs, and when I tell them who I am they will obey me, for if they don't I will tell them that my father will have them all flogged to death." "Don't do that, dear. You are a long way from your father's house, and they may not know his name, so do not talk about flogging, but only about the money they will get if they take you back. They are poor men, they have had a great deal to suffer, and have been made very savage, so it is best for you to speak kindly and softly to them. Now, dear, let us turn down that collar so they can see your face, and take your things off your head, and then go out and speak to them. They are close here." The child did as he told her, and as he opened the door she stepped out. The peasants, who were only some 20 yards away, stepped in surprise at the appearance of the strange little figure before them. Her golden hair fell over her shoulders, and the long loose jacket concealed the rest of her person. She spoke to them in Russian in a high, clear voice. "I am the Countess Stephanie Woronski. I am glad to see you. I was travelling to go to my father when there was an accident, and my nurse and the coachman were both killed. I should have died too, but a good man, an Englishman, took me up, and he has carried me many days, and has fed me and kept me warm, and been my nurse. He must go with me back to my father, and my father will give you lots of money for taking us both to him. And you must remember that he is an Englishman and not a Frenchman, although somehow he has been obliged to go with their army, and he is very, very good." All this time Julian was standing behind her, musket in hand, determined to sell his life dearly. The peasants stood irresolute. They conferred together, then one of them advanced, took off his fur cap, and bowed to the child. "Little mistress," he said, "we are but peasants, and we do not know the name of your honoured father, but assuredly we will take you to our village, and our priest will find out where he lives, and we will take you home to him. But this man with you is a Frenchman and an enemy." The child stamped her foot angrily. "Pig of a man!" she exclaimed passionately. Do I then lie? I tell you he is English. I have a French coat on, just as he has. Will you say next that I am a French girl? I tell you that my friend must come with me, and that when I come to my father he will give you much money. He is a friend of the Tsar, and if I tell him that you have hurt my friend, he and the Tsar will both be angry." A murmur broke from the group of peasants. The anger of the Tsar was, of all things, the most terrible. Doubtless this imperious little countess was a great lady, and their habitual habit of subservience to the nobles at once asserted itself, and, while they had hesitated before, the threat of the Tsar's anger completed their subjugation. "It shall be as the little mistress wills it," the peasant said humbly. "No harm shall be done to your friend. We cannot promise that the troops will not take him away from us, but if they do not, he shall go with you when we find where your father lives. If he has saved your life, he must be, as you say, a good man, and we will take care of him." "They will take care of you," the child said in French, turning to Julian. "I told them that my father would reward them, and that the Tsar would be very angry with them if they hurt you, and so they have promised to take you with me to him." Julian at once placed his gun against the wall, and, taking her hand, walked towards the peasants. "Tell them," he said, "that the English are friends of Russia, and that there are some English officers now with their army, for I have several times seen scarlet uniforms among the Russian staff." The child repeated this to the peasants. One of them went into the hut and looked round, and then, securing Julian's musket, rejoined the others, who at once started across the snow, one of the party carrying Stephanie. On her telling them that she was hungry, some black bread was produced. She gave the first piece handed her to Julian, and then sat contentedly munching the other. The peasants had now come to the conclusion that the captain would bring good fortune to them, and one of them took from the pocket of his sheepskin caftan a bottle, which he handed to Julian. The latter took a drink that caused him to cough violently, to the amusement of the peasants, for it was vodka, and the strong spirit took his breath away after his long abstinence from anything but water. It did him good, however, and seemed to send a glow through every limb, enabling him to keep pace with the peasants. The course lay north, and after 4 hours' walking they arrived at a good-sized village at the edge of the forest. Their arrival created much excitement. There was a hubbub of talk, and then they were taken into the largest house in the village. Stephanie, who had been asleep for some time, woke up, and Julian threw aside his cloak, for the close heat of the interior was almost overpowering. A very old man, the father of the families that occupied the house, for in Russia married sons all share the houses of their parents, made a deep bow to Stephanie and placed a low seat for her before the stove. Julian helped her off with her jacket and her other encumbrances, and her appearance in a pretty dress evidently increased the respect in which she was held by the peasants. In a short time bowls of hot broth were placed before them, and, weak as was the liquor, both enjoyed it immensely after their monotonous diet of horseflesh. Then Stephanie was given a corner on the cushion placed on a wide shelf running around the apartment. The place next to her was assigned to Julian, who, after swallowing another glass of vodka, was in a few minutes sound asleep with a sweet consciousness of rest and security to which he had long been a stranger. In the morning there was a gathering composed of the papa, or priest of the village, and the principal men. When it was concluded, Stephanie was informed that none of them knew the place of residence of her father, but that a messenger had been sent off to the nearest town with a letter from the priest to the bishop there, asking him to inform them of it. She was asked how many days had passed since she had fallen in with the French, and how long she had been travelling before she did so. Julian was able to say exactly where he had fallen in with her, about 30 miles from Smolensk. Stephanie herself was vague as to the time she had travelled before the accident to the carriage. Days and days being the only account that she could give of the matter. The priest then spoke to her for some time in Russian. "They want you," she said to Julian, "to take off your uniform and put on clothes like theirs. They say that though they wish to take you with me to my father, they might on the way fall in with other people or with soldiers who would not know how good you are, and might take you away from them and kill you, so that it would be safer for you to travel in Russian dress. You won't mind that, will you?" "Not at all, Stephanie. I think it is a very good plan indeed." A quarter of an hour later Julian was equipped in the attire of a well-to-do peasant, with caftan lined with sheepskin, a round fur cap, a thick pair of trousers of dark rough cloth, bandages of the same material round the leg from the knee to the ankle, and high loose boots of untanned leather with the hair outside. The transformation greatly pleased the peasants, whose hatred of the French uniform had hitherto caused them to stand aloof from him, and they now patted him on the shoulder, shook his hand, and drank glasses of vodka, evidently to his health, with great heartiness. Julian could as yet scarcely believe that all this was not a dream. From the day he had crossed the Niemen he had been filled with gloomy forebodings of disaster, and sickened by the barbarities of the soldiers upon the people, while during the retreat he had been exposed to constant hardships, engaged in innumerable fights and skirmishes, and impressed with the firm belief that not a Frenchman would ever cross the frontier save as a prisoner. After this the sense of warmth, the abundance of food, and the absence of any necessity for exertions seemed almost overpowering, and for the next 3 or 4 days he passed no small proportion of his time in sleep. Stephanie was quite in her element. She was treated like a little queen by the villagers, who considered her presence among them a high honour as well as a source of future reward. They were never weary of listening to the details of her stay among the French, and according to Julian a good deal of deference both for the kindness he had shown the little countess and for the service that he had thereby rendered to themselves. It was 10 days before an answer was received as to the count's estates. They lay, it is said, far to the south, but the bishop was of opinion that the little countess had better be sent to St. Petersburg, as the count had a palace there and would be certain to be at the capital at the present juncture of affairs. He offered that, if they would bring her to him, he would see that she was sent on thither by a post carriage, that in the view of the extreme cold it would be better that she should not be forwarded until spring. A village council was held on the receipt of this letter, and the proposal that she should be sent by the bishop was unanimously negatived. It seemed to the villagers that in such a case the glory of restoring Stephanie to her parents, and the reward that would naturally accrue from it, would not fall to them, but at the same time no alternative method occurred to them. Finally, after much consultation, Stephanie was asked to interpret the bishop's letter to Julian, and when she had done so, she was told to add, "They think, Julian, that if they send us to the bishop, Papa will not know that it was they who found me and took care of me." Julian understood the difficulty. He first inquired how much the village could raise to pay for the expense of a post carriage to St. Petersburg. He said that it would, of course, be only a loan, and would be repaid by the count. This led to a considerable amount of discussion, but the difficulty was much diminished when Julian said that he could himself supply 5 napoleons towards the fund. It had been decided that 3 times that amount would be required to pay the expenses of travel, and the priest agreeing to contribute an equal amount to Julian's, the remaining sum was speedily made up. It was then arranged that the priest would himself go to Borizow and obtain the podorojina, or order for the supply of post horses, at the various stations. He would have to name those who would accompany him. The head man of the village was unanimously elected to go with him, and after some talk it was settled that Julian should be put down as Ivan Meriloff, as a foreign name would excite suspicion and cause much trouble, and possibly he might be detained as a prisoner, in which case the peasants saw that there would be considerable difficulty in inducing the little countess to go with them. The priest was absent 3 days, and then returned with the necessary document authorizing him to start from Borizow in 4 days' time. Julian was sorry when the time came for his departure. After 4 months of incessant hardships and fatigue, the feeling of rest and comfort was delightful. He had been more weakened than he was aware of by want of food, and as his strength came back to him, he felt like one recovering from a long illness, ready to enjoy the good things of life fully, to bask in the heat of the stove, and to eat his meals with a sense of real enjoyment. Rumours had come in every day of the terrible suffering of the French as they were hotly pressed by the triumphant Russians, and of the general belief that but few would survive to cross the Niemen. Still, while the French were thus suffering, the Russians were in but little better plight, following, as they did, through a country that had been swept bare of everything that could be burned by the retreating French. Their sufferings from cold were terrible. Still, while the French were thus suffering, the Russians were in but little better plight, following, as they did, through a country that had been swept bare of everything that could be burned by the retreating French. Their sufferings from cold were terrible. 90,000 perished. Thus, then, the number of Russians that perished was at least as great as that of their harassed foes, and this in their own climate, and without the necessity for the constant vigilance that had assisted to break down the retreating army. Julian was instructed in the Russian words to reply, if asked by any of the postmasters, whether he was the Ivan Meriloff mentioned in the passport, and on the day after the return of the priest, they started in a sledge filled with hay and covered with sheepskins. Julian with Stephanie was nestled up in the hay at one end of the sledge, the 2 Russians at the other. On reaching Borizow, they stopped at the post house, and on producing the podorojna, they were told that the carriage and horses would be ready in half an hour. They had brought a considerable amount of provisions with them, and now laid in a stock of such articles that could not be procured in the villages. When the post carriage came round, a large proportion of the hay in the sled was transferred to it, together with the sheepskins. There was no baggage, and 4 horses were deemed sufficient. The wheels had, of course, been taken off the vehicle, and it was placed on runners. The driver climbed up to his seat, cracked his whip furiously, and the horses started at a gallop. The motion was swift and pleasant. Indeed, travelling in Russia is much more agreeable in winter than in summer, for the roads, which in summer are often detestable, are in winter as smooth as glass, over which the sledge glides with a scarce perceptible movement, and the journeys are performed much more rapidly than in summer. The distance between the post houses varied considerably, being sometimes only 9 miles apart, sometimes as many as 20, but they were generally performed at a gallop, the priest, at Julian's suggestion, always giving somewhat more than the usual drink money to the driver, and in 5 days from the time of their leaving Borizow they arrived at St. Petersburg, halting only for a few hours each night at post houses. They had no difficulty in ascertaining where the Vorontsky Palace was situated, and taking a drotsky drove there at once. Stephanie clapped her hands as she saw it. "You ought to have put that on your cloak, Julian, and to have picked me up under it as you used to carry me, and to take me in like that. I'm afraid that a grand-looking personage at the door would not have let me in. As it is, he is looking at us with the greatest contempt." "That is Peter," the child said. "Peter, Peter, what are you staring for? Why don't you come and help me down as usual?" The porter, a huge man with a great beard and wearing a fur cap and a long fur-trimmed pelisse, almost staggered back as the child spoke. He had, as Julian said, been regarding the drozhki and its load with an air of supreme contempt, and had been able to demand angrily why it ventured to drive up into the courtyard of the palace. He stood immovable until Stephanie threw back her sheepskin hood. Then, with a loud cry, he sprang down the steps, dashed his fur coat to the ground, threw himself on his knees, and taking the child's hand in his, pressed it to his forehead. The tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed out, my little mistress, you have come back again to be the light of our hearts. Oh, what a joyful day this is." "Thank you, Peter. Now please lift me down. I am quite well. Are Papa and Mamma well?" "The gracious Countess is not well, little mistress, but when she knows that you are back she will soon regain her health. His Excellency your father is not ill, but he is sorely troubled. He has been away for a fortnight searching for news of you, and returned but last week. I don't know what his news was, but it was bad, for the Countess has been worse since he returned. This gentleman has told me, Peter, that I must not run in to see them without their first being told that I am safe, and that you had better fetch Papa Serge. This is the English gentleman, Peter, who saved my life when I was almost dead with cold, and carried me for days and days under his cloak, and kept me warm close to him when we were laid down in the snow at night." Again the Russian fell on his knees, and seizing Julian's hand put it to his forehead. Then he jumped up. "Why am I keeping you out in the cold? Come in, little mistress, and I will send to fetch the papa." "Cover up your head, Stephanie," Julian said, holding his hand tightly. They entered the hall together. "If others were to see you, the news would run through the house like a wildfire, and would come to your mother's ear before it had broken to her. Tell Peter to take us into a quiet room, and not to inform the man he sends to the priest that you are here." Followed by the village priest and the peasant, they entered a room fitted as a library. "It is here Papa writes his letters," Stephanie said, throwing back her hood again and taking off her cloak. "Isn't it nice and warm?" Coming in from the temperature of some 40 degrees below freezing, it was to Julian most uncomfortably warm. It was some 4 or 5 minutes before the door opened, and Papa Serge, the family chaplain, entered with a somewhat bewildered face, for he had been almost forcibly dragged down by Peter, who had refused to give any explanation for the urgency of his demand that he should accompany him instantly to the Count's study. When his eyes fell on Stephanie, who had started up as he entered, he gave a cry of joy. A moment later she sprang into his arms. "Dear, dear Papa Serge," she said as she kissed his withered cheek warmly. "Oh, I do love to be home again, though I have been very happy, and everybody has been very kind to me. Now you mustn't stay here, because I want to see Papa and Mamma, and this gentleman says, he is my great friend, you know, and I call him Nurse Julian, that you must go and tell them first that I have come, and that you must tell them very gently, so they won't upset poor Mamma. Tell him, Stephanie, that he had better say at first only that someone has just come with the news, that you are quite safe, and that you will be here soon. But then, after a little while, he had better call your father out and tell him the truth. By the way, ask if they are together now." The child put the question. "No, the Countess is in bed, and the Count is walking up and down the great drawing room. He does it for hours at a time." "In that case, Stephanie, tell Serge to speak first to your father, and to bring him down here to you. He will break it to your mother better than anyone else would do." The priest was too deeply moved to speak, but upon Stephanie translating what Julian had said, put her down and left the room. As soon as he had done so, the priest who had travelled with them, and who with his companion had been standing in an attitude of respect while Stephanie was speaking, said to her, "Little Countess, we will go out into the hall and wait there. It were better than his Excellency your father should meet you here alone." "He would not mind," Stephanie said, "but if you think that you had better go, please do." The two peasants left the room somewhat hastily. They had been absolutely awed at the splendour of the house, which vastly surpassed anything they had ever imagined, and were glad to make an excuse to leave the room and so avoid seeing the Count until his daughter had explained the reason of their presence there. Julian guessed their reason for leaving, was about to follow them when Stephanie took him by the hand. "No," she said, "you are not to go, Julian. It is you who saved my life. It is you who must give me back to Papa." A few minutes elapsed, then the door was suddenly thrown open and the Count ran in. "My Stephanie, my little Stephanie!" he cried as he caught her up. "Oh, my little girl, we never thought to see you again. It seems a miracle from heaven. Do not cry, darling," he said presently, as she lay sobbing with her head on his shoulder. "It is all over now, and you will come to think of it in time as a bad dream. Not a very bad one, Papa. It has been funny and strange, but not bad. Oh, and I met this gentleman. He is an English gentleman, Papa, to have put me into your arms, only somehow I forgot all about it when you came in. I call him Nurse Julian, Papa, because he has been my nurse. He has carried me for days and days on his back under his warm cloak, and I have slept curled up in his arms, and sometimes there were battles. Oh, such noise they made! When it was a big battle he stowed me away in a wagon, but sometimes when it was a small one, and he had not time to take me to the wagon, he carried me on his back, and I used to jump at first when he fired his gun, but I soon got accustomed to it, and he always got me plenty of food, though it was not very nice. But he didn't often get enough, and he became very thin and pale, and then I used sometimes to run along by his side for a bit, but I only let him carry me when I was very tired, and at last we were in a little hut by ourselves, and some peasants came. They looked very wicked at first, but I told them who I was, and that you would give them money if they brought me back to you. So we went to their village and stayed there, and it was warm and nice, and there was plenty of food, and dear Julian got strong again. Then they brought us here in a post carriage, and two of them came with me. They are out in the hall now." The Count set his little daughter down, and coming up to Julian threw his arms round his neck and kissed him in Russian fashion. "My benefactor," he exclaimed, "I don't understand all that Stephanie has told me, but it is enough that you saved her life, and that you nursed her with the tenderness of a mother, and have restored her to us as one from the grave. Never can I fully express my thanks or prove my gratitude to you, but now you will, I trust, excuse me. I am burning to carry the news of our dear one's return to her mother, whose condition is giving us grave anxiety. She is far too weak to stand any sudden shock, and I will merely tell her now that the news has come, that a little girl whose description corresponds with Stephanie has been found and is on her way here and may arrive very shortly. More than that I shall not venture upon today, unless, indeed, I find that the excitement and suspense is likely to be even more injurious to her than the state of dull despair in which she now lies. If I see that it is so, I must go on, little by little, till she guesses the truth. Now, Stephanie, you had better come up to your own room. Of course, your friend will come with you," he added with a smile as Stephanie took Julian's hand, "but you had better wait 3 or 4 minutes, so that I may give strict orders to the household that everything is to be kept perfectly quiet, and that not a sound is to be heard in the house. There will be time enough for rejoicings afterwards." The Count, who was a handsome man, some 30 years old, now left the room. He paused in the hall for a minute, shook the priest and his companion warmly by the hand, and assured them they should be handsomely rewarded for the kindness they had shown to his daughter, and then, after speaking to Peter, he ran lightly upstairs to his wife's room. Stephanie waited for about 5 minutes, and then said, "I should think that Papa has time to give the orders. Now, Julian, shall we go?" "Yes, dear, I think we might do so." On going out into the hall, a singular spectacle presented itself. The grand staircase was lined on each side with kneeling men and women. There was a sound of suppressed sobbing, and a low murmur was heard as Stephanie appeared. "Go first, Stephanie, dear," Julian said in a low voice. "They want to kiss your hands." Stephanie showed no shyness, for, stopping at each step, she held out her hands to the kneeling figures, who murmured prayers and blessings. As they kissed them, she said softly to each, "Thank you very much, but I must not talk now. This gentleman is my friend. It is he who saved my life and nursed me and carried me. You must all love him for my sake." Whereupon, as Julian followed her, he met with a reception similar to that given to their young mistress. He was glad when at last they reached the top of the stairs, and Stephanie led the way into her own room, which was a sort of glorified nursery. Here 2 or 3 maids were laying a table, and as the door closed behind them, they crowded round her and by turns kissed and hugged her. Then an old woman, who had sat apart until the girls had had their turn, came forward. She placed her hand solemnly on the child's head. "May the great Father bless you, my child. I have seen many glad days since I entered the service of your house 60 years ago. I was present at your grandfather's wedding and your father's, but never was there so bright and happy a day as this, which by half an hour ago was so dark and so sad. It was but 3 days ago that the whole household went into mourning for you, for the news your father brought home seemed to show that all hope was at an end. In 5 minutes all this has changed. You see the maids have got on their festive dresses, and I will warrant me that they never changed their things so rapidly before. Now we have but to get your beloved mother strong again, which, please God, will not be long, and then this will be the happiest house in all of Russia. This is my nurse, my new nurse, Elizabeth. His name is Julian, and he is an English gentleman, as you will see better when he gets some nice clothes on. He has carried me days and days across the snow, kept me warm by night and day, and done everything for me. He doesn't speak Russian, but he can't speak French, and so, of course, we got on very nicely, and I have been in battles, Elizabeth, think of that. And I was not afraid a bit, as I was quite happy all the time, only, of course, I am very, very glad to get home again." The meal was now laid, and Julian and the child sat down to it with a vigorous appetite. Their food while in the village had been coarse though plentiful, and Julian especially appreciated the delicate flavour and perfect cooking of the many dishes of whose names and contents he was absolutely ignorant. An hour after they had finished, the Count came in. "Your mother has borne it better than I expected, Stephanie," he said. "I have been able to break the news to her sooner than I expected. Come with me, be very quiet, and do not talk much. She will be well content to have you lying quietly in her arms." So saying, he lifted her and carried her off, saying to Julian, "I will return and have the pleasure of a talk with you after I have left Stephanie with her mother." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Through Russian Snows by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. In comfortable quarters. It was an hour before the Count returned to the nursery. "Ah, my friend," he said, "what happiness you have brought to us. Already my wife is a new creature. I had begun to think that I should lose her too, for the doctors told me frankly that they feared she would fall into a decline. Now her joy is so great that it was with difficulty that I could tear myself away from contemplating her happiness. But the doctor came in and recommended that she should try and sleep for a time, or if she could not sleep, that she should at least lie absolutely quiet. So Stephanie has nestled down by her side when I was able to come to you." He now led the way to a luxuriously furnished smoking room. "This is my snuggery," he said. "The library below is where I go into matters with my stewards, receive persons who come on business, and so on. This is where I read and receive my friends. Now, will you help yourself to those cigars, and let us talk? At present I know nothing. Stephanie was left down at our estate near Kiev under the charge of a French nurse, who has been with her since she was born. She was rather governess than nurse of late. She was a French émigré, and of good French family, and we had implicit confidence in her. I wrote to her when the invasion first began, saying that as at present we could not tell whether St. Petersburg or Moscow would be Napoleon's object of attack, but as all the centre of Russia would be involved in the war, I wished that Stephanie should remain quietly with her. I said that, should any French army approach Kiev, she was to take Stephanie at once to my estate near Odessa. After the invasion began, I sent off several letters to the same effect, two by my own couriers, but owing to our army falling back so rapidly, I imagine that none of the letters ever reached the nurse. Of course, the whole postal communication of the country has been thrown into confusion. At last, 2 months ago, a messenger from Kiev brought me a letter from her, making no allusions to those I had sent her, but saying that as she heard that the French army was at Moscow, she felt sure I should wish her to bring Stephanie to us, and that after a consultation with my steward she would in 3 days start direct after sending off a letter. We were, of course, thunderstruck. She apparently had the idea that the whole of the French were at Moscow, and that it would therefore be perfectly safe to cross the roads between them and the frontier. The poor woman said that should they by any chance come across any body of her own countrymen, she was sure that they would not interfere with a woman and child. Her anxiety seemed to relate solely to the weather and food, but she assured me that she would bring an abundance of wraps of all sorts, and a supply of provisions in the fourgon sufficient for the journey. Half an hour after I received the letter, I sent off 2 couriers. They were, of course, to go round east of Moscow and then to Kiev. They were to drive at the top of their speed the whole way, and I obtained a special order for them to be instantly furnished with post horses everywhere. In the meantime there was nothing to do but wait. My orders were that immediately they arrived they were to send off a fresh messenger by the way they had come, saying whether Stephanie had started, and they were bearers of letters of instruction to the steward that 6 mounted men were instantly to follow the road the carriage had taken, making inquiries at every post house, and to endeavour to trace them, and if the clue was anywhere lost to bring word to me. Then I got news that Stephanie had left 5 weeks before my messengers arrived there. The nurse's letter had been a very long time in coming to me, and they had started, as she said, 3 days after it was written. Therefore, if they got safely through the country occupied by the French, they should have arrived here at least 3 weeks before. According to the dates, there was little doubt that they must have crossed the main road from Moscow to the frontier at the very time when the French army on its retreat would be moving along. All that we had heard and knew of the terrible distress, both of their army and of our own, showed that at that time the intense suffering of the French and the savage reprisals of our peasantry had reduced them to a state when nothing was respected, and that a pair of valuable horses and a heap of costly furs, to say nothing of the food carried, would be prizes almost beyond value. Deprived of these, a nurse and a child would in a few hours die of the cold. That some such fate must have befallen them seemed almost certain, for otherwise they must have joined us. I could tell pretty well the road that they would follow, and started along it. Halfway between here and Smolensk, I met the 6 men. What they said confirmed my worst fears. They had learnt where the carriage had last halted for the night. The party had not travelled post, but had kept their own horses, and had travelled only by day. Had they lingered only one day anywhere on the way, they would have crossed the Moscow road on the day after the rear guard of the French had passed. But news travelled slowly, and no doubt at the post house where they slept no word that the French army was passing along had been received. Beyond that, the men had been able to gather no news whatever of the carriage. The country was a desert, tenanted only by dead, and the men's descriptions of what they saw were so horrible that my blood was frozen. However, I kept on my journey, taking them with me. We went to the post house where the carriage had last stopped, and then took up the search. There were half a dozen roads by which they might have proceeded. However, we took the most easterly one, and then, when it crossed the main road, followed the latter. It was choked with deserted wagons and guns. Dead bodies lay everywhere, many partly devoured by wolves, all stripped of their clothing. After making our way through this terrible scene for a few miles, we saw 50 yards from the road the remains of a sleigh. Its bright yellow colour caught our eyes, and when we got to it there was no room for doubt. The body of the sleigh was gone, had been burnt for firewood, but the colour was that of my own carriage, and two of the men who belonged to the stables at Kiev said they could swear to it, owing to a new iron that had been put on to one of the runners the day before it had started. But there were other signs. Portions of the harness lay about, and on one of these enough of the silver work remained to show that it was ours. Then we searched further. Turning over a mound of newly fallen snow, we found the bodies of the coachman and the nurse. We searched for hours, but could not find that of the child. But as to her fate, we had no doubt. She might have run away into the forest, or she might have been devoured by wolves. That she was dead was certain. I left 4 of the men there. They would establish themselves in the nearest village, and to continue the search day by day, and to remain there, if necessary, till spring came and the snows disappeared. I returned here 10 days ago with the news that all hope was at an end, and that Stephanie was lost to us forever. Now, sir, will you tell me how it was that you saved her? You were doubtless with the French army, though how you came to be there is almost as great a puzzle as how Stephanie was saved." "I will tell you that afterwards, Count," Julian replied. Then he related how, on marching past the overturned carriage, he heard what was doubtless have been Stephanie's last cry, and had found her lying half frozen among the cushions. He stated the means he had taken to restore warmth to her, and how he had strapped her to his back under his warmly lined cloak. Then he gave, as well as he could remember, the details of each day's experience. How Stephanie had become a general pet of the soldiers, how they had manufactured a warm cloak and hood for her, how she had ridden on shoulders and had joined in the marching songs of the regiment, and had really kept well and in good spirits on the march. How, as he got too weak to carry her, she had trotted by his side, and how his comrades, in spite of their exhaustion, had been willing to relieve him of her weight. Then he told how, at last, they had separated from the regiment when but a few hours' march from the Bereznia, and how Stephanie, in turn, had saved his life from the peasants. "So you see, Count," he concluded, "the kindness that I have shown your child has already been repaid to me many-fold. Not only did she save my life from the peasants, but I have no doubt that her pretty talk and the occupation she offered to my thoughts, and her warmth as she nestled close to me at night, were the means of my retaining my strength to a far greater degree than was the case with most of my comrades, and enabled me to survive when so many dropped dead from cold and exhaustion." "That may be so, my friend," the Count said. "God has doubtless rewarded you for your good action, but that in no wise lessens our obligations towards you. Now, will you tell me somewhat of your own history? It's a long story, Count." "All the better, my friend. I trust that my wife is asleep by this time, and the child with her, and nothing can be of greater interest to me than to hear it." Julian therefore related his story in full and produced the paper given him on his enlistment, guaranteeing that he should not be called upon to fight against his countrymen. "Since we entered Russia, Count," he said, "I have seen the savage manner in which the peasantry were treated, not so much by the French troops as by the Allies. I bitterly regretted that I had enlisted, but at the time no notion of this had ever entered my mind. I have told you the life at Verdun was intolerable. We died in hundreds, for a sort of dull despair seemed to settle on everyone, and although for a long time I had borne up against it, I had come to the point when death would have been welcome. I returned to my own country seemed closer to me, owing to the circumstances I related to you, and I entered the French service just as in the wars a couple of 100 years ago, Englishmen and Scotchmen were to be found fighting as soldiers of fortune in the armies of well nigh every power of Europe. I cannot blame you, Mr. Wyatt. Yours is a singular and most unfortunate story, and it seems to me that had I been in your place I should have acted precisely the same, and should have been glad to take service under any flag rather than have remained to rot in a prison. Certainly you had 1,000 times better excuses. Certainly you had 1,000 times better excuse than had the Austrians and Prussians, who, after having been our allies, entered upon this savage war of invasion without a shadow of excuse, save that it was the will of Napoleon. However, I think that it will be as well, in order to save any necessity for explanation, that I should introduce you to my friends as an English gentleman who has come to me with the warmest recommendations, and whom I am most anxious to serve in any way. This is not a time when men concern themselves in any way with the private affairs of others. There is not a family in Russia, high or low, who has not lost one or more members in this terrible struggle. Publicly and as a nation, we rejoice at our deliverance and at the destruction of our enemies. Privately, we mourn our losses. They have been terrible. As yet, we scarcely know how great, but I imagine that they will be found to have been no less than that of the enemy. We hear that in the pursuit, and without having taken any part in the actual fighting after Krasnov, Kutuzov's army alone has lost nearly 100,000 men from cold and fatigue, while of the central army of Napoleon, but 400 infantry and 600 cavalry repassed the Niemen with their arms and standards. The other Russian divisions suffered as severely as those with Kutuzov. The Emperor has himself gone to Wilna to endeavour to alleviate the suffering of the sick and wounded with which the city is crammed. Wide as will be the mourning in France, it will be no less so in Russia. Now, the first thing to do is to provide you with suitable garments. This I will put in hand immediately, but until they can be procured, you must content yourself with some of mine, though as you are some 4 inches taller than I am, and far wider, they will suit you but poorly. However, I have an ample store of dressing gowns and wraps, and you must remain indoors a prisoner until you are properly fitted out. By the way, I had an interview with the 2 honest men who came with you before I returned to you, and I have arranged their business fully to their satisfaction. The Papa will be able to build himself a new church, and the villagers to repair all the losses they have suffered in this campaign. They were, he said, with a smile, anxious to see you, as they said that they had an account to settle with you, as you had furnished 1/3 of the money required for the trip. However, I told them that they could set their minds at rest on that score, for that I would settle with you privately. I only mention it that you should not think they had got off without any remembrance of your share in the business. An hour later, a tailor with his assistant came to measure Julian. 3 days later, the Count suggested that he should go for a drive with him in his sledge, and wrapped up in furs. Julian took his place beside him in a splendidly appointed open vehicle. Stephanie sat between them. The sledge was drawn by 3 horses. The centre one had shafts, while those on either side ran free. A purple net covered the 3 animals, almost touching the ground, and so preventing the particles of snow being thrown up by their hoofs into the sledge. The driver, in fur cap and pelisse, and with an immense beard, sat on a seat in front. A number of bells were attached to the harness of the horses and to a bow-shaped piece of wood that arched over the head of the central horse. "This is an improvement on the post wagon, Stephanie," Julian said. The child nodded brightly. "You said it would all seem like a dream, Julian," she remarked presently, as they dashed swiftly down the broad street of the Nevsky, crowded with vehicles of all kinds, from the splendidly appointed sledges like their own to the lumbering vehicles of the peasants piled up with firewood. "It almost seems like a dream already, and yet, you know, I was very comfortable with you. It will be something for you to look back upon all your life," her father said. "There will be many who will have strange and sad memories of the war, but not one who will have a stranger experience than you have to talk about. Happily, there was, as far as you are concerned, but little sadness in it." Julian was delighted with the brightness and gaiety of St. Petersburg, with its broad streets, its stately palaces, its fine cathedrals, and its busy population. The universal use of furs prevented the symbols of mourning being apparent, and as they drove along in the luxurious equipage, even he, like the child, could scarce believe that the desperate fight at Smolensk, the even longer, more obstinate contest at Borodino, and the terrible scenes on the retreat were realities. On his return to the palace, Julian understood the object of the count in having taken him for a drive, for he found the armouries and wardrobes of his room filled with garments of all descriptions. Here was underclothing of every kind, sufficient for a lifetime: morning suits, riding suits, dress suits, visiting suits, in a bewildering variety. In one wardrobe were 3 superb overcoats, lined with the most costly furs, half a dozen fur caps of various patterns, 4 huge fur rugs, high boots lined with fur, a dozen pairs of fur gloves for walking and driving, and arranged along the wall were 10 pairs of boots of different kinds, fur-lined slippers, and dress boots. He examined them all with something like consternation. "What nonsense!" he exclaimed. "What am I to do with all these things? It is magnificent, but it is too much altogether. Why, these furs alone are worth hundreds of pounds. No doubt the count is extremely rich. I have already heard him speak of 3 or 4 estates in different parts of Russia, and this palace is fit for a prince. Of course he can afford it well enough, but to me all this is quite overpowering. I should like to see Aunt's face if I were to turn up at Weymouth with all this kit." There was a letter lying on the table. He opened it. It was, as he expected, from the count. "My dear Mr. Wyatt, you will, I am sure, accept the little outfit that I have provided in the same spirit in which I have obtained it, and will oblige me by making no allusion to it whatever, or to the contents of the enclosed pocketbook, which will provide you with ready money while you are staying here. They are but poor tokens of the lifelong obligations you have conferred upon the countess and myself." The pocketbook contained a roll of Russian notes to the value of £1,000. Julian felt that there was indeed nothing to do but, as the letter said, to accept the presents in the spirit in which they were made. Everything showed that thoughtful kindness had been exercised. On the dressing table stood a superb travelling case of Russian leather, fitted with all the necessities of the toilet in ivory mounted with silver, and with his initials engraved upon the back of the various brushes. Hitherto he had made no attempt to remove the soft brown beard that had grown untouched from the day when the army had turned its back upon Moscow. He now set to and shaved himself. and then dressed for dinner. In glancing at one of the long cheval glasses in the room, he could not feel but a distinct satisfaction at his appearance. Except in shop windows in Germany, he had not, since he left home, had the opportunity of seeing more of himself than could be gathered from the tiny glass that formed part of his kit. He now saw himself as he was, a tall figure of 6'2" in height, with a broad pair of shoulders. The scenes of the last 6 months had given an expression of power and decision to his face that it had lacked before. The stern look of battle had left its mark upon it, and though a distinctly pleasant and kindly one, it was undoubtedly that of a soldier who had seen hard service and had looked death many times in the face. All question as to what he should say to the Count was set at rest on his entry into the drawing room, for the Count took him by the hand and, leading him across the room, presented him to the Countess, who had for the first time made her appearance. She rose as they came across, and with trembling hands and eyes full of tears came up to him. "Ah, Mr. Wyatt," she said, "what can I say to the saviour of my child? I have had difficulty in restraining my patience so long, but it was only today that the doctor gave me permission to leave my room." She held out both her hands to him. He bowed deeply over them and raised them to his lips. "My happiness is no less than your own, Countess," he said, "that God has permitted me to be the means of bringing your child back again. It was no great thing to do on my part, and, as I have told the Count, the little act of kindness was vastly more than repaid, for your daughter assuredly saved my life from the peasants, as I saved hers from the cold. Your little daughter is quite a heroine," he said more lightly. "I can assure you that even when the bullets were flying about thickly, she evinced no sign of fear, and the way in which she stood before me, facing those enraged peasants, was splendid. It shows her perfect faith in you, Mr. Wyatt. A child who has absolute confidence in the person whose charge she is almost without fear. Her idea of danger is derived almost entirely from the conduct of those around her. If they show fear, she is terrified, while if their manner convinces her that they have no fear, she does not understand that danger can exist. She is evidently deeply attached to you, as indeed she has reason to be, and when I get tired with talking to her and say to her, 'Now you must go, dear,' she trots off as contentedly to you as if you were indeed what she calls you, her nurse, much more so than she used to Claire. The poor woman was a most careful nurse and an excellent instructress, although she did not start so madly as it would seem on this journey. But the child never really took to her, and she had not the faculty of winning affection. She was thoroughly trustworthy, and would, I believe, have given her life for the child. But she was certainly rather precise in manner, and was perhaps a little too peremptory in giving her orders. That was, I admit, a fault on the right side, for Stephanie is so accustomed to adulation on the part of the servants that she rather needs a firm hand over her. However, the child has scarcely mentioned Claire's name since her return, while yours is incessantly on her lips. She has not been in any way spoilt by adulation, Countess, and has been as amenable to my slightest wish as the humblest peasant child could be, but she certainly has a pretty little air of dignity. It was funny to see how she queened it among the French soldiers, who always called her Mademoiselle la Comtesse, and always put aside the best piece of their scanty rations of meat for her. Yes, she has been telling me how good they were to her. What a war this has been, Mr. Wyatt." So they chatted until dinner was announced. Then the Countess lay down on the sofa, and Stephanie came in and sat on a low stool beside her, while her father and Julian went to the dining room. After the meal was over, the Count proposed that Julian should accompany him on a visit to the Nobles' Club. The sledge was already waiting at the door, and in a few minutes they arrived, not as Julian had expected, at a stately building, but at a garden. "This is our skating place," the Count said as they entered. "We have guest nights here once a week during the winter. As a rule, those present are simply the invited guests of members, but tonight the tickets are sold at 20 roubles each, and the proceeds go to the funds for the benefit of the wounded. It will furnish a handsome sum, for everyone is here, and there are few indeed who have paid as little as the 20 roubles. Some sent cheques for as much as 500 roubles for their tickets, and 100 may be taken as the average. This is the first time that we have had a military band, for music is naturally considered out of place when everyone is in mourning, and such vast numbers of our soldiers are still suffering horribly. But as this is for their benefit, it is considered as an exception. You will not see much skating. The ice will be far too crowded." It was indeed a brilliant scene. The gardens were lighted with myriads of lamps. The sheet of ice was of very irregular shape, and broken by several islets upon which grew trees. From their branches hung numbers of lanterns, while the bank round the ice was studded with lamps. The crowd walking about by the edge of the lake were all wrapped up in furs. A large proportion of those on skates wore uniforms, while the ladies were in short, tightly fitting jackets, trimmed with fur, and with coquettish little fur caps. The crowd was far too great for any attempt at figure skating, but they moved swiftly round and round the lake in a sort of procession, each lady accompanied by a cavalier, who held her hand, and all skating with grace and freedom that was to Julian surprising indeed. The scene, with its bright colours and rapid movement, was almost bewildering, and Julian was glad to turn away and go up to the pavilion, where hot coffee and liquors were handed to all comers. The Count spoke to many acquaintances, introducing Julian to each of them as his great friend, Monsieur Wyatt, an Englishman. After waiting an hour in the gardens, they drove to the club itself. There were here a large number of gentlemen, all of whom had been for a few minutes at the garden. Here more introductions took place, and the Count put down Julian's name as an honorary member. "You will have a long day's work tomorrow, Monsieur Wyatt." "How is that, Count?" "It will be your duty to call upon every gentleman to whom I have introduced you. That is to say, leave a card at the door, and every one of them will leave a card at my house for you. I will make out a list for you in the morning of the names and addresses. You will find a sledge at the door at 3 o'clock. It will be at your disposal while you remain with me. It is a small and light one like this, with a pair of horses. It is seldom that 3 horses are used unless ladies are in the party. There is much for you to see, and it will be more pleasant for you to be your own master and go about as you please." The following morning after breakfast, the Count said, as they lit their cigars, "Have you formed any plans yet, Mr. Wyatt? Of course I do not mean for the present. It is understood that this is your home as long as you will be good enough to make it so, and the longer you stay, the greater pleasure it will give us. But I mean for the future. Are you thinking of returning to England?" "I am intending to write at once to my brother, whether he is at home or not. Of course I cannot say. He was going into the army, but I greatly fear that the unfortunate affair in which I was engaged will have rendered that impossible. At any rate, I shall also write to my aunt. If alive, she is sure to be there. In the first place, I shall tell them what has become of me. There has been no possibility of my sending a letter from the time I left home, with the exception of one written while crossing the Channel, and which the smugglers promised to deliver on their return. They must think I am dead by this time, and my letter will, at any rate, relieve their anxiety. In the next place, I am most anxious to know if anything has been heard further from the smuggler. He gave me his solemn promise that in the event of his death a letter acknowledging that he was the murderer should be sent to the magistrates of Weymouth. I have no reason in the world for supposing that he is dead, for he was not above middle age, and if, as is but too probable, no such letter has been received, I cannot return home. I might, however, return to London, and thence take ship to some foreign country, either to the United States or to South America, or perhaps to our own colony of Canada, and make my way there, or enlist in the English army. Or you might stay here. I might stay here, Count, but as I am ignorant of Russian and have no trade or profession, I do not well see what I could possibly do." "You would not be long in picking up Russian," the Count said, "and if you could make up your mind to settle down here until you learn that your innocence of this foul charge had been completely proved, there would be no necessity for any trade or profession. Why, monsieur, you do not suppose that the Countess and I are without heart, or would allow you, the preserver of our child, to struggle for an existence here as anywhere else. We have more money than we know what to do with. We have 6 estates in different parts of Russia. We have some 10,000 serfs. However, we can settle nothing until you receive an answer to your letter. After that we will talk matters over seriously. At any rate, do not trouble about your future. This is the reason that I have spoken to you today. Your future is our care, and you can leave it safely in our hands." "You are too good altogether, Count," Julian said, but the Russian checked him with a peremptory gesture of his hand. "Let us have no talk like that, Mr. Wyatt. You will only pain me deeply, and make me think less well of you than I do now. Stephanie is to us infinitely more than all our possessions, and did we assign to you all else that we have in the world, we should feel that the balance of obligations was still against us. Now let us talk of other matters. In the first place, about sending your letter. Of course, at present the Baltic is frozen, and the ports beyond are all in the hands of the French. Sweden, however, is in alliance with us, and our despatches for England go up through Finland, then across the ice to Sweden, and by land to Gothenburg, and thence by sea to England. It is a roundabout journey, but it is performed rapidly, and as there are English packets always ready to sail from Gothenburg, your letter should, under favourable circumstances, be in England in a fortnight. I should incline to advise you to write them in duplicate, for the packet might be captured by a French privateer on its way, and it would be safer therefore to dispatch copies of your letter 10 days after those you first send off. In 5 weeks, if all goes well, you may expect an answer. In the meantime, I hope you will find enough to amuse you here. Although the opera is closed, and there will be nothing like gaieties this season, still there will be dinner parties and the club, and when you feel that you want a change, I have an estate some 5 hours sledge ride from here. It consists largely of forest, but there are plenty of game, elk and bears, and if you are fond of shooting, I can promise you good sport. Thanks indeed, Count. I am quite sure that I shall not be tired of St. Petersburg in 5 or 6 weeks' time. And as for shooting, I do not feel at present if I should ever care to fire a gun again, certainly not to take a life, unless to satisfy hunger. I have seen so many horses and dogs die, and have felt so much pity for them, that I do not think that I shall ever bring myself to take the life of a dumb beast again. I am afraid I became somewhat callous to human life. I have seen thousands of men die, and came somehow to regard it as their fate, and certainly during the retreat it came in most cases as a happy release from suffering. But I can never to the end see a horse that had fallen never to rise again, or a starving dog lying by its master's body, without having intense pity for the poor creature, who had, through no fault or will of their own, come to this grievous end. No doubt you, as a sportsman, Count, may consider this as an overstrained feeling. I am quite willing to admit that it may be so. I can only say that at present I would not fire it at an elk or a bear on any condition whatever. I can understand your feelings. I myself have had the cry of a horse pulled down by wolves in my ears for days, and I can well imagine how the sight of so much suffering day after day among thousands of animals would in time affect one. The next 3 weeks passed most pleasantly for Julian. Every day there were calls to make, excursions to various points to be undertaken, and dinner parties nearly every evening, either at the Count's, at the houses of his friends, or at the club. He found French almost universally spoken among the upper class, and was everywhere cordially welcomed as a friend of the Count's. The latter was sometimes questioned by his intimate acquaintances as to his English friend, and to them he replied, "Monsieur Wyatt is the son of a colonel in the English army. He has rendered me a very great service, the nature of which I am not at liberty to disclose. Suffice that the obligation is a great one, and that I regard him as one of my dearest friends. Some day, possibly, my lips may be unsealed, but you must at present be content to take him on my sponsorship." The Countess had gained strength rapidly, and there were no grounds for any further uneasiness as to her health. She was now able to take daily drives with Stephanie. The child had become quite a military enthusiast. She said to Julia one day, "Nothing pleases us so much as to look on at the troops drilling." St. Petersburg was indeed crowded with soldiers. New armies were rising in all parts of Russia, and great preparations were being made to recommence the campaign in the spring, this time upon foreign ground. No sacrifices were too great to demand from the people. Nobles and merchants vied with each other in the amount of their contributions, and as it was certain that Austria and probably Prussia would join the alliance, hopes were entertained that the power that had dominated Europe for so many years would be finally crushed. Already serious disasters had fallen upon France and Spain. It was probable that ere long the whole of the peninsula would be wrested from her, and that she would be threatened with an invasion in the south as well as in the east. In spite, therefore, of the terrible losses and calamities she had suffered, Russia looked forward with ardent hope and expectations to the future. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Through Russian Snows by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. An unexpected meeting. Frank Wyatt's work throughout the campaign had been arduous in the extreme. It is true that it was done on horseback instead of on foot, that he had not hunger to contend against, and that for the most part his nights were passed in a shelter of some kind. But from daybreak until sunset, and frequently till midnight, he was incessantly occupied from the moment when Napoleon turned his back on Moscow until the last remnant of his army crossed the frontier, until after the battle of Malo-Jaroslavets on the 24th of October, when the French army owed its safety solely to Kutuzov's refusal to hurl all his forces against it. He had remained at headquarters, where he was assisted in his work by the Earl of Tyrconnell, who was now also acting as an aide-de-camp to Sir Robert Wilson. He was a delightful companion and a most gallant young officer, and a fast friendship became established between him and Frank during the time the Russian army was remaining inactive, while Napoleon was wasting the precious time at Moscow. Unable to bring himself to acknowledge the absolute failure of his plans, caused by the refusal of the Russians to treat with him after his occupation of their ancient capital. But after Kutuzov had allowed the French to slip past, they saw but little of each other, for one or the other of them was always with the troops pressing hard on the French rear, it being their duty to keep Sir Robert, who was necessarily obliged to stay at headquarters, thoroughly informed of all that was going on in front, and of the movements both of the French and Russian divisions. Sir Robert himself was so utterly disgusted with the obstinacy and, it almost seemed, deliberate treachery of Kutuzov that, for the most part, he accompanied General Benningsen, who was a prompt and dashing soldier, and who, with the whole of the Russian generals, was as furious with the apathy and delays of the worn-out old man who was in command as they had been with those of Barclay. The English general still acted as the Emperor's special representative, and kept him fully acquainted with all that was going on. Alexander was as much dissatisfied as were his generals and soldiers with Kutuzov's refusal to put an end to the terrible struggle by an action which must have ended in the destruction or capture of Napoleon and his army. He felt, however, that he could not at present remove him from his command. Kutuzov was a member of the old nobility who was straining every nerve for the national cause, were stripping their estates of their serfs and emptying their coffers into military chests, and who would have greatly resented his removal. The people at large, too, overjoyed at the retreat of Napoleon and the success of their arms, and ignorant of all the real circumstances of the case, regarded Kutuzov with enthusiastic admiration, and Alexander felt that, great as might be his faults, the injury that would be inflicted by a supersession would be greater than the benefits derived from it. An ample supply of horses had been placed at the disposal of the English general and his aides de camp, and Frank, having 3 always at his orders, was able to ride them by turns, and therefore got through an immense amount of work. The scenes that everywhere met his eyes were far more trying than the fatigues he had to undergo. The hideous barbarities that were perpetrated by the peasants upon the French who fell into their hands filled him with burning indignation, and at times placed his life in serious danger when he endeavoured to interfere on their behalf. He always started on his rides in the morning with his saddlebag stored with provisions, and a small keg of spirits fastened behind him, and these were divided during the day among the unfortunate men, Russians and French alike, who, wounded or exhausted, had sunk by the way. Innumerable were the appeals made to him daily to end their suffering with a pistol ball, although he could not bring himself to give them the relief they craved. On several occasions, when he saw that the case was altogether beyond hope, and that but a few hours of mortal agony remained, he yielded to their entreaties, handed them one of his pistols, and walked a few paces away, till the sharp report told him that their suffering was over. The horrors of the hospital at Wilna and other places affected him even more than the scenes of carnage that he had witnessed at Borodino. At Wilna, the Earl of Tyrconnell was seized with a fever and died, and Frank lay for some time ill, and would probably have succumbed had not Sir Robert obtained a lodging for him at the house of a landed resident, 3 or 4 miles from the infected city. He was, in a sense, thankful for the illness, because it spared him the sight of the last agony of the broken remains of Napoleon's army. Quiet and rest soon did their work. The breakdown was the result more of over-fatigue and of the horrors of which he was so continually a witness than of actual fever. Frank, therefore, rapidly recovered, and declared after a fortnight that he could again sit on his horse. The general, however, would not hear of this. "I shall be leaving for St. Petersburg myself in a few days," he said, "and we will travel together by post. You will be sorry to hear that today Kutuzov has been decorated with the Great Order of St. George. The Emperor himself begged me not to be present. He called me into his cabinet and confessed to me that it would be too humiliating to him were I to be there. He acknowledged that he felt, by decorating this man with a great order, he was committing a trespass upon the institution, but he had no choice. It was a cruel necessity to which he had to submit, although he well knew that the marshal had done few things he ought to have done, with nothing against the enemy that he could avoid, and that all his successes had been forced upon him. Sir Robert himself had urgent need of change and rest. The responsibility upon his shoulders had been tremendous. The emperor had relied upon him entirely for information as to the true state of things in the army, and the Russian generals regarding him, especially the emperor's representative, had poured their complaints into his ears. Had they but received the slightest encouragement from him, they would have led their divisions against the French in spite of the orders of the marshal, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he persuaded them to restrain their exasperated troops and to submit to carry out the disastrous policy which entailed as much loss and suffering upon the Russian soldiers as upon the French. It was the end of January when Sir Robert Wilson and Frank reached St. Petersburg, and putting up in apartments assigned to them in the palace, rested for a few days. One bright morning Frank strolled down to the Nobles' Club, of which he and the general had been made honorary members. It was his first visit to St. Petersburg. His fur coat was partly open and showed his British uniform. He was looking about with interest at the scene in the Nevsky Prospect when he noticed a gentleman in a handsomely appointed sledge looking fixedly at him. As the uniform attracted general attention, he thought little of this, but after going a short distance the sledge turned and passed him at a slow rate of speed. The gentleman again gazed fixedly at him, then stopped the coachman and leaped from the sledge to the pavement. "Frank," he exclaimed, "is it you, or am I dreaming?" Frank stepped back a pace in astonishment. It was the voice rather than the face that he recognized. "Julian," burst from his lips, "my brother, can it really be you?" Julian held out both his hands, and they stood for a moment in silence, gazing into each other's face. Julian was the first to break the silence. "Jump in here, Frank," he said, leading the way to the sledge. "They must all think that we have gone mad, and we shall have a crowd round us in a minute." Still completely bewildered, Frank followed his brother. "Drive out into the country," Julian said to the coachman as he took his seat. "This is a little short of a miracle, old fellow," he said as they drove off. "I thought you were living quietly in Weymouth. You thought I was riding in a French prison, and here we run against each other in the heart of Russia. I can hardly believe even yet that it is you, Julian. You have altered so tremendously. Thank God, old man, that I have found you. Thank God, my dear Frank, that, as I see, that stupid business of mine has not prevented your entering the army, as I was afraid it would do, though how you came to be here is more than I can guess. I am General Wilson's aide-de-camp, and have been with him all through the war. And you, Julian, what on earth are you doing here? But first of all, I suppose you have not heard that you have been cleared completely of that charge of murder." Julian's face paled at the sudden news, and he sat for a minute or two in silence. "Quite cleared, Frank?" he asked in a low voice. "Cleared so that no doubt remains, and that I can go home without fear of having it thrown into my face?" "Completely and entirely," Frank replied. "You were cleared before you had been gone a day. The coroner's jury brought in an open verdict, but a warrant was issued against that poacher Markham, and your letter first, and his confession a year later, completely bore out the evidence at the inquest and established his guilt beyond question." "To think that I should never have known it," Julian said. "If I had dreamt of it I would have attempted to break out from Verdun and make my way home. I don't know that I should have succeeded, but at any rate I should have tried. But tell me all about it." "Frank, my story will keep just at present. You seem to have fallen on your legs anyhow," Frank remarked. May I ask if this is your Imperial Highness's sledge? I have learned something of the value of furs since they came out here, and that coat of yours is certainly worth £100, and this sable rug as much more. It is not my sledge, nor is it my rug, though I have 2 or 3 of them quite as handsome. The coat is my own. The sledge belongs to my intimate friend Count Woronski, with whom I am at present staying." "You really must tell me your story first," Frank said, laughing. "Now that you know you are cleared, you can very well wait to hear all the details, and I refuse to say a word until you have told me what all this means." "Well, Frank," Julian said seriously, "mine is not altogether a pleasant story to tell now, but I acted for the best, and under the belief that there was no chance of my being able to return for years to England. The story is too long for me to give you the details now, but I will give you the broad facts. I was sent prisoner to Verdun. I was there about 10 months. There was fever in the place, and we died off like sheep. There seemed no possibility of escape, and if I could have got away, I could not, as I thought, make for England. I was getting hopeless and desperate, and I don't think I could have held out much longer. Then there was an offer made to us that any of us who liked could obtain freedom by enlisting in the French army. It was expressly stated that it was going east, and that at the end of the campaign we should, if our corps was ordered to a place where it was likely to come in contact with the English, be allowed to exchange into a regiment with another destination. Well, it seemed to me that it mattered very little what became of me. Even should I be exchanged and sent to England, I could not have stayed there, but must have gone abroad to make my living as best I could, and I thought I might as well go as a soldier to Russia as anywhere else. So I accepted the offer, little knowing what would come of it. I regretted it heartily when I saw the misery that was inflicted by the misconduct, partly of the French, but much more of the Poles and Germans, on the unfortunate inhabitants. However, there I was, and I did my duty to the best of my power. When I tell you that I was in Nave's division, you may imagine that I had my share of it all." "Extraordinary," Frank said, "to think that you and I should both have been through this campaign and on opposite sides. Why, we must have been within a musket shot of each other a score of times." "I have no doubt I saw you," Julian said, "for I often made out a bit of scarlet among the dark masses of the Russians, and thought that there must be some English officers with them. The first time I noticed them was on the heights opposite to Smolensk. 2 officers in scarlet were there with the batteries. They planted there and drove our own off the hill on our side of the river. Those were the general and myself, Julian. We had only joined 2 days before, but still I am as much in the dark as ever. What you have said explains how you come to be in Russia, but it does not at all explain how you came to be here like this." "It was on the day after we got past the Russians. It was a strong place with a hard name, Jaro something or other. The next day, as we were marching along, we came across an overturned carriage. A coachman and a woman were lying dead. On nearing it I heard a little cry, and I stepped out from the side of my company. I was a sergeant and was marching on the flank, and I found among the cushions a little girl about 6 years old. She was already almost frozen to death. I fastened her onto my back under my cloak and carried her along with me. She came round and was a dear little creature. Well, I carried her all through the retreat. Sometimes when there was an alarm I had time to stow her away in one of the wagons. When there was not, she went on my back into the middle of the fighting, and you know that was pretty rough occasionally. However, we both of us seemed to possess a charm against balls. We got on all right until the day before we were to arrive at the Bereznia. Then I went out foraging with some companions. They got into a hut, lit a fire, and would not leave, so I started alone with her." I lost my way and was found by a lot of peasants, who would have made very short work of me, but the child stepped forward like a little queen and told them that she was the Countess of Waronsky, and that her father was a friend of the Tsar's, and that if they sent us to him they would get a great reward. Thinking that it was good enough, they took us to their village and dressed me up in a peasant's clothes, kept us there a fortnight. Then the headman and the village papa came with us here by post. The child's father and mother had given her up as dead, and their gratitude to me is boundless. It has been deemed unadvisable to say anything about my ever being with the French, and I am simply introduced by the court as an English gentleman whom he regards as his very dear friend. I sent letters home to you and aunt a fortnight since, and if I had heard that the charge of murder was still hanging over me, I should probably have remained here for good. The Count has already hinted that there is an estate at my disposal. He is as rich as Croesus, and he and the Countess would be terribly hurt if I were to refuse to accept their tokens of gratitude. They have no other child but Stephanie, and she is, of course, the apple of their eye. Well, you have had luck, Julian. I do think that if you once got out of prison, you would be likely to fall upon your feet, because you always had the knack of making yourself at home anywhere. But I had no idea of anything like this. Well, I don't think you are to blame for having entered the French service rather than remaining a prisoner, especially as you were, as far as you knew, cut off from returning home. Still, I agree with you that it is as well not to talk about it at present. It is marvellous to think that you were with Ney through all that fighting. The doings of the rearguard were, I can assure you, the subject of the warmest admiration on the part of the Russians. Sir Robert Wilson considers that the retreat from Smolensk was one of the most extraordinary military exploits ever performed. And so you were made a sergeant after Borodino? Well, Julian, to win your stripes among such a body as Ney led is no slight honour. I received another, Frank, not so much for valour as for taking things easy. He took from his pocket the cross of the Legion of Honour. This, Frank, is an honour Napoleon sent to me, and Ney pinned on my breast. I would rather that it had been Wellington who had sent it, and say Picton who pinned it on, but it is a big honour none the less, and at any rate it was not won in fighting against my own countrymen. This document it is wrapped up in is the official guarantee that I received on enlisting, that I should under no circumstances whatever be called upon to serve against the English. You have a right to be proud of the cross, Julian. I should be proud of it myself, British officer as I am, but how do you say that you got it for taking things easy? It was not exactly for taking things easy, but for keeping up the men's spirits. Discipline was getting terribly relaxed, and they were losing their military bearing altogether. A lot of us non-commissioned officers were talking round the fire, and I suggested that we should start marching songs again, as we used to do on our way through Germany. It would cheer the men up, get them to march in military order and time, and shorten the road. Ney and some of his staff happened to be within hearing, and he praised the idea much more than it deserved. However, the men took it up, and the effect was excellent. Other regiments followed our example, and there can be no doubt that for a time it did have a good effect. Ney reported the business to Napoleon, who issued an order praising the Grenadiers of the Rhone for the example they had set the army, bestowing the Legion of Honour on me, and ordering that henceforth marching songs should be sung throughout the army. However, singing was dropped at Smolensk. After leaving there we were reduced to such a handful that we had not the heart to sing. But it did its work, for I believe that the improvement effected by the singing in the morale of Ney's troops had at least something to do with our being able to keep together and to lessen the fatigues of those terrible marches. Now tell me more about yourself. How was it that you had the wonderful luck to be chosen to accompany Sir Robert Wilson as his aide-de-camp. It was to his suggestion when I first joined, Julian, and to nearly a year's steady work on my part. He got me gazetted into his old regiment, the 15th Light Dragoons, and at the same time told me that if, as was already anticipated, Russia broke off her alliance with Napoleon, he was likely to be offered his former position of British Commissioner at the Russian headquarters. He said that if by the time that came off I had got up Russian, he would apply for me to go with him. So I got hold of a Russian Pole in London, a political exile, a gentleman and an awfully good fellow. I took him with me down to Canterbury, where our depot was, and worked 5 or 6 hours a day with him, steadily, so that when, at the outbreak of the war, Sir Robert got his appointment, he was able to apply for me upon the ground that I had a thoroughly good colloquial knowledge of Russian. "You always were a beggar to work, Frank," his brother said admiringly. "I worked for a bit myself pretty hard at Verdun, and got up French well enough to pass with. But then, you see, there was no other mortal thing to do, and I knew that it would be useful to me if I ever saw a chance of escape. Of course, at that time I had no idea of enlisting, but it must have been a different thing altogether, for a young officer to give up every amusement as you must have done, and to slave away at a crack-jaw language like Russian. It required a little self-denial, I have no doubt, Julian, but the work itself soon became pleasant. You may remember in the old days you used to say that I could say no while you could not." "That is true enough, Frank. I was a great ass in those days, but I think that now I have learnt something." "I should think you have, Julian," Frank said, looking closely at his brother. "The expression on your face has very much changed, and you certainly look as if you could say no very decidedly now." By this time they had, after a long drive, re-entered the city. "You must come home with me first, Frank. I must introduce you to the Count and Countesses and to Stephanie. Then tomorrow morning you must come round early. I have heard nothing yet as to how the truth about the murder came out so rapidly. It seemed to me that the evidence was conclusive against me, and that even the letter that I wrote telling you about it was so improbable that no one but you and Aunt would credit in the slightest. It did look ugly at first, Julian. When I heard Faulkner's deposition, I could see no way out of it whatever. I could not suppose that a dying man would lie, and absolutely sure of your innocence as I was, could make neither head nor tail of the matter. I could not suppose that a dying man would lie. Leaving their fur coats in the hall, they went upstairs. They found the Countess seated in an armchair. The Count was reading the last Gazette from the army to her, and Stephanie was playing with a doll. The Count and his wife looked surprised as Julian entered with a young English officer. "I have the honour, Countess," Julian said, "to present to you my brother, who is aide-de-camp to the English General Sir Robert Wilson, whom he accompanied throughout the campaign. Count, you will, I am sure, rejoice with me in this unexpected meeting. We are glad indeed to make the acquaintance of the brother of our dear friend," the Countess said, holding out her hand to Frank. "I regret, Countess, that I am not able to reply to you in French," Frank said in Russian. "I had thought that Russian would be absolutely necessary here, but I find that almost everyone speaks French. Had I known that, I could have saved myself a good deal of labour, for to us your language is very difficult to acquire." "You speak it extremely well, Mr. Wyatt," the Count said. "I could scarcely imagine how you have acquired such familiarity with it in your own country." "I learned it from a Russian Pole, a political exile, with whom I worked for about 6 hours a day for nearly 12 months, in order that I might qualify myself to accompany Sir Robert Wilson. This is my little friend Stephanie, Frank," Julian said, lifting the child up on his shoulder, her favourite place. "And this is my nurse Julian," the child said with a laugh. "Isn't he a big nurse?" "He is big," Frank agreed, looking up at him. I feel quite small beside him. He was always a great deal taller than I was, and he has grown a good bit since I saw him last, but he looks rather big for a nurse." "He is not too big at all," Stephanie said earnestly. "He could never have carried me so far if he had not been very big and strong. Could he, papa?" "No, Stephanie, though I think goodness of heart has as much to do with it as strength of body. Your brother has, of course, told you, Mr. Wyatt, how deep an obligation he has laid us under?" "He said that he had the good fortune to find your little girl, and that he took her along with him in the retreat. But he seemed to consider that the service she did him when they fell among the Russian peasants quite settled matters between them. Doubtless they mutually saved each other's lives." "Mr. Wyatt," the count said gravely, "the one act was momentary and without risk. The other was done at the cost of labour and sacrifice daily and hourly for nearly a month. You have been through the campaign and know how frightful were the sufferings, how overwhelming the exhaustion of the soldiers. You can judge then how terrible was the addition to a soldier's labours to have to carry a child like that for so long, when his own strength was hourly weakening, and when every additional pound of weight told heavily upon him. The tears come into the eyes of the countess and myself every time we think of it. It was an act of self-devotion beyond words, altogether beyond the understanding of those who know not how terrible were the sufferings endured on the march." "They were indeed terrible, Count," Frank said gravely. "It was agony for me to witness them, and I cannot but share your wonder how my brother supported the extra weight, even of your little daughter, and came through it safely, while tens of thousands of men not so burdened fell and died along the road." Julian did not understand what was being said, but he guessed by their faces what they were speaking of. "I suppose you are saying that it was hard work carrying the child," he broke in English, "but I can tell you that I believe it aided me to get through. It gave me something to think of besides the snow, the distance, and the Russians." She was always cheerful and bright. Her merry talk lightened the way. "But in addition to that, the warmth of her body against my back by day and curled up in my arms at night greatly helped keep life in me. I think that it was largely due to her that I got through safely, where many men as strong as myself died." The count looked inquiringly at Frank, who translated what Julian had said. He smiled. "Your brother is determined to try to make out that the obligation is all on his side, but it will not do. There is the simple fact that we have our little daughter again, safe and sound. If it had not been for him, she would have been lost to us forever." Julian went down to the door with Frank. "Of course you will tell the general all about it, Frank. I suppose he knows something of the circumstances under which I went away, as he was a friend of our father's, and got you your commission, and takes such an interest in you. I dare say he will be shocked to hear that I have been carrying a French musket, but I am not ashamed of it myself, and consider that under the circumstances I was perfectly justified in doing so. Come round in the morning, the first thing after breakfast. I have yet to learn all about how you found out that Markham committed murder, and then you can tell me too what the general says." On going upstairs, Julian told his host that it had been completely cleared of the charge that had hung over him and darkened his life, and that there was nothing to prevent him from returning to England. They expressed much gratification at the news, but at the same time said that for themselves they could not but regret that this would prevent their having the pleasure they looked forward to of having him settled near them. "This, however, we must talk about again," the count said. "At any rate, I hope that you will from time to time come over to stay for a while with us and Stephanie." "That I will assuredly do, Count," Julian said warmly. "I do not quite know at present what I shall do. As I have told you, I shall, in addition to my share of my father's money, inherit some from my aunt, and shall be able, if I chose, to buy a small estate and settle down. I am too old to go into the army now, But besides, I think that ere long this European struggle will be over, and in that case there will be nothing for a soldier to do. Still, in any case, I shall be able occasionally to make a voyage here. I can assure you that will be one of my greatest pleasures to do so." Sir Robert Wilson was greatly surprised when he heard from Frank of his meeting with his brother and of the adventures through which he had passed. "I do not blame him in any way," he said. "Had he been a king's soldier or sailor, the matter would have been altogether different. To have entered a foreign army then would have been a breach of his oath. But as a private individual he was free to take service abroad, as tens of thousands of English, Scotch, and Irish have done before him. It would, of course, have been much better had he entered the army of a power friendly to England, but the document that he received on enlisting goes far to absolve him from any responsibility in the matter. At any rate, he was not a deserter, and seeing that he could not go back to England even if he escaped, that he was practically friendless in the world, and that had he not acted as he did he might have died at Verdun, I do not think that even a severe moralist would be able to find any fault with his decision. So he was one of Ney's heroes. Well, Frank, when this war is over and the bitterness between the two nations has passed away, he will have good cause to feel proud of having been one of that unconquerable band. No troops have ever gained greater glory by victory than they have by retreat. Besides, to have won his stripes in such company, and to have received the Legion of Honour from Ney, is as high an honour as any soldier could wish for. At the same time, I think that he and his friends have done wisely in keeping silence as to the part he played. It might have led to all sorts of troubles. Had it been known, he might have been claimed as a prisoner of war, and even if this had not been done, he might have been embroiled in quarrels with hot-headed young Russians, and it is scarcely probable, Frank, that he is such a dead shot with the pistol as you are." The next morning Julian heard from Frank full details of the manner in which the truth had been arrived at of the circumstances of Mr. Faulkner's murder. "By Jove, Frank," he exclaimed when his brother brought the story to a conclusion, "you ought to have been a Bow Street runner. I don't think how it all occurred to you. Thinking it over, as I have done hundreds of times, it never once occurred to me that the footprints in the snow might prove that I had set off in pursuit of Markham, and that they would have shown that he was standing behind that tree whence the shot was fired, while I went straight from the road to the place where Faulkner was lying. What a head you have, old fellow!" "It was simple enough, Julian. I was certain that you had not committed the murder, and it was therefore clear that someone else must have done so. Then came the question, first, how Faulkner had come to charge you as he had done, and second, how and why you had disappeared. The only conceivable explanation that I could find was that you must have run into the wood, caught sight of the murderer, followed him up. Directly we found your footprints on the snow overlapping his, made that a certainty. We had only then to go into the wood and pick up the whole story bit by bit. For a time I certainly thought that you had been killed by the friends of the man that you had followed. You may imagine what a relief it was to us when your letter came. And now, old fellow, I suppose you will be going home. Sir Robert has told me that he will be willing to give me leave at once, and that he considers I ought to have a thorough rest, to get the seeds of that horrible hospital fever out of my blood. Therefore, I am ready to start with you whenever you are ready to go. He does not know yet whether he will continue as commissioner here when the campaign recommences in the spring, but there is little doubt that he will do so, and in that case I shall rejoin as soon as the weather breaks sufficiently for operations to commence. I got my lieutenancy 3 months ago, owing to the vacancies made in the regiment during the campaign in Spain. and Sir Robert has been good enough to speak so strongly of my services here that I have every chance of getting another step before I return. I see no reason why I should not start at the end of the week, Frank. Of course, I am extremely comfortable here, but now that I know I can go back all right, I am longing to be home again. Indeed, I should soon get tired of having nothing to do but to drive about and eat dinners here, and besides, I cannot but feel that I am in a false position and am very anxious to get out of it." Frank nodded. "I quite understand that, old fellow, and I agree with you thoroughly. A question might be asked any day that you could not reply to without saying how you came to be here, and for the sake of the Count, as well as yourself, that should be avoided if possible." The Count was loud in his expressions of regret when he heard that Julian was about to leave with his brother at once. But when Julian urged that he was constantly in fear that some chance question might be asked, and that the falseness of his position weighed heavily upon him, the Count could not but admit the justice of the view he took. Preparations were immediately begun for departure. They were to travel by sledge through Finland, passing through Viborg to Abo, and there to cross the Gulf of Bothnia to the Swedish coast, a few miles north of Stockholm, and to travel across country to Gothenburg. The Count placed one of his travelling carriages on runners at their disposal as far as Abo, and insisted on sending one of his own servants with them to attend to their wants on the road. Stephanie was inconsolable at the approach of the departure of a friend, and even the promise that he would return and pay them another visit before very long scarcely pacified her. In 3 days all was ready. The luggage, packed in a light wagon, had been sent off in charge of one of the Count's servants 48 hours before, and the travelling carriage had but to take 3 or 4 great hampers stored with provisions and wines. The Count and Countess had had on the previous day a long talk with Frank, who at their request called in an hour when Julian would be out paying a long round of farewell visits. The conversation was a serious one, and had ended by the Count saying, "You see, Mr. Wyatt, nothing will alter the determination of the Countess and myself in this matter, and if you had not consented to accept our commission and to carry out our wishes, we should have had no course open but to communicate with our embassy in London, and to request them to appoint someone to act as our agent in this matter. This would not have been so satisfactory, for the agent would of course have been ignorant of your brother's tastes and wishes, whereas you will be able to learn from him exactly the position that would be most agreeable. All we ask is that you will not go below the minimum we had named, and the more you exceed it the better. We shall be pleased, you know well how we feel in this matter, and that anything that can be done in this way and will still fall very far short of the measure of gratitude we feel towards your brother. I will carry out the commission that you have given me to the best of my abilities, Count, and will endeavour to act as if my brother were an entire stranger. Thank you greatly, Mr. Wyatt. I agree with you that if you dismiss altogether from your mind the fact that your brother is interested in the matter, and that you regard yourself as simply carrying out a business transaction as our agent, it will simplify matters greatly. I don't wish you to have the trouble of the actual details. I shall write myself to our ambassador, who is a personal friend of mine, and request him, as soon as he hears from you, to instruct an English lawyer to carry out all the business part of the arrangement." The journey across Finland was a very pleasant one. Both were in high spirits. The cloud that had hung over Julian had been dispelled, and Frank's constant anxiety about him had been laid to rest. They had gone safely through the most wonderful campaign of modern times, and were now on their way home. Julian's supply of money was untouched, save for the purchases of a variety of presents for his aunt. They travelled only by day. The carriage was constructed with all conveniences for sleeping in, and when on Their arrival at the end of the day's journey, they returned from a stroll down the town to an excellent dinner prepared by the servant. They had but to turn in for a comfortable night's rest in the vehicle. At Abo they found their baggage awaiting them. "By Jove, Julian," Frank said laughing, as he looked at the great pile of trunks in the post house, "one would think you were carrying the whole contents of a household. These modest tin cases comprise my share of that pile." "It is tremendous," Julian said ruefully. "I feel quite ashamed to turn up with such an amount of baggage. The first thing we must do as soon as we get back is to effect a division. I am afraid that my outside clothes will be of no use to you. They would require entire remaking, but all the other things will fit you as well as me, and I do believe there are enough to last me my lifetime, and it will be downright charity to relieve me of some of them. You may imagine my stupefaction when I come back one day to the count's and found my room literally filled with clothes." "I will help you a bit," Frank laughed. "The campaign has pretty well destroyed all my kit, and I shan't be too proud to fill up from your abundance." They found that the servants who had preceded them with the baggage had already made all the arrangements for their crossing the gulf. The extreme cold had everywhere so completely frozen the sea that there was no difficulty in crossing, which they learned was not often the case. 3 sledges had been engaged for their transport. The distance was about 120 miles, but it was broken by the islands of the Aland archipelago, and upon one or the other of these they could take refuge in the event of any sudden change of weather. They were to start at midnight and would reach Bomarsund on the main island of Aland on the following evening, wait there for 24 hours to rest the animals, and would reach the mainland the next day. The frost continued unbroken, and they crossed the gulf without difficulty, travelled rapidly across Sweden, and reached England without adventure of any kind. They waited for a day in London. Frank carried despatches from Sir Robert Wilson, and was occupied at the War Office all day, having a very long interview with the minister, to whom he gave a much more detailed account of the campaign than had been given in the general's reports. The minister expressed much satisfaction at the information he afforded, and said at the conclusion of the interview, "Sir Robert has spoken several times as to your services, and I am happy to inform you that your name will appear in the next Gazette as promoted to the rank of captain. I consider that the manner in which you devoted yourself to the acquisition of the Russian language was most highly meritorious, and I wish that many young officers would similarly acquire foreign or oriental languages. I trust that you will thoroughly recover your health, so as to be able to rejoin Sir Robert Wilson by the time that the troops have taken the field again. The campaign is likely to be a most important, and we have great grounds for hoping a final one." Before leaving the building, Frank found out where Strelinski was at work. He was engaged in translating a mass of Russian documents. He rose from his seat with an exclamation of delight when he saw Frank, who, after a short chat, asked him to come that evening to his hotel. He there learned that the Pole was getting on very well. His knowledge of German as well as of Russian had been very valuable to him. His salary had already been raised, and he was now at the head of a small department, having 2 of his countrymen and 3 Germans under him, and his future in the office was quite assured. "The work is somewhat hard," he said, "for when a ship comes in from Germany or Russia we are often at work all night, sometimes 8 and 40 hours at a stretch, but we are all paid overtime. The work is pleasant and interesting, and your officials are good enough to say that we get through a wonderful amount in the time, and the minister has twice expressed his approbation to me. Ah, Mr. Wyatt, how much do I owe to you and the good general?" "I owe fully as much to you as you owe to me, Strelinski," Frank said, putting aside the interest there had been in witnessing such mighty events. "It has been a splendid thing for me in my profession. I shall be gazetted captain this week, when I am pretty sure of a brevet majority at the end of the next campaign, and further employment in the same line afterwards." Julian was not present at the interview. He had never been in London before, and spending the day in strolling through the streets and visiting the principal sights, had gone to a theatre, leaving Frank to talk with the Pole. The latter had not left when Julian returned. He and Frank had found such an abundance of subjects to talk about that they were scarcely aware how the time had passed. The latter proposed that they should go to one of the fashionable taverns to supper. Julian would have excused himself, but Frank insisted on his accompanying him. As they were sitting there, two gentlemen passed by their table. One of them stared hard at Frank, and then, with an angry exclamation, turned away. Then Strelinski said: "This is your old antagonist, unless I am mistaken, Mr. Wyatt. You pointed him out to me once when I was in barracks with you, and I thought I remembered his face. That empty sleeve assures me that it is him." Frank nodded. "What is that, Julian?" "Oh, it is nothing," his brother said hastily. "No, no, Mr. Wyatt. It was a grand thing. Had not your brother told you of it, Mr. Julian?" "No, he has told me nothing about an antagonist." "You do not know, then, that Mr. Frank may claim to be the finest pistol shot in the British army?" Julian looked at his brother in astonishment. "I did not know that you had ever fired a pistol in your life, Frank." "I practised very hard when I was at Canterbury," Frank answered. "I suppose that I had a good eye for it, and certainly came to be what you would call a good shot, though I dare say there are others just as good. I got involved in a quarrel with the man who has just passed me, who was captain in the Lancers, and a notorious bully and duellist. We went out, I hit him in the hand, and he has lost his arm above the elbow, and there was the end of it." "Perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me a little more, Mr. Strelinski," Julian said, turning to the Pole. And in spite of a growl from Frank that there was nothing to tell, the Pole related the whole circumstance of the quarrel, the feeling that had been excited by it, Frank's expressed determination not to inflict serious injury upon the man, but to carry away his trigger finger only, and so to put an end to his duels in the future, and the manner in which his intention was carried out. "Well, I congratulate you, Frank, very heartily," Julian said, when Strelinski had finished. "Why on earth did you not tell me about this before?" "Really, Julian, there was nothing to tell about. It was a disagreeable incident altogether, and I considered then, as I have considered since, that it was hardly fair of me to go out with him when I was so certain of my shooting, and it was 100 to 1 in my favour. I should never have done it if he had not forced the quarrel upon young Wilmington, for the young fellow must either have gone out, which would have been throwing away his life, or left the service." "Unfair, my dear Frank. Why, the man himself has always relied upon his superior skill, and you were able to beat him in his own game." "Well, I wish I could shoot as well. However, as I am not going to do any more soldiering, I don't know that it would be of much use to me. Still, I should like to be able to do it." The next morning they started by coach for Weymouth, leaving Julian's heavier luggage to follow by carrier wagon. Mrs. Troutbeck's joy, when her two nephews arrived together, for a time completely overpowered her, and smelling salts and other restoratives had to be brought into play before she recovered. The event created quite an excitement in Weymouth. The appearance of Frank's name so frequently in Sir Robert Wilson's dispatches had been a source of pride to the whole town, and especially to his old schoolfellows, while the clearing up of the mystery that had so long hung over Julian's fate was no less interesting. The sympathy with him was so great and general that no one was surprised or shocked that, under the circumstances, he had been driven to enlist in the French army and had taken part in the Russian campaign. Indeed, the fact that he had been one of Ney's celebrated division, whose bravery had excited general admiration was considered a feather in his cap, especially when it became known that he had been awarded the Cross of the Legion of Honor by Napoleon himself. Had not the brothers received the proposal most unfavourably, a public dinner would have got up to celebrate their return. "Well, Julian, you have to settle what you mean to do with yourself," Frank said one day. "You can never settle down here without any occupation whatever, after what you have gone through." "No, I quite feel that, Frank. I have had enough of soldiering. That one campaign is enough for a lifetime. I really can hardly make up my mind what to do. Aunt was speaking to me yesterday afternoon when you were out. The dear old soul said that it was nonsense for me to wait for her death, wasting my life here, and that she was anxious to hand me over at once half her money. She said that that would be £10,000, and with £8,000, my share of father's money, I could then buy an estate. It would be the best thing you could do, Julian, but of course there is no hurry about it. What part of the country would you prefer to settle in?" "I don't know, Frank. I have never thought much about it. I don't think I should choose anywhere near Weymouth. I would rather go to a flatter country, and a better wooded one. If I bought land, I should like to have land that I could cultivate myself so as to give me an interest in it, and I should like after a time to be on the bench, which would give one a good deal of occupation. I suppose I shall marry some day, and so would prefer to be within reach of a town. I should think, from what you say, the country round Canterbury must be pretty. There is a garrison there. Dover is within reach, and it is a good deal more handy for getting up to town than it is from here. However, as you say, there is plenty of time for me to think about that." Mrs. Troutbeck was, as Julian had predicted, astounded upon the arrival of his baggage. "I never saw such a thing," she exclaimed, as trunk after trunk was carried into the house. "That Russian count of yours, Julian, must be a little cracked, I should think. Why, my dear boy, if you were to get stout, what in the world would you do with all these things?" "That is a contingency I have never thought of, Aunt. You quite frighten me. I must go in for a course of severe exercise to prevent the chance of such a thing occurring." "You might take up shooting," Mrs. Troutbeck said doubtfully, "and I am sure that at present there is not a gentleman round who would not be glad to give you a day's shooting." "I have done enough shooting, Aunt," Julian said gravely. "It was the means of my getting into a bad scrape here. In Russia it was often part of my duty to shoot dying horses, to say nothing of shooting men, and I have no desire ever to take a gun in my hand again. I have looked up my old friend Bill, and shall take to sailing again, but I promise you that I will keep clear of smugglers." 2 days later Frank announced his intention of going up to London for a few days, as he thought he had better offer to be of any assistance he could at the War Office. He was away for nearly 3 weeks, and on his return mentioned that he had run down to Canterbury, and had seen some of his old friends at the depot. A fortnight later he received a bulky letter from town, and in the course of the day asked his aunt if she felt equal to taking a journey with him. "A journey, my dear?" she repeated in surprise. "Where do you want to go to?" "Well, Aunt, I want to go to London in the first place. We will travel by post chaise, so that everything will be comfortable. Afterwards we may go somewhere else. I can't tell you anything about it now. It is a little secret, but I do very much want you and Julian to go with me." "Then of course we will, my dear," the old lady said. "I should very much like to visit London again, and see the theatres and shows. What do you say, Julian?" "Of course I will go, Aunt, though I can't think what Frank has got in his head. Still I am very tired of Weymouth, and it would be a change. I was saying to Dick Halliburne yesterday that unless I could hit on something to do, I should have to ask them if they would let me go to school again." 6 days later they drove up in a post chaise to a fine mansion some 3 miles from Canterbury. Julian's astonishment at Frank's mysterious proceedings had been growing ever since they left Weymouth. "Who on earth are we going to see here?" he asked as he approached the mansion. "Restrain your impatience for a few minutes longer, Julian. Then you shall know all about it. The mansion, I may tell you, belongs to a friend of mine. It is the centre of an estate of some 2,000 acres, and its rent roll is about 3,000 a year." "Very nice indeed," Julian said. "Well, I won't ask any more questions till we get there." A gentleman appeared at the door as the carriage drove up. He shook hands warmly with Frank, who introduced him to his companions as Mr. James Linton, solicitor to the Russian embassy. The gentleman led the way to a very handsome drawing room. Then he looked inquiringly at Frank, who nodded. From a mahogany box on the table, Mr. Linton produced a large packet of papers. "Mr. Wyatt," he said to Julian, "it is my pleasant duty to present you with these documents. They are the title deeds of this mansion and the surrounding property. In purchasing them I have followed out the instructions of Count Woronski, and have had the benefit of the assistance of your brother in selecting an estate that would, he thought, from its situation, be agreeable to you." Julian looked at the speaker as if unable to take in the sense of the words. "I beg your pardon," he said, hesitating. "I don't think I quite understand you." "It is as I said, Mr. Wyatt. Count Woronski wrote to me expressing his desire to present you with his estate here as a slight token, as he expressed it, of the enormous obligation on which you have placed him and the countess, his wife. I may say that his instructions to me would have authorized the purchase of a much larger estate than this, but he begged me to be guided by the advice of your brother, Captain Wyatt, in the matter, and the latter obliged me by taking the responsibility of choosing an estate off my hands, and has selected this. My part in the business has therefore been confined to carrying out the legal part in the matter and completing the purchase." "My dear Frank," Julian said, "this is monstrous." "I have only carried out the wishes of the Count, Julian. He and the Countess had a long conversation with me, and it was with some reluctance that I accepted the mission to select an estate for you, and only because he said that if I refused he should have to request the Russian ambassador to ask one of his secretaries to do so, and that it would be very much more satisfactory to him that the place chosen should be, in point of situation and other respects, just what you would yourself like. I am overpowered, Mr. Linton. It has all come upon me so much by surprise that I do not know what I ought to say or do." "There can be no doubt what you ought to do," the solicitor replied. "Count Woronski is a very wealthy nobleman. You have rendered to him and his wife one of the greatest services one man can render to another. The Count mentioned in his letter that had you remained in Russia it was his intention to transfer one of his estates to you, and the smallest of them is of much greater value than this. As to your refusing the gift, it is, if I may say so, impossible. Nothing could exceed the delicacy with which the Count has arranged the business, and he would naturally feel deeply hurt were you to hesitate to accept this token of his gratitude. I am sure you must see that for yourself." "I do indeed see it," Julian said, "and I feel that it would be not only ungrateful but wrong for me to refuse this noble gift. But you will admit that it is natural that I should for a time be overwhelmed by it. I am not so ungracious as to refuse so magnificent a present, although I feel that it is altogether disproportionate, not to the service I was fortunate enough to render, but to my action in rendering it. Well, Mr. Linton, I can only thank you for the part you have taken in the matter. Of course I shall write at once to the Count and Countess, expressing my feelings as to this magnificent gift, and will send the letter to the embassy to be forwarded at the first possible opportunity. And now, what is the next thing to be done? For I feel almost incapable of forming any plans at present." I would suggest, Mr. Wyatt, that in the first place you should drive round your estate. There are horses and carriages in the stable. The estate has only been advertised a day or two before your brother came up to town, and the purchase included the furniture, horses and carriages, and the livestock on the home farm. I engaged the coachman, grooms, and gardeners to remain until at least you should decide whether to take them into your service. I should suggest also that after driving round the place you should return to Canterbury for the night. Beyond an old man and his wife, who are in charge of the house, I have not made any arrangements, thinking it better to leave that to you and Mrs. Troutbeck. You will have to move here, you know, Aunt," Frank said. "I gave orders, before we came away from Weymouth, to Mary to lock up the house and to come up to town by the coach 2 days later, and then to come on to Canterbury. I have no doubt that we shall find her at the fountain when we get there. I dare say you will be able to hear of some good servants at the hotel." "You have taken away my breath altogether, Frank," Mrs. Troutbeck said. "However, I am too bewildered to think for myself, and for the present must do whatever you tell me." Before Frank started 3 weeks later to rejoin Sir Robert Wilson, he had the satisfaction of seeing Julian comfortably established in his new position and settling down to the life. He himself went through the tremendous campaign that brought about the conclusion of the war and the downfall of Napoleon, and was present at the great battles of Lutzen, Bautzen, Reichenbach, Dresden, Kulm, and Leipzig. At the termination of the war he received the rank of brevet major, and the appointment of military attaché to the British embassy in Russia. He remained there for some years, and then retired from the army with the rank of colonel. Mrs. Troutbeck had by this time passed away, having first had the pleasure of seeing a mistress installed at Julian's. The latter was now a justice of the peace, and one of the most popular landowners in the country. Mrs. Troutbeck, at Julian's earnest request, left the whole of her property to Frank, nor could the latter persuade his brother to take any share of it. Frank had no inclination for a country life, and settled down near London, where after a time he too married. He then went in for politics, and was returned for a Kentish constituency. Although he took no more prominent part in party politics, he became one of the recognized authorities in the House on all matters connected with the affairs of Eastern Europe, and took a lively interest in the movements set on foot for the benefit of the British soldier. Julian kept his promise to the Count, and for many years went over occasionally to stay with him. His wife accompanied him until the cares of raising a family detained her at home. To the end of their lives, neither Frank nor he ever regretted that they had taken part in the memorable campaign in Russia. End of chapter 16. Recording by Gary Oldman, Century Village, West Palm Beach, Florida. End of Through Russian Snows by G. A. Henty.